Chapter 76. That's no problem. Tianyi and Uchiha Zinyan's eyes lit up when they heard this. If this was the case, it seemed that there was no need to take such a big risk. They can help, but it is impossible to do so. They must put the safety of their own people first. As long as other people provide chakra for this teleportation array, the cost to me will be minimal. It's no problem to teleport them away. At present, the premise is that they are willing to leave, and we can sneak in and convince them before the 3 major ninja villages break through the capital of the Whirlpool country. Tianyi added. That's all. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, let me convince them. Whether they like it or not, they have to listen to me and follow me. Oh right. Chief Nobuhiko, you just said there are still a bunch of people in the capital. Do the people there have Tianyi's flying thunder god dagger? If so, Tianyi, can you take me there first and check the situation there, and then we can adjust the plan. After all, we need to understand the current situation first. Yes. Then I'll go over and check the situation first, Grandma Mito. Tianyi nodded immediately. Thank you, Tianyi. Uzumaki Mito thanked him immediately. I'll come with you. It's safer this way. Uchiha Nobuhiko immediately stepped forward and put his hand on Tianbai's shoulder. He was worried about Tianyi going with Uzumaki Mito like this. If something goes wrong, it will be too late for him to regret. Good. Tianyi naturally wouldn't refuse. Why be reckless when you can be more complete? Let's go now without further delay. Tianyi immediately reached out and grabbed one of Uzumaki Mito's hands, and with a thought, he locked the spatial coordinates on the flying thunder god dagger of the other team. He took the 2 of them and disappeared from the spot with a swish. 383 The next moment, it appeared in a dense forest outside the capital of the Whirlpool country. Who? Their sudden appearance scared Uchiha Feng and the others. They immediately moved away and looked at the 3 people who suddenly appeared with caution. Don't panic, it's me. Uchiha Nobuhiko immediately spoke in a low voice. At the same time, spiritual perception is launched immediately. Not only him, but also Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito. The next moment, Uchiha Feng and the others saw that the people coming were Uchiha Zinyan and his group, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So it's the clan leader and young master Tianyi. How come you guys are here so soon? Are there only 3 of you here to reinforce us? More than. Uchiha Nobuhiko used his spiritual perception to explore the surrounding situation and shook his head and said, there are also 100 Uchiha elites and more than 20 Senju elites coming together. However, they are all at the location of Yan's team. Let's come over here to check out the situation first and tell us what information you have learned. Yes. After hearing this, Uchiha Feng immediately prepared to report the situation. But Uzumaki Mito interrupted them and said, no need. I can already sense it. At present, most areas of the capital have been breached, only the palace has not been breached. There is a group of the most powerful barriers guarding that place. It should be able to hold out for a few hours depending on the situation. Without further delay, I would like Tianyi and Patriarch Zinyan to come with me to sneak into the Imperial Palace barrier, is that okay? She herself possessed the Kagura Mind's Eye in the past, with a perception range of hundreds of kilometers. Super scary. And a while ago, Tianyi taught him the meditation method, which further refined his mental strength and enabled him to gain the ability to project his mental perception outward. She discovered that she could overlap her spiritual perception with that of Kagura's Mind's Eye to a certain extent. It can increase the range of her spiritual perception. It directly expanded the range of her spiritual perception to a radius of 10 kilometers. Of course, the fineness and clarity are still much lower than pure spiritual perception. But it is much more refined and clear than the pure Kagura Mind's Eyes. You have to know that Kagura's Mind's Eye can only perceive things that have chakra, and can only perceive chakra. The special spiritual perception after superposition can perceive the scenes of people and things. Just now, she had sensed and investigated the situation in the capital of the Whirlpool country and the Imperial Palace. Naturally, there is no need to continue exploring. The most important thing is to enter the palace barrier as soon as possible and persuade Suinwo Luming and his people to take their clansmen and teleport away with Tianyi. As for the Whirlpool country, it is destined to fall. There is nothing to be nostalgic about in the West. Of course you can. But didn't you say there was a barrier over there? It should be besieged by people from the 3 major ninja villages, right? Are you sure you can sneak in? Do you need me to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport you in? Tianyi nodded, then asked with some doubt. Hey! Uzumaki Mito was stunned when he heard this, and asked in surprise, "You don't have a flying thunder god in the whirlpool country, right? How can you teleport us directly there?" Tianyi shook his head and said, "Tell me your solution first." Although he can use his mental power to imprint the flying thunder god mark across the air for teleportation, but due to the limitation of his spiritual perception, he was destined to have to teleport more times before he could enter the palace barrier. In addition, spiritual perception may not be able to penetrate the barrier over there. Uzumaki Mito heard this and immediately said, "I have mastered almost all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. I also participated in the construction of the Imperial Palace barrier over there. The result is very familiar. As long as you prepare in advance, I can ignore the barrier and lead you in. With my strength and speed, even if there are enemies outside the barrier, it shouldn't be a problem for me to lead you in by force. But this will only alert the enemy. Afterwards, the people from the 3 major ninja villages will definitely attack the palace barrier frantically, greatly reducing the barrier's maintenance time and shortening our preparation time. Therefore, if Tianyi has a better and more covered method, he would definitely use the last one." 0147050009 Fila 1033503330 Is that so? Tianyi listened, nodded in understanding, and asked, "Then do you have a way for me to gain the spiritual power to penetrate the barrier and enter the barrier when I am outside the barrier?" Uzumaki Mito had already guessed what Tianyi was up to, and nodded immediately, "No problem. The barriers all have codes. As long as I tell you the code nodes of a certain area of the palace barrier, it will be no problem for you to probe into it with your spiritual power. Tianyi, have you mastered the method of using mental power to record the coordinates of the flying thunder god remotely? Otherwise, why would Tianyi ask this?" "Good." Tianyi smiled and nodded, "It was created when I first had the epiphany to create the group space teleportation array. Since you, Grandma Mito, can help me probe my spiritual power into the barrier, then everything will be fine. Let's set off now without further delay. Avoid long nights and many nightmares." "Good." Uzumaki Mito nodded in agreement immediately. Uchiha Zinyan then turned to Uchiha Feng and the other 3 and said, "Feng, you 4 don't have to stay here, retreat and go to Yan and the others. You should know their location, right? Once the people in the 3 major ninja villages outside the barrier find out that they entered the barrier and teleport away the Uzumaki clan, they will definitely go crazy. At that time, they will definitely plow the ground 3 feet deep to search for the traces of the Vortex clan. If Uchiha Feng and the others stayed here, they would be easily discovered. By then, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Since they are not needed here anyway, it is better to let them go first. Even if the subsequent plan succeeds, the people they brought this time will also be useless and can only escape control. But it was much better than fighting. Fighting means death. Especially facing so many powerful enemies. Clear." Uchiha Feng nodded affirmatively and immediately responded, "Then the clan leader, Master Tianyi, Master Mito, we will evacuate first." "Well. Go. Get to Yan and the others as soon as possible, and don't let the enemy find you on the way." Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded and waved his hand, watching Uchiha Feng and the others leave. He then turned to look at Tianyi, "Let's get started." Tianyi immediately grabbed his father's arm and Uzumaki Mito's arm, and used his mental power to sense the target. He directly locked onto an empty building in the capital, and carved a flying thunder god mark on the floor of the building. Swish! He teleported the 2 of them into the capital. Then, they repeated the same thing, and after several teleportations, they finally arrived less than 500 meters away from the palace without attracting the attention of the enemies in the capital. Then, Tianyi obtained from Uzumaki Mito the barrier code and nodes for cracking a certain area of the Imperial Palace barrier facing their direction. Successfully probed the mental power into the barrier. Then he took the 2 of them and swish directly entered the palace barrier. Oh no! Someone broke the barrier and broke in. At this moment, the man in the middle of the dozens of Uzumaki people who were sitting in a circle in the central square of the Imperial Palace within the barrier suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in horror. Obviously, Tianyi's action of breaking the barrier just now could not be hidden from him who was in control of the palace barrier at that moment. When the others heard this, they were also shocked. "What? Then we? Who?" Before they could continue speaking, the man in the middle looked at the open space not far from the east entrance of the square and shouted loudly, preparing to activate the barrier's attack method to attack that coordinate. But the next moment, he saw Tianyi appear there with Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Nobuhiko. Mito adult. After seeing Uzumaki Mito's appearance clearly, he stopped what he was doing and couldn't help but exclaimed. Others also turned their heads to look over. Hiss. It's really Mito-sama? Why is she here at this time? Are they here to rescue us? How foolish! How can you save us with just 3 people? For a moment, the people of the Vortex clan started talking. It's me. Liu Ming, you look a lot older. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said. It doesn't matter. After hearing this, Uzumaki Luming shook his head with an unpleasant expression and said, Master Mito, why did you come here at this time? The 3 of you can't change anything. Or do you have reinforcements outside the palace? We have sent so many letters to Konoha for help in the past few days, why haven't you responded? Also, did we come in through the Flying Thunder God technique? But logically speaking, there shouldn't be any Flying Thunder God mark left by you in this palace, right? As for who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? He's fine. Because, from the positions of Tianyi and the other 2, it can be seen that the kid in the middle looks no more than 6 to 7 years old. This also amazed Suinwo Luming. I didn't expect such a super genius to appear in Konoha. Unfortunately, now is not the time to marvel at these things. He was eager to know how many reinforcements had arrived from Konoha. Why didn't Ye Li respond to the letters for help they sent out these days? Yes, the Uzumaki clan is neither stupid nor simple. As early as a few days ago, even several days earlier than Uchiha, it was discovered that a large number of spies from other ninja villages had infiltrated the country and were gathering intelligence from various parts of the Whirlpool country. Obviously, he has bad intentions. But all the letters for help sent to Konoha fell on deaf ears. To this day, they have even given up hope for Yi's support. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mito came in person. Did you send a letter to Konoha for help? Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that the monkey really knew everything a long time ago and deliberately chose to conceal it. Haha. Good. Very good. Uzumaki Mito felt disheartened and extremely angry at the same time. If it wasn't inappropriate now, she would have wanted to kill the 3rd generation directly. Monkey, Danzo, I've made note of this. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll settle accounts with you. Humph. Uzumaki Mito thought bitterly in his heart. When Uzumaki Luming heard what Uzumaki Mito said and saw her like this, he immediately realized the key point and his face turned gloomy. Mr. Mito. What do you mean? Do you mean that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen actually received our letter for help a long time ago, but chose to conceal it and had no intention of supporting us? Good. Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively, and said with a grim expression, I didn't get the news from Sarutobi Hiruzen, but from the Uchiha chief next to me who accidentally you noticed something was wrong with the Whirlpool country, and after an in-depth investigation, you found out and then informed me. They also used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring me and more than 100 elite reinforcements from the 2 tribes to support us. Otherwise, I'm still being kept in the dark. I guess I won't know until the Whirlpool country is destroyed and the Uzumaki clan is exterminated. Hehe. Uzumaki Mito sneered when he said this. That's really the case. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are going too far. After hearing this, Suinwo Luming became furious and growled with bloodshot eyes. It looked as if he wanted to eat the 3rd generation alive. Okay. Now is not the time to talk about this. Tell me, how long can you hold on to the barrier of the Imperial Palace? Where are the other tribesmen? Uzumaki Mito saw that Uzumaki Luming wanted to ask something, but now was really not the right time, so she immediately interrupted what he was about to say and asked directly. Suinwo Luming was slightly stunned, but he also knew the priorities of the matter, so he immediately said, we have the barrier to maintain it, even if they attack with all their strength, it can at least last for 2 hours. If they continue to attack at this intensity, they can hold out for at least 4 hours. As for the tribesmen, most of them have been divided into 4 groups and evacuated through several underground tunnels 5 minutes ago. What? Uzumaki Mito frowned and said, evacuate? Send someone to call them back immediately. We have a way to take them directly out of the Whirlpool country and into the Fire country safely. Then, Uzumaki Mito did not talk nonsense, and in the most concise words and at the fastest speed explained to Suinwo Luming and others the ability of the Flying Thunder God Group teleportation array that Tianyi mastered. All over. Then he said, given the situation of the 3 major ninja villages outside, even if you want to let the tribesmen escape through the tunnel, they will dig deep into the ground to find them. Besides, they are so well prepared, they must have figured out the situation of your tunnels long ago. Perhaps, there are troops lying in ambush at the exit of each tunnel to kill them. So, hurry up and send someone to bring them back immediately. At the same time, have the owners who are still here take out all the important information and items and gather them here, then, both of us will take all our stuff and teleport away. However, in order to prevent the people from these ninja villages from continuing to target the Uzumaki clan, remember to leave behind some unimportant low and medium level sealing techniques, or incomplete and defective ones. A very large high-level sealing technique inheritance is also fine. Leave it to them to fight over, understand? P.S. Please customize. Chapter 77. There is actually such a powerful space secret technique? Or was it created by a 5-year-old child? Is Uchiha so powerful now? After hearing this, Suinwo Luming and others looked at Tianyi in astonishment and exclaimed. But then, Uzumaki Luming stopped being amazed and nodded to Uzumaki Mito, saying, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. He immediately called over a dozen tribesmen who were staying behind on rotation and gave them instructions on the task. These people were divided into 5 groups. 4 of them went to chase the tribesmen who were evacuating from the underground passage. The remaining members of the clan began to collect and organize the precious materials, money, sealing technique inheritance, etc. in the royal palace and clan territory. They all started to act in full swing. Dad. Since we don't need reinforcements here, should we go back to the reinforcements first and teleport them back to the land of fire or even Konoha? Tianyi said to Uchiha Nobuhiko at this time. In case the people from the 3 major ninja villages outside find out that the Uzumaki clan has escaped, and then when they search for them, they find the people they brought with them, and vent their anger on them. Although, in theory, after sending the Uzumaki people away, we can teleport the people we brought back before they find us. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. It's better to be safe. Okay. Uchiha Nobuhiko also understood this truth. The people he brought with him would basically not be used this time, so there was no need for them to stay here. I can go right now. As he said this, Uchiha Nobuhiko also glanced at Uzumaki Mito. Then you go first. Uzumaki Mito saw this and nodded in agreement. Let's go. The next moment, Tianyi moved his feet slightly, leaving a flying thunder god mark under his feet, and then teleported away with Uchiha Nobuhiko. He appeared halfway and teleported the members of Uchiha Feng's team to the main force. And quickly explained the situation to Tsunade and others. So, our trip this time was in vain? You don't need us. Tsunade and the others said in astonishment. It feels like they came here for the sake of loneliness. However, it is not bad to be able to achieve the goal without joining the war. It's better than having to sacrifice some of your companions to achieve your goal, right? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go now. The most important thing is to send all the Uzumaki clan members to Konoha as soon as possible. Tsunade immediately urged. Tianyi nodded, then leaned over and patted the ground, quickly constructing a teleportation array with a diameter of more than 10 meters. As usual, he asked everyone to input chakra into the magic circle under his command. Buzz. Then, he activated the teleportation array and disappeared into the forest with everyone. The next moment, they returned to the 10 training grounds in the Uchiha tribe. You're back so soon? Master Tianyi is so amazing. Uchiha Feng and others who were experiencing it for the first time couldn't help but marvel at the familiar scene around them, and their eyes turned toward Tianyi with admiration. In fact, not only them, but also the other Uchiha elites who came to support them this time began to admire Uchiha Tianyi after these 2 ultra-long distance transmissions. With such a super evil young clan leader, why should we worry that the Uchiha clan will not be prosperous in the future? What? You said Tenuki is only the youngest son of the clan leader, and Uchiha Fugaku is the eldest son, so he should be the junior clan leader? Haha. The Uchiha don't have a system of primogeniture, so naturally whoever has the ability will be the young leader. Anyway, they felt at this moment that Tianyi was their young patriarch. Going too far, after sending the people back, Tianyi said to Tsunade, Teacher Tsunade. You guys stay here and wait. We will teleport the Uzumaki people back later, and we will need you to maintain order here and appease them to avoid any chaos. After all, our relationship with them in the past was not that good. Well, even because the Uzumaki clan is an ally of the Senju, the relationship between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans is a bit bad. Okay, Just teleport the person back safely. I promise nothing will go wrong. Tsunade nodded immediately. Okay. Then we'll go first. Tianyi nodded in satisfaction, and immediately took his father Uchiha Nobuhiko back to the barrier square of the Whirlpool Kingdom Palace. He actually thought it was okay not to bring his father along. But Uchiha Nobuhiko was worried, so he had no choice but to follow his will. Another half-hour passed. Those who went to retrieve the Uzumaki clan members who escaped through the tunnels brought them back one after another. Tianyi had already drawn a huge teleportation array in this square. Everyone is here, and everything that needs to be packed has been packed. We can set off now. After having someone count the number of people, Uzumaki Looming said to Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito. At this time, even the large amount of supplies to be taken away were either piled up in the teleportation array area or carried on the backs of the Uzumaki people. Did you keep the low-level sealing technique inheritance and the incomplete sealing technique? Uzumaki Mito nodded and asked. This is very important. If we don't do this, the three major ninja villages will definitely not give up. I don't know how they will target Konoha and the Uzumaki clan in the future. As for Konoha, Ye has no confidence to resist. But if we target the Uzumaki clan who are out alone, that will be troublesome. It's impossible that the Uzumaki clan will never go out and do missions again, right? I'll keep it. Suinwo Looming was quite reluctant in his heart. After all, not only had his country been destroyed by these bandits and many of his clansmen were killed, but he was also forced to flee. But he also knew that Uzumaki Mito's decision was correct, and it was also for the future safe development of the Uzumaki 10 clans. In that case, let's all enter the teleportation array and prepare to set off. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction. In her opinion, it might not be a bad thing for the Uzumaki clan to abandon the Whirlpool country and escape from this whirlpool. After Tianyi taught her those magical skills, she knew that Konoha would be the real center of the ninja world in the future. In the future, the ninja world will definitely be controlled by Shiu. He has the talent and ambition. If the Uzumaki clan joins early, they can gain many benefits and board the Uchiha ship of the new era. Otherwise, if they really continue to stay in the Whirlpool country, even if other ninja villages do not attack the Whirlpool country, when Tianyi wants to dominate the ninja world in the future, the Whirlpool country will not be able to escape. At that time, the treatment of the Uzumaki clan was incomparable to what it is today. But we cannot leave the core of the barrier, otherwise, the barrier covering the palace will be broken in the next moment under such a terrifying attack. Suinwo Looming said with an embarrassed look on his face. Uzumaki Mito frowned when he heard this. That's not right. Isn't the barrier supported by a reserve of chakra energy? Has it all been used up? Yes. Uzumaki smiled bitterly and shook his head, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Uzumaki Mito frowned after hearing this, looked at Tianyi and asked, Tianyi, do you have a way to directly cover the core of this barrier into the teleportation array and teleport them together? Tianyi heard this and shook his head, no. My teleportation array is a variant of the sealing technique after all. If the two are superimposed, there will be a conflict. How about this? I will still include this barrier core into the range of the teleportation array. Others, please inject enough chakra into the magic circle first. 1 second before the teleportation, you will terminate the core of this barrier directly. This way, there will be no conflict. And the next moment, we teleport away, and the barrier was broken. It was too late for them to stop us. What do you think? Uzumaki Mito frowned and asked, are you sure there won't be any problems? If the transmission fails at that time, it will be a big problem. I guess there are a lot of Uzumaki people. How about sending away a group of Uzumaki clan masters first? Can you hold on? Uzumaki Mito also asked questions. That's fine too. Then let's send some of them away first, and leave the people who maintain the barrier here first. Tianyi didn't have any objection. Indeed, there is still time now, there is no need to play with your heartbeat. Thank you for your help. I will stay here and wait for you to come over. Uzumaki Mito immediately asked for help. I'll be the last one to leave here. Uchiha Nobuhiko also spoke up. After all, he was still worried about Tian's safety. Tianyi didn't say much, and immediately asked the other Uzumaki people to enter the teleportation array, and then counted and asked everyone to input a certain 1% of chakra into the array. Buzz. The next moment, he disappeared from the square with thousands of Uzumaki people. But a few seconds later, Tianyi appeared here again. He walked to the core of the barrier, leaned over and patted the ground, and a teleportation array quickly took shape. However, when covering the core runes of the barrier, the speed slowed down. Even with Tianyi's long-standing knowledge of sealing techniques, he could only be cautious when facing the core of the barrier array that was being activated. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Ami, and others were very nervous. Indeed, they had let other tribesmen flee before, and they were prepared to sacrifice themselves to cover their retreat. But now that they clearly have a chance to survive, how can they bear to die? Even though each of them is at least 50 years old, each of them is quite strong, and the weakest is at Jainin level. The key point is that each of them has Grandmaster sealing technique, which can be said to be the foundation of the Uzumaki clan. An old person in the family is like a treasure. This is very applicable to the Uzumaki clan. Most of the Uzumaki clan members become more evil as they get older. More than 10 minutes passed, and when Tianyi was sweating profusely and his face was pale due to excessive mental tension, he finally completed the operation of superimposing the teleportation array on this result. Then he stood up, wiped his sweat, and stood at the core of the teleportation array. While connecting the array, he waved to Uzumaki Mito and his father, "Grandma Mito, father, you can come over now." "Good." The two of them hurriedly walked to Tianyi's side. Then, Tianyi looked at everyone present and said, "Everyone, when I say 123, you will terminate the barrier array and inject 1,000th of your own chakra into the teleportation array under your feet. Any questions?" "No problem." Uzumaki Mito and the others all looked solemn. "Whether we can successfully complete this rescue depends on this." "Great. Then, 1, 2, 3. Let's go." Tian nodded and immediately shouted the slogan slowly. The next moment, Suinwo Luming and the others terminated the barrier sealing technique 363, and then directly input 1,000th of their own chakra into the teleportation array. Ong! Immediately, the teleportation array was activated, and the next moment, they were teleported away from here. At the last moment of teleportation, they could also sense the crackling sound of the palace barrier breaking, as well as a lot of triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha! This damn barrier is finally broken. Why do I feel something is wrong?" According to previous estimates, the other party should be able to hold on. After hearing this, Suinwo Luming and the others teleported and disappeared here. The next moment, 3rd Reikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, and 3rd Mizukage took the lead and rushed into the Imperial Palace wall at the fastest speed. However, it was discovered that no Uzumaki were found alive. Where are the people? Why don't I see any Uzumaki? Oh no! Lord Reikage, from what I perceive, there are no ninjas in this palace anymore. Master Tsuchikage, I can sense it too. There are no living people here. Immediately afterwards, the 3rd Reikage and his companions received reports from the sensory ninjas they carried with them. What? Suddenly, the faces of several people changed drastically. This is impossible. They were clearly there before. Could they have escaped through the secret passage? Search them quickly. You must find them for me. Yes. The next moment, under the orders of the 3rd Reikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, and 3rd Mizukage, the ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages rushed to various parts of the palace and began to search for its secret passages and items related to sealing techniques. Of course they had to look for the people, but these shadows were not stupid. They didn't believe that the Uzumaki clan could take away all the sealing techniques' inheritance in such a short time. Regardless of whether or not one can be forced to surrender, the most important thing is to obtain more inheritance of the sealing technique. This is related to the Jinkriki experiments behind their respective ninja villages. Without the Jinkriki they were too passive and round about a hemizet. Moreover, this decisive weapon is missing. This time, they insisted on creating their own controllable Jinkriki first, and then it would be their turn to show their skills and start a new ninja world war. By then, any family without Jinkriki would fall behind and be in a position to be beaten. An hour later, people from the 3 major ninja villages dug deep into the ground and searched the entire palace thoroughly. In the end, not even a single Uzumaki survivor was found, but each of them found a small amount of sealing technique inheritance. The grades are not high, and the high-grade ones are incomplete or have serious defects. This made 3rd Reikage and the others furious. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 78. Damn it! We don't want it anymore. Where did the Uzumaki clan go? They were definitely still there a few minutes before the barrier was broken. The evidence cannot be wrong. I'm also curious about how they suddenly disappeared right under our noses. They couldn't have just teleported away into thin air, right? Could it really be because of this? You know, Konoha has the Flying Thunder God technique. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan, the ally of the Senju, doesn't have mastered this space-time ninjutsu? Yes. It's even possible that Konoha has already sent people to rescue them and took them away. No. Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique is only a single-person space-time ninjutsu. Even if it can carry people, how many can it carry at a time? Maybe this is the reason? If so, they can't teleport too far with so many people in such a short time. Let's go. Search other areas of Whirlpool Country immediately, focusing on the docks at the border. The next moment, people from the 3 major ninja villages, under the orders of their respective cages, began to leave the Whirlpool Palace in groups at high speed and search in all directions of Whirlpool Country. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed this time. At this time, Tianyi had already teleported everyone from the Whirlpool Country back to a large training ground in the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha. At this time, there were huge crowds of people here, and a large group of them were the red-haired Uzumaki people. There were quite a few Uchiha with black hair and red eyes around the training ground, standing guard and maintaining order. Although, it is impossible for the Uzumaki clan to be so ungrateful as to cause chaos in the Uchiha clan territory, but what if? Out of a sense of responsibility towards their tribe members, Great Elder Uchiha and his men made such arrangements. The Uzumaki clan had no objection to this. Since we have been rescued and are still in someone else's family territory, it is better to cooperate with them. Brush. At this time, Tianyi, Uzumaki Mito, and others were also teleported back. Phew. Finally it's done. As soon as he came back, Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It was quite exciting in the end. The people from the 3 major ninja villages reacted so quickly. If I had been a few seconds later, I might have been met by them. Haha. Or escaped. Ha ha ha. Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, your plan failed. But I will remember this grudge. After Suinwo Luming came here, he looked at the thousands of tribesmen around him and finally couldn't help but laugh happily. It can be heard that there is a strong hatred in his voice. Even though so many tribesmen escaped this time, they did not plan to destroy the Whirlpool Country. During the conquest of Whirlpool Country, thousands of Uzumaki people disappeared. They were either killed or abducted by people from the 3 major ninja villages. There may be some lucky ones who successfully escaped from the land of whirlpools. But a large number of people certainly died. After all, although they had vaguely sensed that something was wrong before, they only gathered a part of the core members of the tribe. Many members of the tribe are still scattered throughout the Whirlpool Country. By the time they discovered the enemy's attack, it was too late for them to urgently withdraw all the tribesmen from all parts of the Whirlpool Country. The enemy came too fast and attacked too quickly. In addition, some elite members of the Uzumaki clan who were sent out to intercept the enemy were killed by them. In short, the hatred is great. But Suinwo Luming also knew that they might not have the chance to take revenge in the short term. But, when did the Senju team up with the Uchiha? Even for a rescue like this, the Uchiha clan leader and deputy clan leader are here. Also, isn't this little guy named Uchiha Tianyi too powerful? He can actually improve Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique and can even teleport so many people, even his attainments in the art of sealing seem to be extremely advanced. Suinwo Luming had now survived the disaster and had time to think about the problems he had realized before. He planned to find Uzumaki Mito to learn about the current situation of Konoha and the situation of Uchiha after he settled down. From now on, the men-run clan will probably stay in yet to develop. It will be a problem if we don't get to know them better. In addition, if they want to gain a foothold in Konoha, there is another test waiting for them. The joining of a ninja clan with a great bloodline limit like the Uzumaki clan would inevitably encroach upon some of the interests and even living space of other ninja clans in Konoha. It is inevitable that conflicts will arise. How to coordinate these is crucial. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan was not short of money, and this time they took away the massive wealth that the Uzumaki clan had accumulated over the years. In addition, although the Senju clan is currently in decline and has few people, they still have a lot of fixed assets such as land, shops, etc. It would be no problem to transfer some of them to the Uzumaki tribe at a fair price so that they can settle down and survive. Uzumaki Mito would certainly be happy to help. Also, I have to discuss with Master Mito how to thank the Uchiha clan. Suinwo Luming thought again. This time, I owe Uchiha a huge favor. Saving the whole clan. Lu Ming. The Uzumaki people will be temporarily relocated to the Senju tribe's territory. I will discuss with the monkeys later and make room for a piece of land for you to build your clan land in Konoha. From now on, just stay in Konoha and officially join the Leaf. And don't think about the Whirlpool country anymore. Uzumaki Mito then found Uzumaki Akamoto. After hearing this, Uzumaki Looming frowned slightly and said, "Why do I feel like there is something else behind your words, Lord Mito? Is there something behind the destruction of our country of Uzumaki that I don't know about? By the way, why didn't you see the third Hokage when you came to rescue? Aren't they with you? I have sent a lot of letters asking for help to Konoha these days, why has he never responded?" Suinwo Looming also reacted at this time, frowned and asked. "This is not the place to talk, please follow me first." When Mito Uzumaki heard this, he knew that some things had to be made clear first, especially the current situation of Konoha. With the help of Uchiha, Tsunade led the Uzumaki clan to settle down in the area of the Handle clan. 0147050009 Philo 1033600060 she said to Uchiha Nobuhiko and Tianyi, Patriarch Nobuhiko. "Tianyi, why don't we go to your house and talk to Lu Ming about the situation?" "All right. This way please." Uchiha Nobuhiko and Tianyi both nodded, and immediately made a gesture of invitation, leading the way, and took the two of them all the way to Tianyi's living room. Then, Tianyi waved his hand and set up an isolation barrier in the face of Suinwo Looming's puzzled expression. He did not rush to speak, but instead gave the next moment to Uzumaki Mito, asking her to explain the current situation of Konoha, especially the matter of the Uchiha Senju uniting to fight against the interest groups headed by the Lord Representative. The pharmaceutical company and the steel company. He told Uzumaki Looming everything that Tianyi and the others had previously said about how the daimyos of various major countries were secretly targeting the Whirlpool country, manipulating the three major ninja villages to besiege the Whirlpool country, and wanting to destroy the Whirlpool country. "What? You said that the reason behind the siege of Whirlpool country this time was not simply because they coveted the sealing technique of our Uzumaki clan, but more importantly, the daimyo of major countries were wary of and hostile to our power structure of the ninja village and daimyo being united in Whirlpool country, so, you secretly supported the three major ninja villages to take action." "Not only that." Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively. Sand Shinobi and Konoha were probably also warned by the daimyo of Wind country and Fire country, and reached a secret deal. Although we didn't know about this before, we had speculated about it before, and combined with the information we have now, it has been fully confirmed. Uzumaki Looming frowned and said gloomily, "So, this is the reason why I sent so many letters to Sarutobi Hiruzen for help but received no response. He even intercepted the letter for help. He didn't tell you, did he?" At this point, Suinwo Looming's hatred for the third generation surged. If the timing wasn't right, he would have wanted to kill the BD right away. It doesn't matter if it's other ninja villages, but the Uzumaki clan is Konoha's staunch ally. Moreover, when Konoha came to Whirlpool country to select new candidates for reserve Jinchuriki, he also sent his own granddaughter Kushina over. So, is this how you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, treat your allies? Not only did he sell them out directly, but he also chose to hide it from Uzumaki Mito and the others. This was clearly an attempt to exterminate the entire Uzumaki clan. If Uchiha hadn't accidentally discovered that something was wrong in the land of whirlpools and arranged people to conduct an in-depth investigation in advance, and with the help of Uchiha Tianyi's upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God technique, they would probably have been completely screwed this time. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen! The Uzumaki clan will never let you go. Uzumaki Looming gritted his teeth. Don't be impatient. Now is not the time to settle accounts with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Let's wait until after the Second Ninja World War. Next, it is most important to let the Uzumaki clan settle down in Konoha and initially integrate into the Leaf. Uzumaki Mito persuaded. She didn't want Suinwo Looming to ruin her and Tianyi's plans. The Second Ninja World War. Uzumaki Looming was stunned when he heard this. When did the new Ninja World War break out? How come I didn't know about it? Am I out of touch with the ninja world? I've never heard of this before. The Second Ninja World War hasn't broken out yet, but it's probably going to happen soon. Why do you think the three major ninja villages came to attack your country of whirlpools this time? Is it really just because of the secret push by the daimyo of the major countries? They are actually targeting the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, or even the Uzumaki clan's bloodline constitution, they want to use this to successfully create their own Jinchuriki to start the Second Ninja World War, and use them as strategic weapons. At this point, Uzumaki Mito also showed an apologetic look to the stunned Uzumaki Ami and said, "Speaking of which, this matter is actually my fault. If I hadn't used the sealing technique to seal 9 tails in my body first, and hadn't shown that I could call upon the power of 9 tails and return a strong fighting force, the Uzumaki clan wouldn't have been targeted." This is also something she feels very guilty about. She didn't think it through at the beginning. In the final analysis, it is because of youth and vigor that I don't consider things thoroughly. After hearing this, Suinwu Luming's slight uneasiness disappeared, and he shook his head and said, "Master Mito, you didn't expect this result. So, strictly speaking, this matter cannot be blamed on you. I guess, even without you, the major ninja villages will still find a way to seal it with a sealing technique. Don't forget, Sand Shinobi's one-tail Shikaku itself has a very strong sealing technique. Is this probably the fundamental reason why Sand Shinobi did not participate in the surprise attack on the Whirlpool country? He was not an unreasonable person, and there was no point in blaming Uzumaki Mito at this time. It would be better to let Uzumaki Mito feel that he owes the Uzumaki clan. In this way, Uzumaki Mito will pay more attention to the settlement and integration of the Uzumaki clan into Konoha in the future. He believed that Uzumaki, given Mito's personality, he will definitely find a way to compensate the Uzumaki clan later. Not to mention, this time Uzumaki Mito personally came with the Uchiha clan and rescued most of the Uzumaki clan members. This is also a great favor. Maybe. Uzumaki Mito heard that Uzumaki Ami wanted to comfort her, so she didn't dwell on it any longer. She shook her head without commenting, and secretly made up her mind to compensate and take care of the Uzumaki clan in the future. After all, this is my mother's clan. In addition, Senju is now in decline, and there are very few direct descendants left. Good job. If they want to revive quickly in the future, they will probably need the support and help of the Uzumaki clan. The two sides may be able to strengthen subsequent marriages to accelerate the growth of the Senju population. In that case, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others will do as you said and settle the accounts after the Second Ninja World War. I just hope they won't make things difficult for us to settle down and integrate into Konoha, otherwise, we'll settle all the old and new accounts together. Humph. Suinwu Luming snorted coldly. Don't worry, we will help you coordinate. Monkey and the others are in the wrong right now. If they don't want to completely fall out with us, they will never dare to make trouble in this matter. On the contrary, they will probably do their best to support your settlement and integration into Konoha. However, the Uzumaki clan must be careful when dealing with monkeys and Danzo in the future. These two guys are not easy to deal with. If you are not careful, you might be tricked by them. The Senju were not prepared for them at the beginning, so they were trapped and killed. Most of the elite troops were killed. If I hadn't considered the overall situation and worried about Konoha's destruction, and I was getting older and older, because the vitality of the sealed-tailed beast was seriously lost, and my lifespan was not long, I have already taken action to kill them. Humph. Fortunately, now that she has practiced Chinese martial arts and the Chakra Jotyen moving method, she has stopped the extra loss of vitality and even recovered some of the lost vitality, making her lifespan longer. Life is extended in a disguised way. Later, Tianyi will definitely be able to create a life potion to completely restore her vitality. By then, with her Uzumaki clan's longevity, she will definitely be able to live for several decades, and it is not impossible for her to outlive the third generation. 0147050009 Philo 1033600060 If Chinese martial arts and Chakra Jotyen moving method achieve great breakthrough, lifespan can be even longer. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 79. Is that so? I understand. I will remind my tribesmen to be careful when dealing with them. After hearing this, Suinwu Luming frowned and nodded seriously. This is a bloody lesson learned by the Senju clan. I and my family will definitely learn from it when we make a living in Konoha in the future. The Uzumaki clan must not repeat the mistakes of the Senju. Chief Lu Ming, our two tribes can interact more often in the future. It's not the same as before. We Uchiha and the Senju clan are now allied. An ally of an ally can also be an ally. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko on the side also spoke with a smile. With the gratitude for this rescue, it should be easy to get along well with the Uzumaki clan in the future. If Tianyi wants to become Hokage in the future, it will definitely be easier if he can get the support of the Uzumaki clan. He would not underestimate the Uzumaki clan's foundation and future influence just because they had just escaped. The Uzumaki clan, who possesses advanced shadow clone and has strong physical and bloodline, are destined to become a very important clan in the future. It can be predicted that the barrier class will definitely be controlled by the Uzumaki clan in the future. Even if the third generation will try their best to prevent this kind of thing in the early stage, in the future when the third generation steps down, both Tsunade and Tianyi will allow this kind of thing. The barrier team can only play its greatest role, protect Konoha, and even bring greater benefits to Konoha if it is in the hands of the professional Uzumaki clan. This is natural. This is natural. After hearing this, Uzumaki Looming quickly smiled and nodded. If it weren't for your Uchiha clan, our Uzumaki clan might have been destroyed this time. From now on, our two tribes will be ironclad allies. If Patriarch Zinyan is willing, once we are settled, I think we can sign a covenant and finalize this matter in this way. From now on, we, your clan and the Senju clan can work together, how about that? This guy is really hitting the snake with a stick. Fortunately, Uchiha Nobuhiko also had this idea and nodded in agreement immediately. Okay. Then after you settle down, we will agree on a time to hold the alliance battle. Then he looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked, Lord Mito, do you want the Senju to come along as well? A verbal alliance is not as good as an alliance signed directly. He planned to invite representatives from all the ninja clans in Konoha to attend the covenant signing ceremony and witness it all. By then, if the Senju and Uzumaki clans want to break the alliance, they will have to consider the consequences. Yes. I agree on behalf of the Senju clan. Uzumaki Mito smiled knowingly and 633 nodded directly. She was naturally very clear about what Uchiha Nobuhiko was planning. But she also wanted to take this opportunity to see Senju and Uchiha tied up. With Uchiha Tianyi around, the future of the Uchiha clan will definitely not be limited. She was stupid to refuse. Perhaps, after the alliance, we can ask Tianyi to give the Senju and Uzumaki clans a certain number of contract quotas every year in the future. Uzumaki Mito even thought in his mind. Having only practiced Chinese martial arts, Tianyi meditation, and Tianyi chakra refining, and after learning about the chakra movement method, she became more aware of the heaven-defying aspects of these practices. If Senju wants to keep up with Uchiha in the future and not be completely left behind, this step must be achieved. It is far from enough for her, Tsunade, Kushina and Nawaka to make a contract with the sky. At the age of 5, Tianyi, who had only practiced for a few months, was able to create such a large number of heaven-defying practice methods. Uzumaki Mito even believed that Tianyi would definitely be able to create a real method of immortality in the future. When that day comes, Uchiha will be eternal. As long as the Senju are not left behind, they will naturally benefit from it, become an immortal family, and exist forever in the ninja world. Haha. That's great. Uchiha Nobuhiko laughed out loud when he heard this, and suddenly remembered something, and couldn't help but remind him, oh right. Should we notify Anbu and ask them to inform the third generation that they don't have to go and come back? Don't let them run to the whirlpool country and run away empty-handed. If something goes wrong, the ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages haven't evacuated yet, and we run into them, that would be terrible. Now is not the time for the third generation to die. We'll have to wait until we've squeezed out their surplus value. Now even if the third generation died, neither Tsunade nor Tien would be suitable to take the position as the new Hokage. Prestige and strength are far from enough. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. Uzumaki Mito also reacted after hearing this, and immediately said to Tianyi, Tianyi, could you please go and tell Tsunade to notify Anbu? It is really not appropriate for Uchiha to inform Anbu about this matter, as Anbu may not believe what Uchiha said. No problem. Wait a minute. Tianyi listened and nodded. He immediately locked onto the coordinates he had left on Tsunade and teleported over with a swish. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at each other and were not surprised at all that Tenika left the Flying Thunder God mark on Tsunade. Not to mention Tsunade, these two also have it. This was left after Tianyi took the initiative to ask. Both of them were completely confident in Tianyi. Tianyi was teleported over and found that Tsunade was leading thousands of Uzumaki people on the way to the Senju clan's territory. The appearance of so many unfamiliar red-haired Uzumaki people in Konoha naturally attracted the attention of countless villagers and even Konoha shinobi. Anbu noticed them too. An Anbu squadron leader led his men directly over, stopped Tsunade and others, and asked about the situation. Just at this moment Tianyi teleported over. Anbu and his men immediately became alert and prepared to take action. Don't do it. He is my disciple. Tsunade raised her hand to stop them without even looking at them, then turned around and saw Tianyi appear. She immediately asked angrily, "Can you not show up so suddenly? It almost caused an accident. Tell me. What's the matter that makes you so anxious to see me?" Tianyi glanced at the Anbu, shrugged helplessly at Tsunade and said, "Didn't Grandma Mito ask me to come find you quickly? She told me to tell you to tell the Anbu people that the matter in the Whirlpool country is over, and to have the Anbu people quickly send people or ninja hawks to catch up with the Hokage and his men. Don't go to the Whirlpool country, come back quickly." Tsunade was stunned when she heard that. The Anbu who were talking to Tsunade froze. They were so busy hugging Tsunade and so many Uzumaki people to ask about the situation that they forgot about the Ronin going to inform the third generation. "I see. I understand." Tsunade nodded in understanding, then looked at the Anbu and said, "I'm sure you've heard what my disciple said. Don't stop us here to ask questions. Go find a way to notify the old man and the others to come back. When the time comes, they will naturally inquire about this matter in person. This is a matter concerning the thousands of Uzumaki clan joining Konoha. It's not something you, a squadron leader, can handle. You can get out of the way. There are already a lot of people gathered around here, and people are constantly coming here. She doesn't want to be seen as a part of the fun. This is..." "I understand, Master Tsunade. Excuse me." After hearing this, the squadron leader also noticed Tsunade's displeasure. It just so happened that he had a legitimate reason to leave, so he didn't dare to stop her anymore and immediately left quickly with several Anbu. Tsunade looked at Tianyi and asked, "How about it? Do you want to go with me to the Senju tribe's land?" "Forget about this. I have to go back to Grandma Mito. You guys are busy. Gonna." Having said that, Tianyi waved his hand and disappeared instantly. In the Uchiha family's living room. Before Uzumaki Mito and the others could say a few words, they saw Tianyi coming back. Uzumaki Mito smiled at him and nodded, "Are you back? Are you done?" Tianyi nodded affirmatively. "When I went there, Teacher Tsunade and the others were stopped by Anbu people and asked about the situation, so I told them directly. Now Anbu's people have sent people to inform the third generation. Haha. I guess when the third generation and Danzo receive the news and know that we have completed the task and rescued the people, they will probably be very depressed, right? They should be depressed." Uzumaki Mito laughed sarcastically, "After harming the Senju and suppressing the Uchiha, now you want to harm the Uzumaki clan." He not only made a deal with Daimyo Tatsu, Achsebe, and reaped the benefits, but he also aimed to further weaken the power and influence of my Senju clan, right? He thought that if I pretended to be aware of it and enthusiastically led people to rescue him, I would not know the real truth behind it. I would not settle accounts with him later. You wish? Humph. How he treated the Senju and the Uzumaki clan in the past, in the future, she will only become more severe in her treatment of the Sarutobi flag and the families behind Danzo and others. After all, Konoha was founded by the Senju and the Uchiha. When will it be your turn as a small Sarutobi clan to take over their power? Uzumaki Luming, who was standing by, also said with a look of shared hatred and solidarity, Senju Tobirama was really blind to accept these few disciples. Look at what they have done to Senju and Konoha. It can be heard that Uzumaki Ami is very dissatisfied with Senju Tobirama at this time. I feel that all these are hidden dangers left by him. I don't know who he is. If one's virtue is not in line with one's position, there will be disasters. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko said, if the third generation does this, even if we don't take action in the future, they will still be retaliated against. Why did the Inoshika CH clan dare to approach us and show goodwill to us during the bidding meeting? Isn't it because the third generation has been excluding dissidents and suppressing the major ninja clans over the years? Unknowingly, they have already embarked on a path of disunity. If my son Tianyi hadn't shown up, they might have been able to suppress Manhen for a while, and even I, Uchiha, might have been completely suppressed by them. What a pity. The timing was right for me. God probably couldn't stand it anymore, so he let me give birth to a genius like Tianyi. Take my Uchiha and go down a different path. Haha. This is the proudest thing in Uchiha Nobuhiko's life. Haha. Indeed. Uzumaki Mito listened and looked at Tianyi lovingly and praised, isn't it the same for me, the Senju and the Uzumaki clan? If it weren't for Tianyi, the complete decline and even extinction of the Senju and Uzumaki clans in the future is foreseeable. You are truly our lucky star and savior. Really? Uzumaki looming also nodded in agreement. The person I should thank the most this time is Tianyi. Next, they discussed the current situation in Konoha and the possible reactions of the third generation and Danzo. After deciding on the countermeasures, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Ashi Minkei said goodbye and left. After watching Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Akiaki leave the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled and reached out to touch Tianyi's head and praised, "This time it's all thanks to you, kid. This is a great job. Now, not only do I have a new ally in Uchiha, but my relationship with the Senju has also become closer. It will be much easier for you to get promoted in the future." Uchiha Nobuhiko took Tianyi back home first, and then continued, "However, this time you exposed the Flying Thunder God technique and the mass teleportation array. Later, the third generation will probably shamelessly ask you for your upgraded Flying Thunder God technique and mass teleportation array. Have you figured out how to deal with it? Why don't you let me, your father, do it? I want to see how shameless he can be, hehe. He never overestimates the third generation's thick skin. That's not necessary." Tianyi listened, touched his chin and shook his head, thinking, if he wants it, it's not impossible to give it to him. The premise is that he has to pay a sufficient price to exchange it. Speaking of which, I have a few forbidden techniques that I want to master in the Book of Sealing. Mastering these, my subsequent plans will be more perfect. Anyway, no one in Konoha can even learn the second generation version of the Flying Thunder God technique, let alone my super upgraded version. Even for Minato, it will probably take many years to learn my single-player super upgraded Flying Thunder God technique. Not to mention mass teleportation. The key is that Minato has already been on my side. It's useless for the third generation to try to win him over. Even if they take my upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique, they won't be able to learn it. It will only be a waste of energy. Normally, the more powerful the ninjutsu, the higher the talent requirements and difficulty of practicing it. If you don't have enough talent, it's useless even if you have it. Oh? Is that so? Uchiha Nobuhiko saw Tianyi's confident look, and thought of his feelings when he watched the second edition of Flying Thunder God technique, and nodded in understanding. In this case, we can put them in a good position. You can definitely try it if you change it. But what forbidden technique in the book do you want to seal? Most of the forbidden techniques there were created by the second generation, right? Are they in the Senju inheritance given to you by Master Mito? Really not. Tianyi shook his head helplessly and said, the second generation seemed to think that it was too dangerous to leave these forbidden techniques in the hands of the Senju clan, so only the village was qualified to seal them. So, there are no backup copies of these forbidden techniques left with the Senju clan. I don't know what to say about him. It feels like the second generation, since becoming Hokage, has been more concerned about Konoha than the Senju? Is that so? Uchiha Nobuhiko was also speechless after hearing this and could not understand second generation's thoughts at all. But he was also very curious about what kind of forbidden technique could make the second generation so cautious. He understood it clearly, and then decided whether to stop Tianyi from practicing. If the forbidden technique is too dangerous, he will never agree to let Tianyi learn it no matter what. With Tianyi's level of evil, even without these forbidden techniques, he will be invincible in the ninja world in the future, or even transcend the ninja world. There is absolutely no need to take this risk. Uchiha couldn't afford to lose his results. Thinking of this, he immediately asked, what forbidden technique do you want? Tell me. Tianyi saw his father's worry and immediately smiled. It's mainly reanimation jutsu and spiritualization technique. You can also have one copy of 8 Inner Gates formation. Although there is a man named Might Dai in the village who has mastered the incomplete 8 Inner Gates formation, it is definitely not as perfect as the one in the sealed book. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 80. What? These 3 ninjutsu? I know. Uchiha Nobuhiko was also surprised when he heard this, then he frowned and looked at Tianyi and asked, why do you want to learn these 3 ninjutsu? Reanimation jutsu is a desecration of the dead, which is not a good thing. This taboo will be feared and hostile to others. I have also heard of the spiritualization technique, but this forbidden technique requires the soul to leave the body, which is also quite dangerous. If you go wrong, the soul may be damaged or even die. 8 Inner Gates formation is even more so. Once the 8th gate is opened, death is certain. This is also a forbidden technique that overdraws your potential and has extremely high requirements on your body. It is not that easy to practice. With your talent, there is no need for you to practice this forbidden technique. I can't figure it out. I totally can't figure it out. Mainly for research. Tianyi listened and said helplessly, although these 3 forbidden techniques have various flaws, their concept levels are not low and their research value is still quite high. For example, reanimation jutsu. With this, I can at least master the means to summon the souls of the dead from the pure land of the underworld. Think about it. If I resurrect the first and second generations and tell them how the third generation killed the Senju clan and wanted to kill the Uzumaki clan, wouldn't it be interesting? Uchiha Nobuhiko's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he stroked his chin and thought, don't tell me, don't tell me. When I think about it, I'm looking forward to it. He wanted to see the scene too. I believe that second generation's faces will look very good by then, haha. In addition, Tianyi continued, with my understanding, maybe I can further improve and sublimate this forbidden technique and create a magic technique that can truly and perfectly resurrect the dead. Ha! When Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this, his eyes widened and he looked at Tiandayo in amazement. Are you serious? Can you really do this? If he could, wouldn't his son be comparable to a god? If Hogyoku or anyone else had said this, he would have simply thought the other person was crazy. But if it was Tianyi, considering the heaven-defying cultivation methods he created, Uchiha Zinyan somehow believed in it and had expectations for it. Who knows? It's always right to try. Even if you fail, you can still take it as a kind of accumulation, right? Tianyi smiled and spread his hands. If you succeed, you will make a lot of money. Of course, for Tianyi who possesses the talent of wishes, success is inevitable. It just depends on how many wishes need to be consumed. If there were too many, he would definitely be reluctant to give them up, and would continue to collect forbidden techniques related to resurrection, etc., lowering the requirements before making a wish for enlightenment. There are still some things related to resurrection in the ninja world. For example, the future Sand Shinobi Cho will create the self-reincarnation technique, the outer reincarnation technique of Madara Rinnegan of Uchiha, etc. Is that so? That's right. So, this is also your plan for the spiritualization technique and the 8 inner gates formation? Uchiha Nobuhiko asked again. That's about right. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. Spiritualization technique will play an important role in my in-depth research on the soul and in the future further deduction of the cultivation method of longevity. 8 inner gates formation is also a good reference for studying the secrets of human potential. The main thing is that there are no other forbidden techniques he wants in the sealed book. The others are basically all in the Senju inheritance given by Uzumaki Mito. Especially Senju Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, dark technique, tandem paper bombs technique and so on. Since you have made up your mind, then change it. Just be careful when researching. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded, then said doubtfully, however, the other forbidden techniques are fine, but I doubt the third generation will be willing to give them to you. Reanimation jutsu. That's none of my business. Tianyi listened and shrugged indifferently. It would be best if he is willing, it would save me a lot of trouble. If he is not willing, then he can forget about getting the group Flying Thunder God teleportation array and the upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique from me. He might want to redeem it, right? Anyway, after the Second Ninja World War ends in a few years, he will be driven out by us, and then my teacher will take over. It won't be too late for me to learn then. Of course, it would be best to get it before he steps down, so that we can revive the second generation sooner. This way, we can see a lot of good shows. Uchiha Nobuhiko also touched his chin with a playful look on his face and said, that's true. However, when he sees that our Uchiha has developed so well, and you have become the reserve 5th Hokage, while the Senju has fallen to such a state, I guess he will feel very unbalanced, right? But even if there is an imbalance, he will not be able to stop Tianyi from becoming the 5th Hokage and stop the Uchiha from rising. Let him be. I just want to have some fun. Tianyi shook his head indifferently. In fact, considering that he will unify the ninja world in the future and even set his sights on the heavens and all realms, he also has the idea of completely reviving the second generation and the first generation and letting them work for him in the future. However, it is too early to consider this now. Let's wait until he becomes invincible in the ninja world and wishes for the ability to travel through all realms. Third generation and Danzo, the Anbu people finally passed the information to the third generation through the ninja hawk more than an hour after Tianyi returned. It can be seen that they had indeed tried their best to hurry on their way. Not that they really cared much about the life or death of the Uzumaki clan. They simply wanted to show off in front of Uzumaki Mito and ease the relationship, so as to avoid the Uzumaki clan being wiped out and Uzumaki Mito finally putting all the blame on them. In addition, the two of them will also get a share of the Uzumaki clan's corpses and obtain part of the Uzumaki clan's accumulated wealth and sealing technique inheritance. Unfortunately, all these plans were completely shattered after they read the letter delivered by Ninja Eagle. The Uzumaki clan has been rescued by Lord Mito and his men and brought back to Konoha. They don't have to go to the land of whirlpools? How is this possible? How on earth did they do it? How could the group Flying Thunder God technique that Uchiha Tianyi performed earlier be used so frequently? After reading the letter, third generation and Danzo couldn't help but exclaimed in disbelief. Hiruzen, what should we do now? After a while, Danzo looked at the gloomy third generation and asked. He's a little numb now. This time they made a wasted trip. Of course, Danzo was very interested in how Uzumaki Mito and the others did it. He is also extremely interested in Uchiha Tianyi's group, Flying Thunder God technique, and even Uchiha Tianyi himself. I can't wait to get it. Unfortunately, he knew that this was a very difficult matter and required long-term consideration. But he believed that with his ability and intelligence, there would always be opportunities. Let's go. Go back first. Third generation said this in a deep voice, called everyone together, and headed back to Yana. The speed is even 3 points faster than when we came. In the end, it took them less than an hour to successfully return to Konoha. The third generation did not rush to look for Uzumaki Mito and the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, but directly notified Minister Enbu, and took Danzo back to his Hokage's office to wait. Brush. Not long after, Minister Enbu suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office, and the third generation knelt on one knee and said, "You are so great. No need to be so polite." The third generation waved their hands and asked impatiently, "Tell me. What happened? Do you know how Mito-sama and the others did it? Have all the people from Uchiha returned as well? What is the current situation of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan?" Faced with this series of questions, Minister Enbu responded one by one, replying to Hokage-sama. "I don't know how Mito-sama and the others did it, and I don't dare to ask. But the thousands of survivors of the Uzumaki clan all came from the Uchiha clan's territory. At present, the survivors of the Uzumaki clan have been taken by Master Tsunade to the Senju clan's land for temporary settlement. Tsunade-sama also told an Anbyo captain that when you come back, they will discuss with you how to settle the Uzumaki clan and where to allocate their territory. As for the Uchiha, they seem to have returned at the same time as Mito-sama and the others. That's about it. To be more specific, I have consulted Lady Tsunade, but she is unwilling to tell me Mito-sama doesn't want to see me. They all said that they will wait until you come back to tell them everything. It feels bad to be caught in the middle of this kind of fight between gods. But what can Minister Enbu do? Who made him Minister Enbu? Thinking of this, he suddenly had the idea of hiding his eyes. Is that so? I understand. You go down first. 0, please give me flowers. The third generation listened, tapped the table with their fingers, then nodded and waved their hands to signal Minister Enbu to leave. Then, he waved his hand to activate the isolation barrier in the office, looked at Danzo and said, "Danzo, what do you think?" Danzo was speechless and said, "It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what Master Mito thinks. I guess the fact that we suppressed Suinwu Luming's letter for help has been exposed. Mito-sama asked you to go see her, probably because he wants to settle the score later. But it's not our fault, is it? If you want to blame someone, blame the daimyo. If you want to blame someone, blame the Uzumaki clan themselves. You can build a village, but why do you want to build a country? Isn't this exposing the inverse scales of the names of all the countries? In this matter, we just played a role of not helping either side. At most, we suppressed the request for help, compromised with the daimyo, and received some benefits. You can't blame us, right? It's not like we're going to attack the Whirlpool country. Besides, haven't the Uzumaki clan been rescued now? There are thousands of them. That's more than the number of people in my Shimura clan." At this point, Danzo couldn't help but sneer. Instead of worrying about this, you should think about how to appease and settle the Uzumaki clan in the future. At the same time, we must also start to guard against the Uzumaki clan becoming more powerful in the future. The Senju clan, with the help of the Uzumaki clan and even the Uchiha clan, will revive from the ashes. After this rescue, I'm worried that the three tribes might reach a complete iron-blooded alliance and advance and retreat together in the future, then the threat would be huge. At this time, Danzo regretted why he didn't secretly kidnap Uchiha Tianyi directly. Why wasn't there a tougher crackdown on Uchiha? Up to now, the situation is no longer under his control. It is extremely difficult to do these things again. Def. The third generation immediately reacted after hearing Danzo's analysis and couldn't help but gasp, really? This is really troublesome. But there is no good way to suppress the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans at this time. It would be difficult for us to stop the Senju from using the two tribes to rise again. At most, we can write articles on those Senju who have been integrated into the civilian population, and see if we can stop Shisui-sama from reintegrating these people into the Senju in the future. But he estimated that it was bad enough. Whatever Uzumaki Mito wants to do, he really can't stop him. Especially since I was in the wrong this time. Be careful, you are lucky if you don't get beaten. Oh. It's really too difficult for me. Third generation couldn't help but cover his forehead and sighed with a headache. It's hard to hold the position of Hokage. Especially when there are several uncontrollable ninjas and powerful figures below. Oh. If you really think it's difficult, why don't you let me do it? I'm not afraid of difficulties. At this time, Danzo on the side sneered. Are you kidding me? As a Hokage, you can't handle this kind of problem? As expected, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are not a suitable Hokage at all. I am the one. Vr. However, when the third generation heard Danzo's seemingly joking but actually sincere words, they said contemptuously, just forget it. You're totally unsuitable. Danzo. This was verified by the teacher. I also know that you have always coveted my position as Hokage, but I advise you to give up as soon as possible. I won't give you a chance. Ha! Want his position as Hokage? Dreaming? Even if he is too old to work, he will give way to his son or even grandson. The position of Hokage should be Sarutobi Hiruzen's private property in the future. Don't allow others to covet it. The only thing that may be a headache for the third generation is that their eldest son is not that outstanding. Becoming an elite Genin is not a problem, but if he wants to become a cage-level strongman, he probably lacks some. The main reason is that it did not inherit the 5 attribute chakra talents of the third generation. This prevents him from learning the third generation's 5-style combined ninjutsu. Without this, it would be difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to break through the cage level with his bloodline talent. Especially when his eldest son's talent is not that outstanding. Therefore, third generation has started to consider practicing a trumpet. His requirements were not high, as long as he could give birth to a genius with Uchiha 10-half talent, he would be satisfied. P.S. Please order by yourself. Chapter 81. Kr. When Danzo heard what the third generation said and saw their contemptuous look, he immediately exploded, ha! In that case, I won't bother our third Hokage anymore. I'll leave the matter between the Uzumaki clan, Mito-sama, and the Uchiha matter to you to slowly figure out a solution. Humph. Having said that, Danzo left angrily. Danzo. Wait a minute. No matter how the third generation called out to him to stay, Danzo left without even looking back. This guy. He's old, but why is he still so angry? He just told the truth, why is he still angry? When the third generation saw this, they sighed helplessly. However, at this moment, third generation saw Danzo coming back angrily and heard his muttering. DB. Facing Danzo's livid face and fierce gaze, third generation felt a little embarrassed. If you are caught saying bad things about someone, anyone with a little shame would feel embarrassed. Although the third generation often have no bottom line, are shameless, insidious and ruthless, they still care about their reputation on the surface. Seeing Danzo like this, he felt that it would be bad to continue the stalemate, so he could only smile and ask, Danzo. Is there something you want to come back for? Or are you not angry anymore? Have you figured it out? Oh. Not at all. Danzo sneered in response, then walked into the office and continued, you interrupted me so much that I almost forgot the most important thing. Have you forgotten about Uchiha Tianyi's Flying Thunder God technique array that can transport many people in a group? Judging from the speed at which they rescued people, I doubt that the Flying Thunder God array might be able to transport people over very long distances. They must have been teleported directly to the Whirlpool country, otherwise, it would be impossible to complete the rescue so quickly and bring the people back. You don't know what this terrifying super long-distance group space teleportation ability means, right? We must find a way to make him hand over this ninjutsu so that we can control it. With this ninjutsu, we will be much more calm when facing war crises in the future, even if the transmission distance is far enough and the transmission conditions are simple enough. We might be able to send our troops directly to the enemy's lair during the war and destroy their ninja village directly. If all of this can be achieved, then it won't be impossible for us to unify the ninja world in the future. Thinking of this, Danzo's face was full of fantasy. He seemed to have already seen the scene where Konoha unified the ninja world under his hands, and he himself became the god of the ninja world, trampling all the Hokage and Raikage under his feet. By then, Hokage would be nothing but trash in his eyes. By then, he would find a way to resurrect his teacher through reanimation jutsu, let him see the great achievements he had made, and tell him that he had misjudged someone in my group, and that someone in my group was the one who was truly suitable to become Hokage or even surpass Hokage. Danzo, you're taking this too far. But when the third generation heard what Danzo said next, they frowned and said, unifying the ninja world is not a good idea at all. You'd better not have such radical ideas, I won't agree with them. If possible, he would rather guard Konoha and the Land of Fire and watch the ninja world remain peaceful forever. But he knew that was impossible. But he is still willing to fight for relative peace. It's unrealistic to unify the ninja world, and similarly, it's not something he and the Sarutobi clan can control. Kr. After hearing this, Danzo became angry and his face turned red. He looked at the third generation with a look of disappointment and contempt. In his opinion, what's wrong with unifying the ninja world? You Sarutobi Hiruzen are too weak. As for Uchiha Tenuka's group Flying Thunder God teleportation jutsu, we really have to find a way to get it from him. This kind of thing is indeed not suitable for one person's hands, especially the Uchiha hand. It should be controlled by the village. I will find a way to summon Uchiha Tianyi later and obtain the training method of this ninjutsu from him. Third generation then changed their topic. He also attaches great importance to this ninjutsu. He had heard about Uchiha Tenuka's suspected mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique from Anbu before, but there was no definite news. But this time it is completely certain. Not only did the other party master the Flying Thunder God technique, he even came up with a new one, further elevating it. This kind of terrifying understanding and talent is really frightening and enviable. I wish I had such talent. I wish my son had such a talent. Third generation thought somewhat longingly. Unfortunately, desire is just desire. It will never become a reality. I'm afraid that Little Devil and Uchiha are not easy to fool. Are you sure you can do it? How about I take action? Danzo said with sharp eyes. He wanted to take this opportunity to control Uchiha in his hand. He felt that he couldn't let Uchiha Tianyi continue to develop like this. How long has it been? He even changed the Uchiha clan. No. The third generation looked at Danzo seriously and warned him, Danzo, don't mess around with this matter. Leave it to me. I can handle it, and I can handle it well. Just stop making trouble for me. You also said that the current Uchiha Tianyi and Uchiha are not easy to deal with. According to your thoughts and actions, if you are not careful, you may offend Uchiha and Uchiha Tianyi to death and completely ignite the time bomb of Uchiha. By then, none of us will be well. Do you understand? Simple violence cannot solve any problem. You. Danzo listened and looked at the third generation with an unhappy face. After a while, he said coldly, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Having said that, Danzo turned and left again. Danzo, you're a genius. At this moment, he heard the familiar voice of the third generation from behind. He clenched his fists, paused, and his face became ferocious, and his teeth were almost broken. You are the Hokage. You are the Hokage. Why do you always say this deliberately to provoke me? You know I hate hearing that. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you did it on purpose. Just wait for me, you sinister villain. One day, I will make you regret saying this to me. One day I will take back my position as Hokage, and then I will let you taste the frustration of saying this. With this thought in mind, Danzo angrily left the Hokage building and headed straight for his root headquarters. He wanted to learn more about the group's Flying Thunder God technique and the situation of the Vortex clan from the root. If he didn't understand these things clearly, he would feel uneasy. In addition, if possible, he still wanted to take direct action against Uchiha Tianyi and get everything he wanted from his mind. He doubted that even if the third generation obtained the group Flying Thunder God technique from Uchiha Tianyi, it would be unlikely to give him a copy. In the end, he still has to find a way to get it himself. He absolutely could not let go of this kind of strategic ninjutsu. The third generation sorted out their thoughts and then stood up and walked towards the Senju tribe's territory. A few minutes later, he was allowed to enter Mito's yard. I met Uzumaki Mito in the living room and Uzumaki Ami, who came to ask for information. As soon as he saw the third generation, Uzumaki Akihime could not help but ask, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, why did you withhold my letter for help? Not only did you not respond to me, but you even hid it from the water giant. Do you really want to kill my Uzumaki clan? We are allies. How can you be an ally like this? What on earth are you thinking?" Facing the roar of Uzumaki Ame and the cold gaze of Uzumaki Mito, the third generation said with a wry smile, "I didn't want to do that either. But who made you establish the country of Whirlpool as a ninja clan and offend all the daimyos in the ninja world? And he has mastered so many advanced sealing techniques, which directly attracted the covetousness of other ninja villages. The daimyo warned me beforehand that we in Konoha are not allowed to intervene. Otherwise, all the daimyo will unite and use their own interests to drive all other ninja villages to besiege Konoha. Tell me yourself, what can I do in this situation? I am the Hokage. I am responsible for the survival and future of Konoha first, right?" "Oh." After hearing this, Suinryu Luming sneered and said, "So, all this is our own fault, Suinryu clan." At this moment, he wished he could tear the ugly face of third generation apart. How can this BD have the nerve to say such things? We are allies. Do you understand what an ally is? Besides, the daimyo and the Hokage are on the same level, why are you so afraid of the daimyo? Even if you really care about Konoha, you can tell Master Mito that it's okay to let the people in the water rescue them as individuals or senju, right? But third generation suppressed all the requests for help and joy to zero. This is the most hateful thing. He was not doing this for Konoha at all, he was just doing it for himself. That's not the case. The third generation could see that Uzumaki Luming didn't believe what he said at all, and the anger in his heart didn't diminish at all because of his explanation, but instead became even greater. He quickly continued to defend himself, "I admit that what I did was indeed unkind, and I am willing to apologize to you here. Also, the Uzumaki clan is now preparing to officially join Konoha, right? I can give you some compensation in this matter. How about we allocate a nice piece of land in Konoha for you as your Uzumaki clan's territory in Konoha from now on?" He believed that as long as he offered enough compensation, and his previous words were not completely nonsense, for the sake of the overall situation, the man in the water would definitely persuade Xian Diaming to agree. But the next moment, Uzumaki Mito said, "Not enough. Hand over the authority of Konoha's barrier team and let the Uzumaki clan control it from now on. In addition, not only can we not reduce the funding for the barrier class, but we must expand the staff of the barrier class and increase the funding fivefold, and for the next 5 years, the Uzumaki clan may not be forced to perform high-risk missions." After this incident, although the Uzumaki clan still has a considerable number of people, they have suffered heavy losses. For the time being, they do not have the energy and ability to carry out these high-risk missions. Do you understand? Uzumaki Mito actually didn't want to compromise, and wanted to use this as an excuse to kill the third generation. But if she really did that, not only would it ruin Tianyi and his fourth generation plan, causing the next fourth Hokage position to fall to someone else, but it would also be very likely to cause other ninja villages to launch a second war in advance and collectively besiege Konoha and divide it up. This is not what Uzumaki Mito wants to see. Therefore, she chose to compromise on this matter. Wait until after World War II, and then slowly settle everything with the third generation. She had already discussed this matter with Suinryu Luming and agreed on it. For the sake of Konoha's stability and greater interests, Uzumaki Ami naturally agreed. The third generation was a little hesitant after hearing this. This is asking for both power and privilege, which will cause him great losses. But he knew that this was Uzumaki Mito's bottom line, and he had to agree to it whether he wanted to or not. Otherwise, this matter will not be resolved. If Uzumaki Mito and his men choose to make this matter public, not only will his prestige in the village plummet, but it will also make other ninja clans feel disheartened and their status will be lost. Therefore, the third generation could only compromise and agreed, "Okay. Let's do as you say, Master Mito. From now on, the barrier class will test the Vortex clan leader. In the next 5 years, no high-risk missions will fall on the Uzumaki clan. Then the May 3rd incident is over, right? Uzumaki Mito listened, shook his head and said, in addition to what you just said, we should also give the Uzumaki clan a better piece of land as their clan land. This should be given for free. Good. After hearing this, the third generation gritted their teeth and agreed. The previous two conditions have been agreed to, so this one won't make a difference. As long as this matter can be resolved and the dissatisfaction of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Ashiming can be resolved, it will be a profit. Very good. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction and said, in that case, you should implement these three things as soon as possible. Especially the selection of the clan land and the transfer of power of the barrier class. You and Liu Ming will discuss all of these later. I will not interfere. But, at this point, she looked at Suinwo Luming and said, if you are not satisfied with anything, remember to tell me immediately, my Uzumaki clan cannot continue to suffer losses, understand? The third generation heard that this was a warning for him not to play tricks on these matters. But the third generation felt very uncomfortable hearing this. He really wasn't going to play tricks on this matter. He just wanted to resolve this matter as quickly and smoothly as possible and eliminate the Uzumaki clan's dissatisfaction and hatred towards him. But he didn't dare to refute anything and just smiled apologetically. I feel so depressed. Yes. I've got it in mind. Suinwo Luch saw all of this and nodded happily in agreement. He likes to see the third generation looking so frustrated. There is always a sense of revenge. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 82. B. Seeing that the matter was settled and this stage was passed, the third generation couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Mito with a smile and asked tentatively, Master Mito, can you tell me about your entire rescue process? Also, was the method of mass teleportation that you used earlier created by Tianyi? Is this an improved version of Flying Thunder God? Are there any limitations? Before contacting Uchiha Tianyi, he still wanted to get some specific information about this ninjutsu from Uzumaki Mito so that he would have more idea about it. Uzumaki Mito knew what the third generation was up to when he heard this, and he sneered, are you targeting Xiao Tianyi's Flying Thunder God? DB. When the third generation heard this, they were shocked by Uzumaki Mito's sharp gaze and waved their hands to explain, you can't say that. I do think this ninjutsu has great strategic significance for the village. If the village can master this technique, when we face invasion in the future, we can use this ninjutsu to deploy troops to the front line or even the enemy's hinterland more quickly, which will create excellent conditions for us to achieve victory, but I'm not going to take it for nothing. I can give you compensation of corresponding value, after all, I am doing this for the village, right? I hope you can understand, Mito-sama. Oh. Uzumaki Mito sneered after hearing this, don't try to blackmail me. You want this upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique? Just show enough sincerity. If you want to get it for free or use coercion or bribery, don't blame me for being rude. Humph. Forget it. Why am I telling you all this? I'll call Tianyi over right now, and you can talk to him about this matter first. Of course, she didn't act on Tianyi's own accord. Instead, Tianyi had anticipated this possibility beforehand and asked Uzumaki Mito to help her deal with it when the third generation asked her about this matter. With Uzumaki Mito as a deterrent, he could negotiate more easily. Okay. Although third generation was very reluctant, he would rather discuss it with Tianyi alone. Young people are definitely easier to fool. But now he obviously had no right to refuse in front of Uzumaki Mito. Damn it! Why didn't this old woman die earlier? A hint of malice could not help but emerge in third generation's heart. The next moment, Uzumaki Mito sensed it, looked over expressionlessly and asked, are you upset with me? No. No. The third generation was suddenly startled and quickly emptied their minds, clearing their previous bad thoughts from their heads and trying hard to recall the good things Uzumaki Mito had done in the past. Oh. Uzumaki Mito sensed that the third generation's ill will towards him had disappeared, so he stopped bothering with him. Of course, she knew that this would only temporarily prevent the third generation from showing any ill will in front of her. Once they left, they would probably hate her even more. But Uzumaki Mito doesn't care. This is the deterrent process she wants. What she wants is for the third generation to be afraid of her and respect her. Uzumaki Mito did not set out to look for Tianyi. Instead, she simply moved her mind and input a little chakra into the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God that Tianyi left on her body to activate it. The next moment, Tian, who sensed the change in coordinates, teleported over immediately. Grandma Mito, you're looking for me. Hey? Hokage-sama is here too. Hello. Tianyi came over and greeted Uzumaki Mito first, then noticed the third generation and greeted them with a smile. Ahihi, hello Tianyi. The third generation also greeted Tianyi with a puzzled look on their faces. At this time, Uzumaki Mito said to Tianyi, I called you here because the monkey took a fancy to your sublimated flying thunder god technique and wanted to trade with you. I'll make the decision for you and talk to you here. If you want anything, just ask. Of course, if you really don't want to trade, no one can force you with me here. Just make your own decision. Tianyi listened and nodded in understanding. It was just as he and his father expected. This sublimated version of the unique secret technique is related to the fundamentals of the people. Tianyi said while looking at the third generation with a smile. He looked like he was not prepared to agree. Hearing this, the third generation suddenly became anxious. Uzumaki Mito has said so. If Tianyi really doesn't intend to trade, he really can't force it. By then you'll be in trouble. He quickly said to Tianyi, Tianyi. I know this matter is very difficult for you. But the group Flying Thunder God teleportation technique is too important for the village. You are also a member of the village, aren't you? Please, for the sake of the village, trade with me. Please. As they spoke, the third generation bowed to the sky, showing their sincerity. If it were an ordinary person, he might really be fooled, but the sky obviously won't go down this way. He stroked his chin and pondered, is that so? It's not impossible to trade. Very good. Before he could continue, the third generation looked at Tianyi excitedly and said, I thank you on behalf of the village. Don't be so hasty. I haven't told you my conditions yet. When Tianyi saw it, he waved his hand and said, I agree. But you have to pay more. Money? How much do you want? After hearing this, third generation raised his eyebrows slightly. Although money is important, it is nothing compared to this unique strategic secret technique. He thought Tianyi would come up with something even more difficult for him. At worst, I can go to Daming to play Kaiyufen later and bring back some money. It just so happens that I can use the affairs of the Uzumaki clan this time to make something of it. Just say that Lord Mito is unhappy, and the Uzumaki clan is also unhappy. He believed that the daimyo would compromise and offer sufficient benefits. That's not what I meant by money. Tianyi saw it and chuckled, saying, secret skills must be exchanged with secret skills. I won't ramble on. I can give you one copy of the group Flying Thunder God teleportation technique, but I want the reanimation jutsu, the spiritualization technique, and the complete 8 inner gates formation. If you agree, we can do the deal later. If you don't agree, forget it. What? As soon as these words came out, the third generation was stunned and frowned. You actually want these 3 forbidden techniques? They are all very dangerous. Especially the first one. Reanimation jutsu is a forbidden technique that desecrates the dead. Can you exchange it for 10? He really didn't want to hand over this forbidden technique to Tianyi. God knows what Tianyi will do with this. Even Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly when he heard that Tianyi wanted to reanimate jutsu, but soon relaxed again, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart, and prepared to ask Tianyi later. She believed that Tianyi was not a reckless person. He must have his reasons for doing so. Originally, third generation was counting on Uzumaki Mito to help him persuade Tianyi not to take the forbidden technique, but when he saw that she just frowned slightly and said nothing, his heart sank. It seems that Master Mito trusts Uchiha Tenika more than I thought. If I had known this, I shouldn't have let him become Tsunade's apprentice. The third generation thought with great regret. As long as Tianyi had not become Tsunade's apprentice, he would not have had the opportunity to easily contact Uzumaki Mito, or even get along so well with her. In fact, if Tianyi had not become Tsunade's apprentice, he would not have been able to maintain such a good relationship with Uzumaki Kushina. Even if he could, he believed that Lord Mito would stop it given his status as an Uchiha. How is it like now? This is truly the biggest mistake I have ever made. Why was I so foolish as to ask Tsunade to take him in as a disciple? The third generation thought with great regret. Now that I think about it, I seem to have been confused at the time. Fortunately, Danzo had strongly opposed this matter at the beginning and wanted to snatch the ownership of Uchiha Tianyi from him. I actually refused it at the beginning and actively pushed it to Tsunade. Stupid. It's really stupid. The third generation cursed in their mind. But it's too late to think about these trivial things now. Seeing that Uzumaki Mito chose to ignore it, and Uchiha Tianyi was determined to reanimate jutsu, the third generation was entangled and struggled again and again, and finally had to nod and agree, okay. I can exchange these 3 forbidden techniques with you. But you have to promise that you won't pass on these 3 forbidden techniques to anyone else. Can you do that? Impossible. Tianyi heard this and shook his head and said, although, I will not pass on reanimation jutsu to others, after all, this forbidden technique is too dangerous. But the spiritualization technique and 8 inner gates formation may not be the same. Some people may be very suitable for these 2 forbidden techniques. After hearing this, the third generation immediately changed their words and said, then reanimation jutsu cannot be circulated, is that okay? It still doesn't work. Tianyi listened and shook his head again. With veins popping out on the third generation's forehead, he continued, the Flying Thunder God technique I gave you doesn't have any restrictions in this regard. But you have to put restrictions on what you give me? This is not fair. For the sake of konoha and the safety of the ninja world, I can choose not to pass on this forbidden technique, but you can't restrict me. If you want to limit yourself by this, it is impossible. This is true even though Tianyi had no intention of telling anyone about forbidden technique. He may not pass it on to others, but he cannot be without the qualifications to do so. Kr. When the third generation heard this, they almost exploded with anger. This little devil is so abominable. I really don't want any restrictions at all. Unfortunately, now they need help from others. For the sake of the Flying Thunder God technique, the third generation, although extremely reluctant, finally had to accept it and nodded, okay. I agree. I'll take the Book of Seals right now, and we'll complete the transaction here as quickly as possible, okay. Having said that, third generation stood up and looked at Tianyi, waiting for his reply. Sure. Go and come back soon. Tianyi waved his hand. Okay. Wait a minute. The third generation felt even more upset when they saw Tianyi's casual attitude that he didn't take him seriously at all. I'm not even going to pretend in front of him. Before, when I gave Tianyi ideological education classes every week, Tianyi at least pretended to be very thoughtful and showed respect for me on the surface. Even he hadn't noticed it was fake before. Now he knows that this kid is born to be an actor. I was careless. He was very suspicious. Wasn't it possible that when Uchiha Tianyi was in the ninja school, he showed recognition and admiration for the will of fire on purpose just to attract his attention? If so, then the matter is serious. Hiss. It seems I have greatly underestimated this little devil. The third generation thought about this, looked up at the sky deeply, and then turned around and left quickly. After he left the yard, Tianyi waved his hand and arranged the next isolation barrier. He sat down next to Uzumaki Mito with a smile and said, Grandma Mito. Thank you for sitting beside me this time, otherwise, it would not be so easy to make a deal. Haha. Nothing. Uzumaki Mito listened, smiled, and shook his head, then asked with some confusion, can you tell me why you want reanimation jutsu? I can understand the spiritualization technique and 8 inner gates formation to some extent, but you are not unaware of the limitations of this forbidden technique, right? In fact, 8 inner gates formation Uzumaki Mito did not recommend Tianyi to learn it. With Tianyi's understanding and talent, he doesn't have to worry about the dangers in the process of practicing the spiritualization technique. Of course it is clear. Tianyi listened, smiled, and nodded without any surprise, and explained, I want forbidden technique for 2 purposes. One is to make sure that the third generation steps down and complete the fourth and fifth generations plan to take over. In the meantime, we may need to revive the first and second generations and ask them for help. Secondly, I want to study and see if I can sublimate the reanimation jutsu and create a true resurrection technique. If it can be done, the gap will be widened. What? When Uzumaki Mito heard the first condition, he just mourned for the third generation in his heart. She could imagine how angry Tobirama would be after he was resurrected and found out about the current situation of Senju and Konoha, and the bad things that Monkey had done over the years. Cleaning up the house is the easy part. Plus with Tsunade taking over the fourth generation position by then, the group will surely be very smooth. 710 I have to say that Tianyi's move was indeed a good one. It hit the monkey right in the weak spot. She could foresee that monkey would definitely regret today's transaction in the future. Because the forbidden technique he traded out would be used against him and play a key role, while the group Flying Thunder God technique he traded in would be impossible to learn. A piece of crap. But at this moment, she was more concerned about the real resurrection technique that Tianyi mentioned. Is this kind of thing really possible? That would be the authority that truly belongs to God, right? Uzumaki Mito looked at Tianyi with horror and expectation. If Tianyi can really create a true resurrection technique, can he revive Hashirama and Tobirama? Or even revive some of the dead Senju elites? If this is possible, it will be much easier for Senju to revive. She could easily pass this burden to Hashirama and Tobirama, and they wouldn't have to carry it so hard anymore. Who knows? We have to give it a try, right? Tianyi didn't promise, he smiled and spread his hands and said, only after I have watched reanimation jutsu, studied the principles, and then made improvements and optimizations, I will know the results. 89. But I have confidence in my own understanding, even if it cannot be completed in the short term, it will certainly be completed in the future. If it doesn't work, just cheat. There is no shame in having your own talents. Text. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded in agreement, and encouraged Tianyi, then you can study it yourself. It would be best if you can succeed. Don't push yourself too hard if you can't succeed. At this stage, don't invest too much time and energy in this forbidden technique even if you get it. At this stage, your primary task is to improve your own strength. Do you understand? She was a little worried that Tianyi was putting the cart before the horse in his attempt to successfully study the resurrection technique, which would affect his practice. Yes. I know what I am doing and I won't do anything rash. Tianyi smiled and nodded. He enjoyed this kind of care. Speak of it. At this time, Uzumaki Mito thought of something and asked, I have already practiced the Tianyi chakra refining technique that I taught to you to perfection. But when I switch to practicing chakra jotien transport, I will be in trouble. I encountered difficulties when I was trying to complete the method. It seems that something is preventing me from doing so. Do you know why? Hey! Tianyi was stunned when he heard it, then he suddenly remembered and clapped his hands and said, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. There is indeed a key thing missing. If you want to succeed, you must first practice the chakra seed refining technique, and completely refine the chakra seeds in your body, and turn them into your own, before you can successfully enter the chakra world. Use the Jotien moving method to open up the Dantian acupoints and continuously accumulate and purify chakra. He had forgotten about this before. This seems to be one of the reasons why he wanted to become Tsunade's apprentice and learn the sealing technique in the first place. He has been too busy during this period. Fortunately, my parents have not yet practiced Tianyi's chakra refining technique to perfection, otherwise, they would have asked the same question long ago. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 83. Hey! Uzumaki Mito was confused when he heard this and asked, what kind of chakra seed refining technique do we need to practice in the middle? What is the purpose of this technique? What are chakra seeds? She had no idea what chakra seeds were in her body before. Moreover, from what Tianyi said, this thing is not under her control yet. This is inside her body. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito became restless. She felt there was a conspiracy. Chakra seeds are the core of the ninja clan when the Sage of Six Paths first passed chakra to the people of the ninja world. It is also the reason why people in the ninja world can easily practice and synthesize chakra. At the same time, it also involves the issue of chakra authority. Next, Tianyi explained to Uzumaki Mito in detail the origin of chakra and the function of chakra seeds. Uzumaki Mito frowned after hearing this. Is this the truth? Is this how chakra is created? The Sage of Six Paths and the Goddess of the Rabbit are both real? And they are not dead yet. Even, he controls the chakra essence of all ninjas in the ninja world through chakra seeds and plots all this. Uzumaki Mito just felt a chill down his spine. Has the emotional ninja world always been a caged leak? Can your chakra seed refining technique really allow me to completely refine the chakra seeds in my body and eliminate this hidden danger? Uzumaki Mito looked at Tianyi expectantly and asked. Nature. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. When I first mastered the chakra jotien moving method, I had already completed the refining of the chakra seeds in my body. So, my chakra is completely mine and under my control. However, the method I used at the time was rather special. It was only suitable for my situation at the time and is not universally applicable. In order to create a universal chakra seed refining technique suitable for all ninjas, I revealed my talent for medical ninjutsu and attempted to become Tsunade's apprentice through this method, and then learn enough sealing techniques from her, and I used the sealing technique combined with meditation and chakra movement technique to create this universal chakra seed refining technique. At this point, it's okay for Bo to talk about this kind of thing. So that's how it is. Uzumaki Mito just smiled and pointed at Tianyi and said with a smile, "You little brat, it seems that you were already plotting against the third generation, Xiaosong, and me at that time." Hey. Sorry. After hearing this, Tianyi smiled awkwardly, touched the back of his head, and gave an apologetic smile. Never mind. Uzumaki Mito saw it, smiled and waved his hand and said, "It can be considered a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for this, you wouldn't have met Xiao Gang and me, and there wouldn't be anything like what happened later. The fate of the Senju and Uzumaki clan will not change because of this. Speaking of which, not only will I not blame you for this, but I should thank you for making this choice. Otherwise..." She didn't continue talking, but we all know that the result won't be good. Therefore, Mito is truly grateful for Tian's original choice. "So, you haven't really completed this chakra seed refining technique yet, right?" Uzumaki Mito turned and asked. "That's right. But it's almost there. With my current attainments in the sealing technique and the deductions I've made over the past period of time, if I'm given another day or two to seriously deduce and perfect it, I should be able to create it. Once it is created, I will teach it to you and all my contractors immediately." Tianyi nodded and said drunkenly, "That's great. Thank you in advance. I really don't know how to thank you. You can come to me if you have anything in the future. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best to do it for you." Uzumaki Mito promised gratefully. This thing is so important. It involves whether you can truly control your own destiny, control your own chakra, and leave your fate to the Sage of Six Paths. Haha. I know. If there's something wrong, I won't be polite to you. Tianyi smiled knowingly. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction, and then thought of something, and said solemnly, "Speaking of which, if we practice this chakra seed refining technique, it is equivalent to escaping the calculation and control of the Sage of Six Paths. Will he notice it? If so, we and the world will be in danger. In that case, it would be better not to practice this for the time being, and wait until Tianyi continues to grow to the point where he can compete with the Sage of Six Paths." Anyway, Uzumaki Mito now has this confidence in God. Since Tianyi could easily crack the method left in his body by Sage of Six Paths, with his demonstrated understanding and talent, he would definitely be able to surpass Sage of Six Paths in the future. In theory, as long as the ninjas are not allowed to practice chakra seed refining on a large scale, it won't happen. Tianyi shook his head and said, "I discovered it when I was refining and analyzing my own chakra seeds. Although this thing is a means left by the Sage of Six Paths, it does not contain the true will of the Sage of Six Paths. He just set up a backdoor to the chakra power, which allows him to harvest the chakra and even the souls of dead ninjas. Therefore, as long as I don't spread the chakra seed refining technique on a large scale, after these ninjas die, their souls will still be harvested by the Sage of Six Paths in the pure land of the underworld, and he won't find anything unusual. Of course, if he really sets his sights on the ninja world and directly shows up in the ninja world and notices something unusual, then there will be nothing we can do. But the possibility of this is extremely low." Uzumaki Mito frowned after hearing this, "So, even if we don't spread the chakra seed refining technique to a large area, it's still possible for him to detect it. It seems that you should not only teach as little chakra seed refining technique as possible, but also avoid the death of those who practice chakra seed refining technique as much as possible, and then grow to the point where you can compete with the Sage of Six Paths as soon as possible. Are you confident in this? How long do you think it will take to achieve this?" "Unsafe, very unsafe. It's a bad feeling that once the Sage of Six Paths finds out, it might be the end of the game." 0147050009 Philo 10337024 It'll take at least 10 years. Tianyi pondered for a moment. 10 years to reach the Six Paths level. If he continues to use wishes to permanently improve his comprehension, physique, ninjutsu and other qualifications, there should be no problem. Also, you reminded me that before we are sure of fighting against the Sage of Six Paths, we cannot spread the chakra seed refining technique on a large scale, otherwise, if a ninja who has practiced this secret technique dies and his soul returns to the pure land of the underworld, the Sage of Six Paths may notice something is wrong and then turn their attention to the ninja world. Find the root of what is wrong and discover our existence. If that were the case, they would certainly be wiped out by the Sage of Six Paths. Don't think he will let Tianyi and the others go. When it comes to their own paths and interests, the Sage of Six Paths will instantly turn into villains even if they are not really that evil. This was because, once the chakra seed refining technique spread throughout the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths would completely lose the mature leak field that they had been operating in the ninja world for more than 1,000 years, and everything would have to start from scratch. This is absolutely unacceptable to Sage of Six Paths, that's all I'm saying. Uzumaki Mito also nodded solemnly and said, so, fortunately you haven't created this chakra seed refining technique and spread it to your contractors, otherwise, it would be easy to go wrong. She knew that Tianyi had already contracted many Uchiha elites within Uchiha and taught them many magical skills. We are planning to contract more Uchiha later. Even Uzumaki Mito himself hopes to obtain a certain number of contracts and quotas for teaching divine skills from Tianyi every year in order to strengthen the Senju and Uzumaki clans and prevent them from being disconnected from the Uchiha clan. Tianyi frowned and nodded, but, if I can't teach this, then I won't be able to let the people who have a contract with me learn the chakra circulation movement method, and continuously accumulate chakra, and quickly increase the chakra amount and strength. This had a great impact on his plans. It seems that we still have to find a way to have the best of both worlds. Tianyi murmured. It would be difficult for him to do it on his own, but he still has a wish. He immediately made a wish in his heart. I made a wish. How can I help others practice chakra movement without alerting the Sage of Six Paths? Consume 100 wishes, maximize your comprehension within 5 minutes, and achieve 100% enlightenment. Combine sealing techniques, meditation techniques, chakra jyotyen transport techniques, etc. to create chakra seed refining techniques and magic heart seeding techniques. Devil's heart planting Tao? Are you sure it's not reversed? Shouldn't it be Tao's heart planting devil? However, this chakra seed was created by the Sage of Six Paths in order to reap the ninja world, so it is appropriate to call it the demon heart, but, do you need another 100 wishes? Hey! Although my current wish talent has been upgraded to 1 level, and I can get 3 wishes every day, if I continue like this, I won't be able to accumulate wishes to permanently improve my comprehension and other talents. Tianyi thought helplessly. However, considering the importance of chakra seed refining technique, he still decided to invest more. However, he then decided to make 2 wishes every day to directly improve his understanding. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. With his current level of comprehension, even if he only increases his wishes once or twice a day, the effect on his comprehension will be considerable. It can continuously increase his cultivation speed. But now is not the time to make a wish. Tianyi can only suppress this thought temporarily and think about it after returning. Thinking of this, he continued to say to Uzumaki Mito, Mito grandma, I have an idea about this too. Let's work it out together when I get back. Oh? So fast? So easy? Uzumaki Mito was very surprised. Although Tianyi's understanding has always surprised her, this kind of question involves the Sage of Six Paths, so it must be difficult no matter how you look at it, right? At this time, Uzumaki Mito suddenly looked serious and said, the monkey is coming. Let's remove this isolation barrier first. We can talk alone later. Tianyi readily followed suit and immediately waved his hand to remove the isolation barrier he had set up earlier. Not long after, the 3rd generation came in from outside, put the sealed book on the table in front of Tianyi and opened it. After making 3 seals in a row to unlock the 3 small seals, he said to Tianyi, the 3 forbidden techniques you want are all on it. I have unlocked their seals. You can see it here. I can give you 3 hours in total. Given your memory, that should be enough, right? I heard from Tsunade that you have a photographic memory. Actually, it wasn't Tsunade who said it, but he found out through Anbu. I said this deliberately, but it is not without provocation. Thoughts on the relationship between Tenuki, Tsunade and even Uzumaki Mito. Although he knew it was unlikely, he had already consciously tried to break up the close relationship between Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito and the others. The combination of these 2 parties would be too great a threat to him. Unfortunately, he had no idea that Tianyi had a contract with Tsunade, and it was impossible for him to reveal Tianyi's secret to others. Although his photographic memory is not a secret and he has nothing to hide, the 3rd generation wants to use this little trick to make Tianyi suspicious of Tsunade. It can only be said that they are overthinking it. It doesn't take 3 hours. Just give me a while. You also said that I have a photographic memory. How much content can 3 forbidden techniques contain? Tianyi smiled faintly. Jianhao immediately took the sealed book and began to check it quickly. The third generation on the side was embarrassed and wanted to ask for the upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique training method, but with Uzumaki Mito watching, he was afraid of disturbing Tianyi, so he could only stand there awkwardly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Fortunately, Tianyi's memory was indeed heaven-defying. In less than 5 minutes, Tianyi had memorized all the contents of the 3 forbidden techniques. Okay. I'll give it back to you. Tianyi then closed the sealed book and handed it back to the third generation. Then, without waiting for the third generation to speak, he took out 10 copies of the upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God technique that he had prepared long ago and handed them to them. Third generation. Of course, this upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique does have the training method of group teleportation array, and the application of Flying Thunder God technique is indeed taken to a higher level, making the second generation Flying Thunder God technique is still in the conceptual stage of Flying Thunder God Lightning Guide, and the second stage of Flying Thunder God has been deduced and perfected. The only thing is that there is no training method to use mental power to imprint the mark of Flying Thunder God remotely. In fact, Tianyi did this for the sake of the third generation. After all, this method requires the ability to project one's mind outwards and to have strong control over one's mental power. But the meditation methods in the ninja world are actually very crude, and can only be regarded as the prototype of the real meditation method. The effect of improving mental power is very poor. The effect of improving the quality and control of mental power is very poor. Almost nothing. In this case, except for those who have been taught the Tianyi meditation method or the Sharingan eye-opening method and the existence of cultivation methods by Tianyi, others who want to achieve spiritual expression have to rely entirely on talent. Wanting to use mental power to imprint sealing runes remotely is just a dream. Since it's impossible to do it anyway, it's better not to know this method, so as not to make the third generation even more worried, right? He is simply too kind. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 84. So fast? This kind of talent of photographic memory is really enviable. When the third generation saw that Tianyi had memorized all the contents of the 3 forbidden techniques in less than 5 minutes, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes and exclaimed in amazement. Then, he quickly took the upgraded Flying Thunder God technique training scroll handed over by Tianyi. He didn't even bother to care about the sealed book for the time being, but hurriedly opened the scroll in his hand and examined it carefully. Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito met, looked at each other, blinked speechlessly, and waited quietly. This wait lasted for more than half an hour. Call. Third generation kept reading until his head hurt and his forehead was covered with sweat. He finally read the obscure upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique carefully and confirmed that Tianyi was not fooling him. After finding out an upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God technique practice method with some errors, he stopped reading and treasured the scroll, closing it and putting it in his arms. Then, he resealed the 3 seals that had been unlocked from the sealed book on the table, closed the sealed book, put it back on his back, and looked at Tianyi with emotion. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you not only learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but also pushed it to such a new level. I found the contents here extremely difficult just by reading and understanding them. You actually managed to create them. It seems that everyone underestimated your talent and understanding. He regretted that he should have accepted Tianyi as his disciple, kept him firmly under his control, and brainwashed him deeply using his powerful comprehension to help him deduce various powerful ninjutsu, forbidden technique, and so on. In this case, will his Sarutobi clan still lack powerful ninjutsu and secret techniques in the future? I can only say that my original choice was wrong. It's too late to regret. Haha. Not bad. Luck, it's all luck. I just had an epiphany while practicing this. Otherwise, with my understanding and talent, it would be impossible for me to create such a powerful ninjutsu. Even, it is extremely difficult to master the second generation version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Tian said with a faint look of humility. In short, just chalk it all up to luck. But the third generation believed it. Because, that's the only way it makes sense. If Uchiha Tianyi is really so heaven-defying, he can easily master the Flying Thunder God technique with his normal understanding and sublimate and create a sublime version of it. Then he must be much more than what he appears to be now. Maybe the other party would not give him the pretense, but would choose to take action directly. 470 It was also because of this that the main agent finally felt relieved. He still knew about the epiphany, but this kind of opportunity was too rare and could not be replicated at all. If a person can have one sudden enlightenment in his life, he is already blessed by God, and it is basically impossible to have a second time. Uchiha Tianyi was not as scary as he imagined. The transaction is completed. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. There are still many things in the village that need my attention. I also need to discuss the Uzumaki clan's affairs with other konoha leaders first, and figure out where to allocate a suitable territory for them. Goodbye, Master Mito. As he said that, third generation stood up and saluted Uzumaki Mito. After Uzumaki Mito nodded, he smiled and nodded at Tianyi, then turned around and left quickly. After he walked away, Tianyi waved his hand and set up another isolation barrier in the living room, smacking his lips and saying, "Tisk tisk. You are worthy of being the third generation. You never forget to show your wisdom and kindness at any time. People who don't know his true face might still be deceived by him. I can only say that the old guy is a natural shadow." Really? Uzumaki Mito also complained helplessly, otherwise, why would Tobirama be so blind as to accept him as his apprentice, cover him, and sacrifice himself to choose him as the Hokage? Even I was deceived by him. I thought he was a kind, honest, and fair person. I can only say that he is a natural liar. He looks so deceptive. You have to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into his trap if you are not careful. Don't underestimate the opponent just because we have gained some advantages in the past few encounters. At present, he is still the stronger one and we are the weaker one. Hearing Uzumaki Mito's warning, Tianyi nodded seriously. I'll remember it, I will be careful. Everything is done now. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Hehe. Uzumaki Mito smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Go. Go. I know you have got what you wanted and are impatient, so I won't keep you any longer. By the way, don't ask Ying Fengsheng to come here to learn the sealing technique for the next 3 days. I don't think I'll be free these days. Let's talk about it in 3 days. In addition, I will give you a surprise at that time, so stay tuned." Oh. Tianyi was a little surprised and curious when he heard it, but he didn't think much about it. He nodded, said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, and teleported away. This, Ajeb, kid, puts a lot of pressure on himself. But there is no other way. The future of the Uchiha and Senju families, and even the future of Konoha, rests on him. He is the only one left. But an old man like me has to do his part and help him share some of the burden. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito immediately sent someone to call Uzumaki Looming over and said to him, "Uchiha and Tianyi saved the entire Uzumaki clan this time. Have you thought about how to repay his kindness?" DB. Suinwo Looming was slightly stunned after hearing this, then he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Of course I haven't thought about it. I really owe you a huge favor this time. I really don't know how to repay you for saving my entire family. Do you have any good suggestions?" The main reason is that he doesn't know Uchiha Tianyi either. It's not clear what he's missing. The return must be what Uchiha Tianyi needs. Otherwise, it is not a reward, but ingratitude. Uzumaki Mito heard this and without thinking, Kide said, "Make a copy of all the Uzumaki family's sealing techniques and give it to him as a gift in return." Although these are not enough to repay all his kindness, the thought is enough. Plus, Uchiha, Uzumaki and Senju will form an alliance in the future, and we will advance and retreat together. The rest of the favor will be repaid slowly in the future. Ha! After hearing this, Suinwu Looming felt dizzy and said, "The entire inheritance of the sealing technique? This is just a gift in return? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Master Mito, do you think highly of Uchiha Tenuki?" He obviously didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to say that. Nature. Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively and said seriously, "Not to mention that his kindness to us is enough to deserve this sealing technique inheritance as a gift. Just because of his natural talent, we have to do this. This way, we can gradually build a closer relationship with him and be led by him in the future. You know, he has only been practicing for more than half a year, but his strength has already reached at least the upper level. And this is just the most insignificant of his many achievements. The method he used to teleport us that day was derived and sublimated by him based on the Flying Thunder God technique. Isn't this enough to explain the problem?" As for the chakra movement method and Chinese martial arts, she did not tell Suinwo Looming about them. Firstly, because of the contract, she couldn't say it. Secondly, she herself was unwilling to say it. If you want to know, you will know it naturally when you, Suinwo Luming, make a contract with Tianyi. Hiss. Is that so? When Uzumaki Mito said this, Uzumaki Luming took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It's incredible that a 5-year-old kid who has only practiced for more than half a year could create such a group space teleportation technique. No wonder you think so highly of him, Master Mito." That's right. Suddenly, Uzumaki Luming recalled some of the things he had seen in the square of the royal palace of the kingdom of Uzumaki, and could not help but ask, "Master Mito, when I saw him setting up the group teleportation array, I felt that his attainments in the art of sealing might not be inferior to mine. Who did he learn this sealing technique from? Was it you? If so, then he should have mastered a lot of Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, right? Is it necessary to give him a complete set of Uzumaki clan sealing techniques inheritance?" Speaking of this, he felt inexplicably frightened. A child over 5 years old, apart from other heaven-defying things, has even mastered the sealing technique to such a heaven-defying level. How strong is this child's understanding and talent? I dare not think about it. Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively and said, "She definitely learned it from me. I only taught her for a few months. He learned this from me using Ying Feng Sheng. As for the inheritance of sealing techniques, I have indeed mastered most of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, and Tianyi has also learned about 60% of the sealing techniques I have mastered. But the Uzumaki clan has many sealing techniques that I haven't mastered yet. Giving him a copy is naturally necessary and valuable. The most important thing is that this is to show him and the Uchiha clan the sincerity of the Uzumaki clan. Don't you understand this? How can you not show some appreciation for the fact that they saved your entire family? If it is too light, it will not be good. If it is too heavy, the Uzumaki clan, which has suffered heavy losses, cannot afford it. Then the inheritance of the sealing technique is very suitable." That's right. Then make a copy for him. Suinwo Luming didn't know whether he was convinced or had other ideas, and finally nodded and agreed, "In the next few days, I will arrange a group of people to copy the family's sealing technique inheritance as soon as possible and hand it over to him." Fortunately, many sealing techniques have been passed down in more than one copy, just in case the inheritance within the clan is lost, so as to avoid the inheritance being truly lost. Now it's just right to use it as a gift for Tianyi. Only some of the sealing techniques have no copies, and it will take some time to replicate them. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's it. I'll ask the monkey to come tomorrow and settle the matter of the Uzumaki clan's land. Also, I have already discussed with the monkey. From now on, the authority of Konoha's barrier class will be handed over to the Uzumaki clan. Even, the establishment of the barrier class will be doubled in the future, together with the clan land. This is the price he paid for concealing the letter for help and colluding with the daimyo to do nothing. Although I think this is far from enough, this is the best I can do for now. If you really want to take revenge, wait until after World War II. By then, you won't be left empty-handed. Do you understand?" "Yes." Since Uzumaki Mito said so, Uzumaki Ami naturally didn't dare to object. "This is indeed very good." Tianyi here, after returning from Mito's vortex, he went straight into his bedroom, sat cross-legged, and silently recited in his mind the choice to consume 100 wishes and make another wish. "I made a wish, consumed 100 wishes, and maximized my comprehension within 5 minutes. Buzz." The next moment, Tianyi felt that his thinking was infinitely elevated and countless inspirations emerged. He did not dare to waste time and immediately began to use many meditation methods, sealing techniques, and chakra circulation methods as the basis, and his own insights into refining chakra seeds as the main material. Began to promote and create a complete chakra seed refining technique. Moreover, the key thinking is how to use a substitute so that even if the person who practices this method dies and his soul goes to the Pure Land in the underworld and falls into the hands of the Sage of Six Paths, he will not know that the chakra seeds he left behind have been refined. 4 minutes later, it is finished. Tianyi actually successfully created the chakra seed refining technique and the demonic heart seed technique. That's not enough. If the Sage of Six Paths looks through the memories of these people, I'm afraid they'll leak the specific information about my magical skills and my secret information. So, we need to further improve the spirit sealing contract technique and combine it with the demon heart seeding Deo ritual. Just do it when you want to." Tianyi immediately took advantage of the opportunity of enlightenment to improve, upgrade, and connect the spirit of the spiritual seal contract. Finally, at the last moment of 5 minutes, this step was successfully completed. He even added the Flying Thunder God space mark to the contract seal this time. This will not only make it easier for him to lock onto the location of each contractor, but he can also use the Flying Thunder God mark to communicate with the contractor over long distances at any time, as well as complete upgrades and updates to the contract runes remotely, and other matters. This is also to avoid the need to manually update the contract runes for the contractors face-to-face one by one in the future. This is too troublesome. Chakra Seed Refining Technique. Devil Heart Seed Path. By condensing one's own chakra mark into the chakra seed, in the process of practicing Chakra Seed Refining Technique, the chakra seed is infected and refined unconsciously. Ultimately, the effect of completely refining and controlling the chakra seeds is achieved. At the same time, this method can also retain the characteristics and aura of the original chakra seed, which is used to confuse the original mastermind behind the chakra seed. Even if he personally analyzes and checks it, he will not be able to find any flaws. This method is connected with the mental seal contract rune, and can also have the effect of forging soul memory information. It's done. This is the effect we want. Let's go find Minato and the others and try it out first. Thinking of this, Tianyi immediately teleported to their secret training base. After checking that there was no trace of white Zetsu here for the time being, and waving his hand to activate the 5 elements isolation barrier here, Tianyi called Shikaku, Minato, and others who were practicing over and said, "Everyone, I have created a new chakra seed refining technique. With this, after you have perfected the chakra refining technique, you can practice this first to completely refine the chakra seeds in your body into your own, then, I switched to the chakra movement method." In addition, then, Tianyi not only told them about the effect of the upgraded Spirit Seal contract rune, but also explained to them in detail the conspiracy behind the chakra seed. Hiss! Is it really like this? After hearing this, Luju and others took a deep breath and felt the hair on their backs stand on end. Was the transmission of chakra by Sage of Six Paths actually a conspiracy? Is it to take over the ninja world as his own leaks? Are they all leaks from Sage of Six Paths? This is totally unacceptable. Fortunately, Tianyi created a solution, which could even greatly improve their strength and control over chakra. How could they refuse? Come. Update the contract rune for us and teach us a copy of the chakra seed refining technique. Luju and others said impatiently. It just so happens that Shikaku and Minato have almost perfected the chakra refining technique and will be able to switch to it in a few days. By then, it will take some time for Dingzo, Hai-Yi, Mikoto, and Kushina. But also within a month. Knowing that there is such a hidden danger in the body, everyone is eager to complete the refining of the chakra seeds immediately and solve this problem immediately. Otherwise, they will find it difficult to feel at ease. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 85. No problem. I will upgrade and teach you right away. When Tianyi saw you, he smiled. Look how scared you are. He immediately raised his hand and tapped the center of eyebrows of several people. Rays of light penetrated into the sea of consciousness between their eyebrows. Integrate into the contract rune. Buzz. Suddenly, they saw the contract rune in the center of their sea of consciousness tremble slightly, emit a faint light, and its patterns became more complex and mysterious. At the same time, the content about the practice of chakra seed refining technique and demonic heart seed method also flooded into their minds. They closed their eyes and digested it. A few minutes later, this cultivation method is very interesting. It's like a cuckoo taking over a magpie's nest. Very clever. It's a blessing that you can come up with this method, Tianyi. With this, I can now switch to practicing chakra movement without any worries. Luju opened his eyes and said with emotion. Indeed. Minato on the side also nodded excitedly. With this, we don't have to worry about the existence of a power core in our body that is beyond our control. Alright. You guys continue to practice. I still have to update the contract runes for the others and teach them the chakra seed refining technique. Let's go. With that said, Tianyi left this place in a flash, and went to find Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito and others one after another, updated the contract runes for them, and taught them the chakra seed refining technique. What a fast efficiency! I didn't expect you to solve such a difficult problem so quickly. And the solution is so perfect. Your understanding is really enviable. After receiving the information, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but sigh. She felt as if nothing could stop her. Hey! Not bad. After hearing this, Tianyi smiled and touched the back of his head modestly. He didn't talk to Uzumaki Mito for much, and left Uzumaki Mito's side after a few minutes. after returning home to find his mother and updating her contract and skills, he came to the Uchiha security department, found Uchiha Nobuhiko, and explained his purpose to him. Oh? Have you created a method to refine chakra seeds? You also solved the potential hidden dangers that might be exposed? You are really good. Come. Update your father quickly. Then, I will gather other contractors. By the way, do you have time to sign a contract with another group of tribesmen today? I have already selected the people. Uchiha Nobuhiko asked impatiently. Sure. You decide. Tianyi naturally wouldn't refuse, and it was time for Uchiha to catch up with the contract progress. At present, the reforms within the family are already on the right track, and more people are beginning to lean towards their side. Naturally, they have to seize this opportunity to completely win over the hearts of these people. There is nothing more suitable than a contract. Immediately, Tianyi updated the contract rune for Uchiha Nobuhiko and taught him the chakra seed refining technique. Then, he updated and taught the Dharma to those who had previously made contracts with the Uchiha clan. After that, it is time to pass on the Dharma through contracts to a new batch of tribesmen. There are more than 100 people in this group. After Tianyi's perception of good and evil and loyalty, he determined that among this group of people, there are 10 spies or people who hate him and have negative loyalty to him. After planting the contract runes on these people and passing on the skills, Tianyi looked at Uchiha Zinyan beside him with emotion and said, Dad, you did well this time. Every one of them passed. It seems that you worked hard. Hehe. Uchiha Nobuhiko listened and said with a cheerful smile, that's right. After learning from the last time, I have to be more careful this time, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be embarrassed in front of you again? Of course, this actually has a lot to do with the recent Clan C reform and the things you did. These have greatly affected the tribe members' perception of you and me, greatly increasing their favorability and loyalty to you and me, and their loyalty to the family. Even the fence-sitters are like this. You've made the third generation lose face in these few incidents. You've made the fence-sitters see that the third generation is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and you've seen the possibility of the family rising up, so, they started falling on us. Oh, right. The reform of the clan school is about to be completed. How are your ideological and moral teaching materials going? They will be used later. You have to finish them quickly. Tianyi offered to provide this thing on his own initiative, and he was not forced by his father. However, he himself was also quite interested in the ideological and moral teaching materials that Tianyi mentioned. He wanted to see what kind of ideological and moral teaching materials his son could compile. Almost there. Just give me a few more days and it will be done. Tianyi listened, chuckled, and nodded. He already had this idea in his mind. It was created by combining some relevant teaching materials from previous lives and using his own powerful understanding to make localized changes. The finished product was already in his mind, he just had to copy it out. In the past few days, he has assigned a shadow clone to stay at home every day to do this. I'd rather just copy these things, it's a waste of time. Okay. Then I'll wait a few more days. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded expectantly, and then said, the reforms of the Merit Hall and the Mission Hall are almost ready. I'm thinking about signing more clan members recently, and signing all the clan members who can be won over as soon as possible. Then I can carry out the final cleansing of the family, to facilitate the subsequent official operation of the Merit Hall and Mission Hall. It would be convenient to add the subsequent martial arts techniques and the 3 Tomo Sharingan training methods to the Merit Pavilion exchange list. What do you think? Without signing contracts with all the people in the clan and dealing with those stubborn guys, how could Feng's Haiwaiking feel at ease to fully implement the Merit Pavilion in the clan? These skills may involve Tianyi's secrets and must not be leaked at this stage. At least we have to wait until Tianyi is invincible in the ninja world, then we don't have to worry about the news leaking, right? Influenced by Tianyi, Uchiha Nobuhiko is very stable. Can. Tianyi listened and nodded, then I'll arrange it for you during this period of time. If you need a contract, just call me. It's not that much trouble anyway. It would be better to deal with the voices within the clan as soon as possible, so that the clan can get back on track of rapid development. It would be great if my father could have the heart to deal with those stubborn members of the tribe. If possible, he still didn't want to personally get his hands dirty with the blood of his people. Well, it's settled then. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded firmly. 3 days later, Tianyi suddenly received an invitation from Uzumaki Mito, and immediately stopped practicing. He said something to Mikoto and others, then teleported to Uzumaki Mito's yard and appeared directly in the living room. Moreover, as soon as he came over, Tianyi discovered that Sui Luming was also there. Come on. Sit down. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Ami saw Tianyi and smiled and asked him to sit down first. Then, Uzumaki Luming pushed a huge seal scroll on the table towards Tianyi and said, "Thanks to your help, Tianyi, our Uzumaki clan was able to survive this time. This is a small token of our family's love, please accept it. Of course, these are not enough to repay your kindness. If you need anything in the future, please tell me at any time and I will definitely help you with the strength of my entire clan. This is the promise of our Uzumaki clan." Ah! Tianyi was slightly startled when he heard this, then he smiled and shook his head and said, "Patriarch Liu Ming, you don't have to be so polite. We are all family. It's only natural for us to help each other. Mito-san has taken good care of me over the past period of time, so it's only natural for me to help you. Who doesn't know how to say nice things?" However, Tianyi was quite curious about what was in this sealed scroll. Is it money? Or is it the Uzumaki clan's inheritance of sealing techniques? Currently, these are the only two things the Uzumaki clan can boast of. You must be joking. To be honest, I owe you a lot, and I can never repay you. Uzumaki Mito smiled bitterly and shook his head, then pointed to the seal scroll on the table and said to Tianyi, "Just accept this. It is also a token of the Uzumaki clan's love. If you don't accept it, they will not feel at ease. It contains a copy of all the sealing techniques currently inherited by the Uzumaki clan. It should be of great use to you." Just by learning some sealing techniques from her, Tianyi created the chakra seed refining technique, demonic heart seed path. She was looking forward to Tianyi learning all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. What good things can be created? Tis. Sure enough, when Tianyi heard this, he looked at the sealed scroll on the table with some surprise, and a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. This was indeed what he needed. He no longer refused, and immediately stretched out his hand to press on the scroll, looked up at Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Liu Ming and said, "Since you all said so, then I won't be polite." The next moment, he thought about it and teleported the seal scroll to the treasure house constructed by the sealing technique he had set up at home. XX. This move made Uzumaki Luming stunned. This is also the Flying Thunder God technique? Have you already mastered this ninjutsu to this level? You can actually teleport objects to the location you specify through the air. Doesn't that mean you can teleport people away at any time? If this move is used in battle, the effect will be outstanding. If you can beat him, this move can kill the enemy. If you can't defeat the enemy, you can directly exile the enemy to ensure your own safety. It's simply a magical skill that can kill the enemy and then escape. He felt that if Senju Tobirama had this skill, he would not have been killed because of being the last one to leave. Indeed. Tianyi listened, smiled, and nodded. This is just a little trick I used for the Flying Thunder God technique, it's nothing. Compared to the group Flying Thunder God teleportation, this is really nothing. You are too modest. Uzumaki Ami and Uzumaki Mito did not take Tenika's humility seriously. If it was that simple, why didn't Senju Tobirama do it? I can only say that Tianyi is too evil. Speaking of which, Chief Liu Ming, have you chosen the clan site for your Whirlpool clan? 0, please give me flowers. Tianyi asked instead. The land has been finalized. Next we have to start the relocation and reconstruction. I was just about to go over to the Hokage building to post some construction tasks. Suinwu Luming smiled and nodded. Now that the land issue has been settled, the construction of the clan land will be put on the agenda, and the Uzumaki clan will be able to move into their own clan land soon. This is a great thing. It means that the Uzumaki clan has truly settled in Konoha. It's not good to stay in the Senju tribe forever. Congratulations in advance. When your clan land is completed, when you hold a housewarming party, I will definitely come to congratulate you. Tianyi said with a smile. That's a good feeling. Inside the Hokage's office, at this time, third generation, Danzo, Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were all here. This person was seen looking at the Tianyi version of the Flying Thunder God technique practice scroll on the table in front of him with a sad face. Click. Click. Third generation had a long face and smoked a cigarette. After a while, he looked at the other three and said, "Tell me. What should we do now? What else can I do?" Danzo heard this and said angrily, none of our subordinates can learn this thing. We've lost a lot in this deal. I doubt that Uchiha Tianyi has anticipated this situation, right? Otherwise, how could he reach a deal with you so easily? This time I'm at a big loss. Humph. As envious as he was of the upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique before, Danzo is now as depressed as he is now. Ever since third generation completed the deal with Tianyi and obtained the upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique, Danzo has copied a practice method. Furthermore, he had all qualified ninjas in the route try it, including himself. In his opinion, if he could master this magic, his survivability would be greatly improved. In addition, the success rate and efficiency of route actions will be greatly improved in the future. But the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. This thing is just like the Flying Thunder God technique from my teacher Senju Tobirama. It is not something that ordinary people can learn. Its requirement for spatial talent is even higher than that of his teacher, second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. The requirements for understanding are even higher on each side. Although he had studied it for several days, he still felt that many parts were obscure and difficult to understand, let alone learn. This is something that a normal person can't learn. I even suspect that this thing is fake. Could it be that Uchiha Tianyi did something to it? Did he deliberately miss some content to confuse us? Yudin Koharu also said with resentment and suspicion at this time. In the final analysis, she was just unwilling to give up. Whether it is true or not, they are all experienced, how can they not see it? Koharu, stop talking nonsense. The third generation heard this and shook their heads speechlessly. We know whether it's true or not. We were indeed negligent this time and forgot to consider the talent requirements for practicing this ninjutsu. Come to think of it, the original Flying Thunder God technique of the teacher has only been mastered by Uchiha Tianyi so far, not to mention the upgraded version of Flying Thunder God. The requirements will only be higher. The difficulty will only be greater. It's a pity that such a powerful strategic ninjutsu can only be watched but not learned. It's really unbearable. You should let people study and learn for a while to see if they can learn it. Even if one person can't learn it, try combining forces with a few others to see if it's possible. As long as we can master the group Flying Thunder God teleportation array, even if it requires a team of multiple people to perform, it is still worth it and has high strategic value. I have studied it carefully. This group Flying Thunder God teleportation array requires a higher level of attainment in sealing techniques, but the requirements for spatial talent are not that high. It is possible to perform it with the help of multiple people. No matter what, he wanted to master this secret technique. Is that so? Midokado Homura and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. This is a good idea. Let's try it again. Oh, right. Is it possible to have Uchiha Tianyi come and teach me personally? If he teaches me personally, the possibility of learning it will definitely increase, right? How can self-study by reading the cultivation method compare to having a teacher to teach you? It's basically impossible. The third generation shook their heads helplessly. I feel that being able to trade this cultivation method this time is already the limit. If you want to let that brat teach you, Master Mito probably won't agree to it, considering him and the Uchiha behind him. They may not be willing to let us master this secret technique. At the end, third generation spoke in a meaningful tone, which made Danzo and the others frown. Indeed. At present, their relationship with the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki Mito and the Uzumaki clan has completely deteriorated. Although they still maintain a basic tacit understanding and basic peace on the surface, it is becoming increasingly difficult to cooperate in secret. P.S. Please customize it. Chapter 86. Snort. Upon hearing this, Danzo couldn't help but snorted with an unpleasant expression, and looked at the third generation with an unhappy face and said, "Isn't all this your fault? If you had agreed to let me control and brainwash this kid, things wouldn't have turned out like this." Danzo regrets. Why did I have to be so obedient in the first place? If the third generation disagreed, would I really not have kidnapped them? Of course, he also knew that Uchiha Tianyi was the son of the Uchiha clan leader. If he had really done that, Uchiha would never let it go and it might even trigger civil unrest in the village. In the end, it may not succeed. But what if? It's better than now, right? He had a premonition that if they continued to allow Uchiha Tianyi to grow like this, within a few years he would become a serious threat that they would be unable to resist. No. We still have to find a chance to kill the small ghosts. Danzo thought fiercely in his heart. Perhaps, we can spread the word about the glorious deeds of this brat in saving the Uzumaki clan through the group Flying Thunder God technique, and let Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi know about it. Danzo couldn't help but think viciously in his heart. He thought there was something to be gained from this matter. The three major ninja villages were really fooled by Uchiha Tianyi this time. The harvest is estimated to be meager. If they knew that everything behind this was because of the brat Uchiha Tianyi, they would definitely realize the harm of this group Flying Thunder God technique without Danzo's further instigation, and would definitely want to kill Uchiha Tianyi at all costs. When the third generation heard Danzo's afterthought, their faces turned grim. Yudin Koharu noticed this and immediately glared at Danzo and said, "Don't say such things, 410. Hiruzen didn't expect that brat to be so evil and become a headache for us so quickly. Besides, given that brat's status, even if Hiruzen agreed to you, do you really think the Uchiha clan would agree?" Danzo sneered and said, "Do they dare to disagree? Why not?" Yudin Koharu couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Do you think Uchiha is from the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Nobuhiko is not someone who will swallow his anger. Don't think that he is a compromising dove just because he helped suppress the Uchiha rebellion. He just went with the flow because he knew the rebellion had no chance of success. He even took this opportunity to purge Uchiha internally, eliminating many radical factions, allowing him to stabilize Uchiha internally. Otherwise, Uchiha would not be so obedient now." "Really?" At this, Mitokado Homura also nodded, looked at Danzo with a serious face and said, "Speaking of this, Danzo, you have indeed gone too far in recent years. Even the son of the Uchiha chief said that he could take him away and brainwash him if he wanted. Aren't you taking it for granted? Could it be that he was spoiled by Hiruzen's past indulgence? I heard that the Inoshika CH clans sided with Uchiha and participated in the bidding for the pharmaceutical company, which clearly showed that they were beginning to support Uchiha. It's because you have repeatedly gone to the Inoshika CH tribes over the years to forcibly ask for their talented young men. You know, these three clans used to be staunch allies of the Sarutobi clan behind Hiruzen, and they have always been staunch Hokage. Isn't it your fault that things are like this now? You are still thinking about forcibly taking Uchiha Tianyi away for brainwashing. What are you thinking? You'll only be happy if you make Hiruzen and us alienate ourselves from the other tribes in the village, right?" He had wanted to say this for a long time. This is not the way you do things. It's a pity that Danzo still wants to snatch the position of Hokage from the third generation and has never given up. It's simply ridiculous. Just based on his behavior towards those ninja clans, he had long been hated by all the ninja clans in Konoha, big and small, and no one would be willing to support him becoming Hokage. Even the Shimura clan behind Danzo is probably the same. Even though he hasn't become Hokage and is under pressure from the third generation, he is still so arrogant and has no bottom line. If he really became Hokage, those ninja clans would worry about whether their families could continue. When Danzo heard what his two old friends said, his face turned red and he wanted to refute them, but he had to admit that what they said was true. But he didn't even want to admit this fact. Didn't he just forcibly take away some geniuses from those who held back? What's the big deal? It would be even more of a small matter if Hiruzen took the blame for him. Hasn't he taken enough blame for Hiruzen in the past? Snort. Finally, Danzo snorted coldly, "Whatever you say. I'm going back first." Having said that, Danzo left angrily. Why? When the three people in the office saw each other, they looked at each other and sighed. They really have no way to deal with Danzo's temper. At the same time, as early as a day ago, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi searched the Whirlpool country and even the vicinity of the Whirlpool country. Except for a few scattered Uzumaki people, they did not find more Uzumaki people, let alone the inheritance. So they finally gave up and evacuated the Whirlpool country one after another with fear and dissatisfaction. Soon after they returned to their respective ninja villages, they received news from Konoha that the 10 Uzumaki clans had been rescued by Uchiha Jutsu using the group Flying Thunder God teleportation technique. Damn it! So that's how it is? I knew something was wrong. I clearly felt that many Uzumakis were still in the palace, putting up a final resistance. Even those Uzumaki who were trying to escape from the tunnels were spotted by us long ago, and ambushes were set up at the exits of each tunnel. In the end, nothing was found. Was it because of the space-time ninjutsu or the group space-time ninjutsu? Isn't Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique a one-person technique? Even if it can be used by a few people, it can only be used by a few people, right? That Uchiha Tenuki, a kid under 6 years old, not only learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but was also able to quietly teleport away thousands of Uzumaki clan members? Is this a fantasy? Reikage and the others couldn't believe it when they received the news. We immediately asked people to inquire and confirm again and again, and finally found that it was all true. Especially since Danzo deliberately leaked the news and added fuel to the fire. Let them believe this fact. Then, the 3 major ninja villages, even including Sando who did not participate in the siege of Manokuni, were extremely afraid of Uchiha plus, a little kid who was only over 5 years old. And he developed the intention to kill him. Immediately, they offered a high reward for Uchiha Tianyi in the black market. Just right, one ninja village has 100 million taels, and the 4 major ninja villages have a total of 400 million. Tianyi instantly became the person with the highest bounty in the ninja world. If this were brought to the pirates' world, it would be a big pirates. In addition to offering a bounty on Tianyi, the 4 major ninja villages were also very interested in the Flying Thunder God technique improved by Uchiha Tianyi, especially the group teleportation technique, and secretly gave orders to the spies of their respective ninja villages in Konoha, asking them to find an opportunity to obtain it. They must also have this kind of strategic and ultimate killing ninjutsu. Cloud Shinobi Village. After learning about the group Flying Thunder God teleportation technique, the third Reikage couldn't help but ask his Kage Sawa, XI. Why do I feel that this group space-time ninjutsu created by this kid is somewhat similar to our ninja village's heaven's teleportation technique? Do you think there is any way to improve our Tiansong technique? If we can reduce the consumption and minimize the damage of the teleport object by the Tiansong technique, can it become a group teleportation technique of the Tiansong technique? The third Reikage may seem like a rough and rude man, but in fact he is very talented and smart, and he grasped the key point immediately. However, XI smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Master Reikage, your guess makes sense. But it is too difficult to improve the Tensong technique and make it achieve the effect of the group Flying Thunder God technique. We have been trying to improve this ninjutsu since it was created, but the effect is very weak. We don't have any talent for this. Of course, he thought, if they could capture Uchiha Tianyi to help them study this, with his talent, he would probably be able to easily solve this task that they had no idea how to do, right? But this is just a thought. Uchiha Tianyi is the youngest son of the Uchiha clan leader and possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, so he is not so easy to catch. Once he is caught, it will be a life and death situation with Uchiha. Konoha will not sit idly by. But third Reikage doesn't see it that way. Perhaps, we can find a way to capture Uchiha Tianyi and have him help us study him. The third Reikage spoke. No way. XI immediately expressed his thoughts. Haha. You are obsessed. The third Reikage smiled and shook his head, saying, didn't you notice? The information about Uchiha Tenika this time doesn't seem to be difficult to obtain. It seems that someone is secretly fanning the flames and wants us to know. And this person, I guess, is most likely Danzo. Even third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen might have acquiesced. Because, judging from the intelligence we have collected over the past few months, there has clearly been a split within Konoha, with 2 opposing forces forming. They are the Hokage faction headed by third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others, and the ninja faction headed by Uchiha and Senju D. The appearance of a heaven-defying figure like Uchiha Tenuki on the ninja clan side is probably not what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others wanted to see. So, they deliberately leaked Uchiha Tianyi's information to us. We hope to use our power to cause trouble for Uchiha Tianyi. If it can motivate us to kill Uchiha Tenuki, that would be even better. And this is our chance. Didn't the tailed beast sealing team say yesterday that the Uzumaki clan has a special physique and is the most suitable candidate for Jinchuriki? That's great. We can find a way to kidnap a few Uzumaki people from Konoha. By the way, try to see if you can bring back Uchiha Tianyi as well. Even if I can't, it's good to be able to kill him. Of course he knew that the chances of success were low, but it never hurt to try. What if it succeeds? That would be a big profit. I really hadn't noticed this before. XI's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he gave the third Reikage a thumbs up, as expected of you, Reikage-sama. You are so considerate. It's definitely worth a try. However, ordinary spies may not be able to perform this task at all. It is better to select a few elites to carry out the task. Furthermore, it would be best if these elites did not choose people with 2 important identities. Because this mission is extremely dangerous and if you make a mistake you could lose your life. Yet, I'm the same. I want to leave this matter to you. You choose the person and the time. Don't be impatient. We only have one chance to attack. Do you understand? The third Raikage ordered. Yes. XI accepted the order immediately. At the same time, in a huge underground cave beneath the mountain cemetery, Uchiha Madara sat on a wooden chair with several wooden tubes connected to his back. The other end is connected to a huge, ferocious golem. Madara-sama, a very powerful group has emerged from the Uchiha clan in the past 6 months. This person seems to have a high level of comprehension talent. He is only 5 years old and has only been learning and practicing for more than half a year. He has mastered Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu, Sealing Techniques, and Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. He even created nutritional pills and optimized steel-making technology. Recently, he used the upgraded Flying Thunder God technique to save thousands of members of the Whirlpool clan through mass teleportation. It seems that the Flying Thunder God technique has directly teleported thousands of Uzumaki clan members more than 1,000 miles away back to Konoha. Black Zetsu couldn't help but report to Uchiha Madara. He himself also developed a strong interest in Uchiha Tianyi. I want to study this kid thoroughly and understand all his secrets. Unfortunately, he had discovered long ago that this kid seemed to like to set up a special isolation barrier most of the time to conceal some secrets and behaviors so that Black Zetsu could not see through them. This undoubtedly made Chiju very uncomfortable. But there is no good solution. Oh. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows slightly and said in surprise, if what you said is true, then he really is a super genius. But how did he, an Uchiha, learn the Flying Thunder God technique? That little monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually willing to teach him this. It's very strange. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen hated Uchiha and had been suppressing Uchiha. Could it be that this Uchiha Tenuki is another Uchiha Kagami? That's not it. Black Zetsu listened, shook his head and said, this brat became a disciple of Senju Tsunade at the suggestion and recommendation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, somehow, I got the approval of Uzumaki Mito and started to learn the sealing technique from her. Then, I don't know what made Mito crazy, he handed over the inheritance of Senju to this kid. He just learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, both Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Tianyi have mastered a special sealing barrier that can block my invasion and exploration, which makes me have a lot of doubts about their affairs. There's no way to understand it. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 87. Uchiha Madara frowned again and asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen recommended him to become Tsunade's apprentice. Tsunade, if I remember correctly, is Hashirama's gambling granddaughter, right? What's wrong with this little monkey to do this? Doesn't he always hate Uchiha? Could this kid's personality be similar to Uchiha Kagami? Uchiha Madara still asked these questions. DB. Black Zetsu listened, shook his head and said, not at all. Although Uchiha Tenuka's personality is indeed different from most Uchiha, he is definitely not comparable to a saintly idiot like Uchiha Kagami. This little devil is cunning and insidious. Also, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have become enemies with Uzumaki Mito and this kid. Because of this kid, Konoha is almost divided into 2 camps. Obviously, it's impossible that he recommended Uchiha Tenuka to become Tsunade's apprentice just because his personality is like Uchiha Kagami. Maybe he's getting old and confused? Or maybe he was bewitched by that brat Uchiha Tianyi in the beginning. Because of the incomplete intelligence collection, Black Zetsu himself felt confused. Ha! Uchiha Madara was stunned at first, then he couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha. That cunning monkey actually had a day when he miscalculated. This is really interesting. You know, the Senju clan was badly screwed by him and Danzo before, and now they are just a name, almost dead in name only. As expected, my Uchiha is still the best. Even if those people are just some traitors, they are not comparable to Senju and Sarutobi, hehe. Obviously, although the Tsundere Uchiha Madara is very dissatisfied with the Uchiha in Konoha, he can only be dissatisfied with him. Even if Uchiha doesn't care about it in his actions, he will still feel unhappy when others bully him. Even if Uchiha is to be destroyed, it can only be destroyed in his hands. Tell me more about this kid's family situation. Does he have any brothers or sisters? Uchiha Madara smiled for a long time before he stopped smiling and asked Black Zetsu. Yes. Black Zetsu knew what Uchiha Madara was thinking and nodded immediately. His father is the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Nobuhiko, his mother is Uchiha Kakamai, and he has a biological brother named Uchiha Fugaku, who is 8 years older than him. Currently, Uchiha Fugaku has started to watch the Shuang Gautama Sharingan. He's a little genius. Oh. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Uchiha Nobuhiko? So he is the son of this brat. It's nice to have brothers. Did this Uchiha Tenuki activate the Sharingan? Black Zetsu shook his head and said, it's not clear yet. I've never seen him show it to the public, so it's very likely that he hasn't activated it yet. After all, no matter how talented he is, he's only 5 years old, right? Uchiha Madara nodded in understanding, indeed. The sooner the Sharingan is opened, the better. Opening it too early will only lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, and the body cannot bear this burden. Eventually leading to a blood-related disease. These so-called geniuses basically don't live long. This is the bloody lesson that Uchiha has learned over thousands of years. However, most of the relevant information in this regard was taken away by Uchiha Madara, and there is basically not much information in the Uchiha clan library now. Does he have any good friends or anything? Is he a good or evil person? Uchiha Madara asked again. That's pretty kind, right? Black Zetsu pondered. This kid has a lot of good friends. He even trains with these friends every day and even personally sends out Shadow Clone to guide these friends. But the effect is quite good. Under his leadership, the Inoshika Age clan and his other friends no longer go to school in their original form, but only use Shadow Clone to go to school. Just looking at these, I think he has a kind personality with rich emotions. Oh? That's a very creative idea, kid. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, in that case, let's put this kid on the list of candidates for observation. When the next Ninja World War breaks out, he will definitely go to the battlefield. When the time comes, I can see if there is a suitable opportunity to guide him to become my agent. After all, Uchiha Tianyi is very suitable in terms of talent, identity, and personality. Yes. Black Zetsu listened, although he always felt that this was a bit inappropriate. He felt that the kid was not that simple and was not someone who could be fooled or brainwashed. But Uchiha Madara had already made his decision, so he didn't say anything more. After all, these were just his guesses and he had no reason. He should not show too much self-esteem in front of Uchiha Madara, lest Uchiha Madara doubt the authenticity of his identity. Until now, Uchiha Madara still believes that he is a special life created by his own will. How is the Nagato family doing? Are they settled? Uchiha Madara asked again at this time. Apparently, ever since Uchiha Madara successfully opened his eyes, he found that his body had decayed and he would not live long, so he began to prepare to select and train a host for his Sharingan. The Uzumaki clan, who had extremely strong vitality, became his only target from the very beginning. The siege of Whirlpool Country was actually caused by his presence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that those daimyo and ninja villages chose this time to attack the land of whirlpools. After all, the model of the integration of the ninja village and the daimyo in the Whirlpool Country has been around for more than just 1 or 2 years. Even Tianyi hadn't thought of this. It has been settled. According to your instructions, it has been selected in the territory of the Rain Country. Currently, Hands of the Salamander in Rain Shinobi village in the Land of Rain has expanded greatly and has begun to attack and destroy the surrounding countries. It is inevitable that he will go to war with big countries like Konoha in the future. Then, your plan for the Uzumaki Nagato family can be put into action. I have left enough white Zetsu on and around them to monitor and protect them. They will definitely not go on a mission. Black Zetsu replied seriously. Obviously, Uzumaki Nagato's family had been clearly arranged by Uchiha Madara and others from the very beginning. What good luck, I managed to escape from the Whirlpool Country. It's all bullshit. With their family's strength, there was no chance for them to escape from the Whirlpool Country. Everything was just a secret arrangement by Uchiha Madara. From the very beginning, the fate of their family has been woven by Uchiha Madara. But they don't even realize it. I can only say that such a life is pitiful. Well, that's good. Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction and asked again, did the Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi villages get enough seals from the Whirlpool Country to complete their respective Jinchuriki projects? That's right. This is also the result that Uchiha Madara is pushing behind the scenes and hopes to see. In the future, he will collect and seal the 9-tailed beasts into the Gedo statue, thereby reviving 10 tails, becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, and performing infinite Tsukuyomi, bringing permanent peace to the world. But if you go directly to the major ninja villages to snatch the tailed beasts, you will have to directly confront the 5 major ninja villages, which is the most difficult, especially since they have all sealed and hidden the tailed beasts, which makes it difficult to deal with them. But if they succeeded in sealing the tailed beasts into ninjas and made them into Jinchuriki, that would be a completely different story. It's much easier to deal with a single Jinchuriki than to deal with entire ninja villages. As long as they were made into Jinchuriki, he believed that these ninja villages would definitely not be able to resist using these Jinchuriki as cutting-edge combat forces, and it would be impossible for them to be hidden in the ninja villages all the time as mascots. Uchiha Madara felt that his plan was perfect. It's still a little lacking. Black Zetsu listened and said helplessly, I have said before that at the last critical moment, most of the Uzumaki clan members were taken to Konoha by Uchiha Tianyi using the group Flying Thunder God teleportation technique. Almost all high-level sealing techniques, most of the intermediate sealing techniques, and a small number of relatively important low-level sealing techniques were also taken away. The three major ninja villages only obtained the scraps and incomplete intermediate and high-level sealing techniques that the Uzumaki clan deliberately left behind. With these, although they should be able to successfully develop the sealing technique to seal the tailed beasts and successfully create their own Jinchuriki, there is no guarantee of time. Uchiha Madara frowned upon hearing this. You said that the seals they obtained were also left behind by the Uzumaki clan? Could it be that Uchiha Tianyi and the others saw something? Yes. Black Zetsu nodded and said, isn't the purpose of the three major ninja villages obvious? They are targeting the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. If the Uzumaki clan wants to live in peace in the future, it would be wisest to leave a portion of the sealing technique inheritance to satisfy the three major ninja villages. Obviously, they thought and did the same. No one is stupid. It seems that we can't underestimate the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Madara listened, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, I have been looking forward to the new war for a long time, it will not be good if it is delayed too long. Well, I will select some sealing techniques for you later, and you can find a way to let the people of the three ninja villages obtain them by accident. Let them get the Jinchuriki out earlier and start the Second Ninja World War sooner. This way, I can arrange the training plan for the agents and Nagato. He had to speed up the war. Is that so? I understand. I will finish it. Black Zetsu immediately nodded in understanding and agreed. Then, Uchiha Madara didn't waste any time and directly selected some suitable sealing techniques from his own collection and gave them to Black Zetsu, and sent him to do his job quickly. Black Zetsu left the mountain cemetery with the inheritance of these sealing techniques, and stopped after traveling more than 100 kilometers, emerging from a big tree. After taking out the seal technique inheritance given by Uchiha Madara and flipping through it, he curled his lips and said, sure enough, the seal technique inheritance in Madara's hand is not that good. With just these, when will the three major ninja villages be able to produce mature Jinchuriki? Sure enough, I still need to help add materials. With this in mind, Black Zetsu took out several blank scrolls, flipped through the many sealing techniques in his mind, and wrote down some of the appropriate ones, preparing to let the three major ninja villages accidentally inherit these sealing techniques later. Well, you have to use a combination of methods, you can't just use one method to obtain it, obtained from the escaped remnants of the Uzumaki 243 clan, found in ancient ruins, these are all good excuses. Well, that's it. In a flash, more than half a year has passed. The time came to the middle of the 29th year of Konoha. For the past 6 months, Tianyi has made a wish every day to increase the insight of making a wish. His comprehension also increased during this process, which greatly improved the speed of his cultivation and research. Comprehension, Cage level, 1767/10,000, however, if you want to obtain 6 paths level enlightenment qualifications, you are still far from relying solely on your current wish talent level. I still have to find a way to continue upgrading my talents. Thinking of this, Yin looked at his own talents again. Talent, Wishing, LV2, 757/1000, 3 small wishes per day, Good and Evil Loyalty Perception, Max, not bad. If I work hard for a few more months, I should be able to break through my wish talent again. I just don't know how many alliances I can get every day after this upgrade. When Tianyi saw it, he thought happily. This progress is still acceptable. However, it was all thanks to his research on elixirs. Over the past 6 months, he and Tsunade have developed the body strengthening pill, the healing pill, the all-purpose detoxification pill, and the spirit restoration pill. In addition, these pills have also been authorized to pharmaceutical companies for production and sales. Moreover, these medicinal pills are no longer limited to Konoha's own consumption, but have also been traded abroad. Some of them were sold to other countries and even ninja villages. Of course, this is limited to the medium and low quality of each elixir. Konoha is also unwilling to sell high-level and top-level corresponding elixirs to others. This made Tianyi's reputation as a talented alchemist and medical ninja even more famous. These pills are not only for ninjas to use, ordinary people can use them as well. The bodybuilding pill can make ordinary people strong and healthy, even if ordinary people do not take the initiative to exercise. After taking the bodybuilding pill, the medicinal effect of the pill can subtly strengthen their physique. However, the effect is relatively weak, and will become weaker and weaker as the person's physical strength improves, until it becomes ineffective. But Tianyi has tested it through observation and experiments, and it is enough to increase the physical fitness of ordinary people by about 50%. This is not small even for a ninja, let alone an ordinary person. If you are willing to take the initiative to exercise while taking the pills, the final effect can at least double. 0147050009 Fila 1033800320 Healing pills can heal injuries and save lives. The detoxification pill can detoxify hundreds of poisons, is highly versatile, and has a strong detoxification effect. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 88. The Fu Shen pill can restore mental strength, refresh the mind, and allow people to sweep away fatigue and fight again for a whole day. Each one, even of medium and low quality, is very effective for ordinary people. This is especially true for daimyo, wealthy nobles, and big businessmen. It's so effective for ordinary people, let alone ninjas. Therefore, these pills have been the sought-after strategic materials that other ninja villages have been snapping up over the past 6 months. Unfortunately, Konoha also knew that this was helping the enemy. Even if it was for the sake of making money, even if the company's shareholders included the Fire Country daimyo and several herbal medicine suppliers, Konoha also limited the number of pills sold to the outside world each month. As for the high-level elixirs, once their efficacy was confirmed, the monthly share had already been divided up by the company's shareholders, Konoha's various ninja clans, and civilian ninja representatives. As long as these pills are of high quality, the effects of the top 2 qualities are too powerful, and everyone wants to buy more. The medicinal materials required for these 2 qualities of elixir are of high quality, and some are even very rare. As a result, the monthly output of these advanced and top-level elixirs is also very limited. Located in the basement laboratory of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute next to the Uzumaki Mito yard, at this time, Tianyi was driving Naruto Sharingan and performing the final steps of making the life potion with Tsunade. When the last step is completed, a tube of light green potion full of vitality is finally completed. Okay. Next, we'll conduct an analytical experiment to confirm that the efficacy is consistent with what we deduced. Then this life potion will be successful. Tianyi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, raised his head and smiled at the national player. Originally, he thought he could successfully develop the life-saving potion in 3 months. However, the difficulty of deducing and developing this medicine was slightly beyond his expectations. In addition, during the past 6 months, in addition to practicing, he also researched several other elixirs and medicines. As a result of the delay, it took him more than half a year to finally reach this final step. There were several semi-finished products released before, but none of them met the expectations of Tianyi and Tsunade. However, those half-finished research were not wasted. After a slight adjustment by Tianyi and others, it was made into an instant recovery potion or pill that can instantly restore cellular energy, physical strength, and even part of mental power. Compared to nutritional pills that can only restore cell energy and require several minutes of recovery time, this instant recovery potion requires no recovery time at all and can be fully effective within seconds of taking it. It is definitely a life-saving and anti-killing magic medicine during battle. However, after discussing the formula between Tianyi and Tsunade, they decided not to hand it over to the pharmaceutical company for production and sales. At least, in the short term. They only plan to refine some of it privately from time to time and distribute it to Senju and Uchiha for internal use. The Uzumaki clan can also provide some. As for the rest, even the other ninja clans in Konoha cannot obtain it for the time being. Not to mention the 3rd generation. They are the ones we are guarding against. Well, let's analyze it. I hope it works this time. Tsunade nodded and said, Grandma, over the past 6 months, although her martial arts skills have reached a breakthrough level, she has recovered some of her blood and vitality, further reducing the extra loss of vitality. With the change to the chakra movement method, it became easier to suppress 9 tails, but she lost too much extra vitality in the past. If I don't give her a life potion as soon as possible to replenish her extra lost vitality, I'm worried that she won't be able to hold on. Speaking of this, Tsunade thought of the third generation's performance over the past 6 months and couldn't help but sneer. Some people are just hoping that grandma will die soon. No matter what I say, they won't succeed. Humph. I'm talking about you, third generation, and Danzo. Indeed. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. Not only Grandma Mito, my father, and his men also overdrew their chakra due to excessive extraction of chakra in the past due to high-intensity battles, and they also need to replenish this part of their vitality, otherwise, it will be very difficult for them to break through to the realm of transformation. More than half a year has passed, with Uchiha Nobuhiko and Uchiha Kakamai's own physical foundation and the growth of their mental strength, they have successfully practiced the art of martial arts to the dark energy level. Uchiha Nobuhiko even reached the peak of dark energy. But the reason why he couldn't break through the state of transformation was because of the excessive overdraft of vitality. Tianyi was still young, so even though he had some experience in understanding divine power, after more than half a year, he had only practiced Chinese martial arts to the initial stage of dark power. All of this is to avoid affecting one's potential and future growth. The same goes for his Sharingan. He felt that it would be most appropriate to open the 3-tomo Sharingan after the national martial arts broke through the realm of perfection. If that's the case, then many older people really need life potions. Tsunade listened, nodded in understanding, and then urged, okay. Stop chatting. Let's start the Shikai analysis test. Immediately, the two of them extracted a drop of medicine from the medicine bottle and began to test it. More than 10 minutes later, haha. It worked. This has definitely met our expectations. You can give it to Grandma and your father now. Tsunade looked at the results recorded on the paper in her hand, waved her fist with excitement, and said to Tianyi. Well. Then let's make a bigger batch first. How many herbs are left? Tianyi smiled knowingly and asked. Tsunade was also stunned when she heard this, and immediately checked the stock of medicinal materials. She said with a somewhat unhappy face, there are only 3 left. The main reason is that the 100-year-old red blood ginseng and the 100-year-old life grass are not enough. There are only 3 of each. There are still dozens of other auxiliary medicines. These 2 medicinal herbs are already rare, and those of high vintage are even rarer. Tianyi said calmly, it's enough for now. As long as these don't fail, they will be enough to refine more than 10 life potions. Come on. Let me handle the entire refining process this time. You don't have to get involved for now. As he said that, Tianyi went to get the herbs and prepared to start refining them. He had already mastered the new formula during the research process with his strong comprehension. In addition, his mental power had increased significantly over the past 6 months, and his precise control over mental power had become stronger and stronger. His alchemy and medicine-making techniques had also become more and more proficient, and he rarely failed in refining medicines. But Tsunade raised her eyebrows and pretended to be angry when she heard this. You are looking down on me, your teacher, and think that I am a waste of time and may fail in refining the herbs, right? Although this is true, and although I am not really angry, I still feel angry in my heart. This guy is really a pervert. Hey, teacher. You said this yourself. I didn't say anything. Tianyi replied with a smile, and directly controlled the instruments to extract, refine, and purify various medicinal materials, and then began to refine his life potion. Seeing this, Tsunade didn't dare to make a sound to disturb Tianyi. She could only watch quietly from the side and act as a guard. Just like that, more than an hour passed, and 3 portions of medicinal materials, a total of 12 portions of life potions, were successfully refined by Tian. Call. Tianyi sealed the last bottle of medicine into a special medicine bottle, placed it steadily on the medicine shelf, and said with a long sigh, fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and finally completed it. We will each take half of this batch of life potions. As for Grandma Mito, I think 3 to 5 bottles should be enough to replenish her extra lost vitality. Tianyi said, waving his hand and transferring 6 bottles of life potion to the sealed treasure house he opened in his home, and said to Tsunade. What if it's not enough? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and grabbed Tianyi's arm and said, don't even think about running away now. Come with me to see Grandma and watch her take the potion, wait until you are sure that these medicines are indeed enough before you escape. Otherwise, you have to make it up for me. 0147050009 Fila 1033800470. Anyway, new herbs will arrive next month, and there will be materials for at least 5 life potions. Your father is not in a hurry yet. If there is not enough, I can only give you 2 more for emergency use. Do you mind? Tianyi looked at his tightly grasped hand speechlessly, rolled his eyes and said, if you do this, does it matter if I mind? Just go. Don't worry if it's not enough. That was just my guess before. Besides, my father doesn't need 6 sticks. 1 stick is enough for each person to replenish his lost vitality. Even if my mother uses 1, there are still a few left over. Those were originally intended to be placed in the Uchiha Merit Pavilion for redemption by those in need of the family, especially the elders. Over the past 6 months, 90% of the Uchiha clan members had already had their contracts renewed by Tianyi, and had completely become people he could trust. The Uchiha Merit Pavilion, the new contribution welfare system, and the mission hall have also been thoroughly established. Ethnology is also going on in a lively and colorful way. Of course, those old stubborn and resolute rebels who have not signed a contract with him have not yet been completely eliminated. Because the time has not come yet. You can't just kill him, right? There will be problems. You can't be so rough during the period. However, in order to avoid leaking some secrets within the tribe, these people had long been marginalized and all sent out of the village to carry out long-term missions. I won't be back in a short time. Even if they come back, they will be under strict surveillance within the clan, and there will be no chance for them to get in touch with the current secrets within the clan involving Tianyi. Also includes the Hall of Merit. With this method, there is no need to cut back on the reform of clan land and new institutions within the clan because of fear of failure. In addition, over the past 6 months, most of the remaining Senju members have been contracted by Tianyi. Among them were dozens of Senju masters who had been integrated into the civilian population but were secretly contacted and re-recruited by Uzumaki Mito. More than 10 people from the Uzumaki clan were also contracted by Tianyi. As the trust between the two sides increases, this number will continue to increase rapidly. In Tianyi's opinion, the Shunsei clan and the Senju clan will be the key targets of Uchiha marriage in the future. He really wanted to see if the children born from Uchiha and the people of these two tribes would have the advantages of both tribes and have a strong physique, vitality, and Sharingan. If this works, then Uchiha's physical shortcomings will be completely made up. It will be of great benefit to Uchiha's future practice of national martial arts and opening of Sharingan. Of course, he didn't fully count on this. Now that the life potion has been successfully developed, he is going to officially start the research and development of the blood purification potion at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. He hopes that in the future he can continuously purify this potion to strengthen the bloodline limits of his clansmen, so that each of them will have the potential to open the Eternal Eye and even the Rinnegan. At the same time, the research and development of various blood purification drugs can also create many related profitable industries. For example, ninja beast training, ninja beast evolution, and so on. Going too far, Tsunade heard Tianyi. She happily let go of Tianyi, reached out and touched Tianyi's head, ruffled his hair, and smiled and thanked him in his resentful eyes. Then thank you for your consideration. Forgive me. Let's go. Let's go to Grandma first. She has been waiting for this day for a long time. In the past 6 months, she has hardly had any rest and has been working hard on developing life potions and other potions. Even the hospital sent shadow clone most of the time. I'm just worried that my grandmother will die because I can't develop the life-saving potion in time. If that happened, she would never be able to forgive herself. Okay. Let's go. Just use Flying Thunder God, be more secretive. You know, there are many 3rd generation and Danzo people watching nearby, so it's better not to expose yourself if you can. As he spoke, Tianyi waved his hand and transferred the remaining 6 bottles of potion to the sealed treasure house in his own home. Then he put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder and took her to the yard of Uzumaki Mito's house. Hey? Why are you here? When the shadow clones of Uzumaki Mito, Tianyi, Minato Kushina, and others saw the 2 people appear, they all looked over curiously, and Uzumaki Mito even asked. The life potion has been developed successfully. Grandma Mito, you can start taking it and restore your vitality. Tianyi spoke directly. Tsunade on the side also nodded repeatedly, looking at her grandmother eagerly. Oh? So fast. Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised, but more delighted. She immediately stood up and said, You are so thoughtful. Then go to my bedroom. I have already set up many isolation facilities there. A powerful barrier of this aura. Even if something is leaked, no one outside will notice it. As she spoke, Uzumaki Mito called Tianyi and Tsunade to her bedroom. The seal was used to open dozens of composite seals stacked together in the bedroom. Ong! Tianyi used his spiritual power to sense it and immediately took a breath of cold air and said, as expected of you. Grandma Mito, this kind of complex barrier, even I need to spend a lot of time to coordinate calculation is necessary to arrange it. Sure enough, I still have a lot to learn. Hehe. Mito, the Vortex King of Money, looked at Tianyi unhappily after hearing this and said, are you praising me or insulting me? What do you mean it takes you a long time to set it up? I spent a long time to make this, why do you think it's just that in your eyes? Sure enough, you are a monster. As for the sealing technique, I can no longer teach you anything. In recent discussions, you are the one talking and I am the one listening. Faced with your talent, an old woman like me also feels a sense of power. The evildoer is so discouraging. Hey, hey. Nowhere. Tianyi listened and smiled modestly, I still have a lot to learn. Stop talking nonsense. At this time, Tsunade couldn't help but interrupt the two of them, stretched out her hand and pinched Tian's cheek and said angrily, hurry up and take out the potion for Grandma. Yes, yes, yes. Tenuki immediately raised his hands in surrender, waved his hand and sent 6 bottles of life potion to the couch next to Uzumaki Mito, pointed and said to Uzumaki Mito, this is me and teacher Tsunade. The life-saving potion that has just been successfully developed. It has been verified, there shouldn't be any problem, you can take one to try it out. Good. Uzumaki Mito turned his head and looked at the 6 potions full of vitality on the couch. He nodded and immediately sat cross-legged on the couch. He picked up a potion and opened it. Open, drink it all in one day. 0147050009 Philo 1033804070. The next moment, she felt a warm current flowing into her stomach, and then began to spread to every cell in her body at an extremely fast speed. She immediately felt that her vitality that had been lost in the past began to be rapidly replenished and restored. Her originally shaky life fire seemed to be injected with new fuel, and it instantly burst into a brilliant flame, illuminating Uzumaki Mito's life. Most of the deathly aura that she exuded was swept away, her face became rosy, and the red hair that was maintained by the 100 healings mark became even brighter and more vibrant. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 89. Damn it! What on earth is going on? At the same time, inside Uzumaki Mito's body, in the sealed space of Nine Tails. Nine Tails saw that with all his efforts over the years, he was about to drain Uzumaki Mito's vitality and live freely. As a result, just now, it suddenly felt that Uzumaki Mito's originally shaky vitality was suddenly injected with a lot of vitality, and it directly recovered about 1/3. How could it not be surprised and jump? Damn it Uzumaki Mito, what on earth did you do? Nine Tails wanted to riot in the sealed space, and roared and questioned. If it were half a year ago, there would be no need to ask these questions, as it would have known them through the seal. But half a year ago, before Tianyi signed the contract with Uzumaki Mito, Nine Tails discovered that from time to time, his external perception channel would be actively sealed by Uzumaki Mito. At this time, all its external perception will be directly cut off, making it unable to sense any visual information from the outside world for more than half a year. And these are obviously what Uzumaki Mito doesn't want it to see. Now that such a big change has occurred, it doesn't know that Uzumaki Mito has been hiding this matter from it for more than half a year. Unfortunately, no matter how it struggled, it was of no use facing Uzumaki Mito whose vitality was constantly recovering. Noisy. With Uzumaki Mito's shout, the sealed space became even more stable, and the adamantine sealing chains that bound Nine Tails became thicker, and the suppressive force became even stronger. It was seen that a chain even bound Nine Tails' mouth, preventing it from roaring any further. He could only make sounds, his eyes filled with endless anger and hatred, but he couldn't do anything to Uzumaki Mito. Grandma? Are you okay? Was there something wrong with the medicine just now? Outside, Tsunade saw her grandmother tremble slightly after taking the potion, and an ugly look appeared on her face. She couldn't help but ask nervously. She was worried that there might be something wrong with the medicine. If that were to happen and Uzumaki Mito got into big trouble, she would definitely not be able to forgive herself. No. Uzumaki Mito quickly digested the life potion, opened his eyes, shook his head and said, Nine Tails found that my 893 vitality has been restored, and they can't sit still anymore. The medicine is fine. On the contrary, it works great. Just one bottle has restored 1/3 of my lost vitality. I think drinking 2 more bottles will completely restore my lost vitality. As she spoke, her face was filled with joy and surprise. Unexpectedly, Tianyi and Tsunade really developed this heaven-defying potion. With this, even if Nine Tails loses vitality in the future due to the seal and suppression, it will not affect her lifespan. In this way, without relying on other means, she can live at least another 30 or 40 years or even longer. After all, she is only 62 years old now, which is not too old for the Uzumaki clan who are born with strong vitality and longevity. Really? That's great. Then drink 2 more bottles. And don't forget to restore as much of your lost vitality as possible. Anyway, we can make more than 20 bottles of this potion every month, so there's no need to worry about not having enough. Tsunade heard this and urged excitedly. Okay, okay. Grandma, drink it right away. Uzumaki Mito smiled knowingly after hearing this. She also wanted to recover her vitality as soon as possible and restore her lost lifespan. By the way, she estimated that once her vitality was fully restored, she should be able to break through the Danjin. In that case, my lifespan will probably be further extended. The strength will also be further improved. All this was brought by Tianyi. Therefore, she became more grateful to Tianyi. Immediately, Uzumaki Mito drank 2 more bottles of life potion, and felt that her lost vitality was completely restored, so she did not continue to drink the 4th bottle. At this moment, her whole person gave Tsunade and Tianyi a feeling of vitality, sweeping away the previous dead feeling. It's fully recovered. Take the remaining 3 bottles. Don't waste them. After Uzumaki Mito recovered, he said to Tianyi and the others. No. Tianyi shook his head and said, you can keep these 3 bottles. Or you can give them to teacher Tsunade. These 6 bottles were originally her share. You can decide how to deal with them. But, at this point, Tianyi changed his tone and said, Grandma Mito, if the 3rd generation or someone he arranged saw your vibrant aura, I'm afraid he would infer that your vitality and lifespan have been restored. Will it have a negative impact on our subsequent 4th generation and 5th generation plans? What caused the 3rd generation to take desperate measures? After all, the reason why they have been holding back and not really taking action against the Uchiha Senju or even the changes in the vortex until now is because they think you will die soon. They can wait any longer. But if they knew you still had several decades to live, or even that they might not survive you, I'm afraid the situation will be very different, right? Do you really think that 3rd generation is stupid? For the past 6 months, they have watched Uchiha and Senju grow and develop rapidly without any substantial actions. It's all because they feel the timing is not right and they are just waiting for Mito Uzumaki to die. By then, Tianyi and the others' greatest support would be gone, and the 3rd generation would have no one left to suppress them. Without Uzumaki Mito, even Tsunade would not be able to fully inherit the prestige of Senju and continue to use all these connections. Only then will the 3rd generation be able to turn the tables and suppress Uchiha, Senju, and even Uzumaki. Even, by then, Kushina's new 9 Tails Jinchuriki might fall into their hands and be controlled by them. Unfortunately, they didn't stand a chance. But Tianyi is not ready yet and does not want his plans to be disrupted, causing the 3rd generation to turn the table. It's best to do everything step by step. He still needs a few years of development. It's true. Tsunade was also stunned when he heard it, then suddenly reacted and looked at Uzumaki Mito. That's indeed a problem. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding, then raised his hand, formed a seal, and pressed it on his abdomen. Countless sealing spells poured out from her hands, penetrating through her clothes and entering her abdomen. A sealing spell quickly formed on her abdomen. Ong! The moment the ritual was formed and activated, Tianyi and Tsunade felt that the vitality of Uzumaki Mito was rapidly fading, and she became lifeless again, with a weak life flame, as if she was about to die. How about this? After doing all this, Uzumaki Mito raised his head, looked at Tianyi and Tsunade with a smile and asked. Very good. There are no flaws in my opinion. The 3rd generation should not be able to see any flaws either. Tianyi gave Uzumaki Mito a thumbs up and praised him. This technique of sealing the breath of life is quite good. Being able to adjust and create this special sealing technique at any time according to his own needs, it must be said that Uzumaki Mito's attainments in sealing techniques are absolutely master level. That's good. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded with satisfaction. Now is definitely not the time to provoke them. By the way, how many years do you think it will take for the Second Ninja World War to begin? Tianyi listened, stroked his chin and pondered, 2 to 3 years. After all, the major ninja villages have inherited part of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. It will take some time to research a suitable seal for the tailed beasts and create a mature Jinkriki. Of course, if someone pushes hard, it wouldn't be surprising if it exploded early. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded, I hope it will be a few years later. You are still young and need more time to grow up. Since the research on the life potion has been successful, you can relax a little and stop pushing yourself too hard. Because of her, Tianyi and the others didn't have much rest before. Rest assured. Tianyi smiled knowingly after hearing this and said, I still take good care of my body. I make sure I have enough rest time every day and I don't squeeze my body. I'm researching life potions for you, but I also like researching them. Also, although the research on the life potion has been completed, my teacher and I are also planning to research deep-buried purified potions and even medical talismans, ninjutsu talismans, and storage talismans, storage rings and the like. Life goes on, and research never stops. The days are still long. All he had to do was complete the necessary daily training and push his body and mind to the limit. With his current efficiency and the use of shadow clone, these things can't even occupy his free time every day. It's just right for doing research. Oh. Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately became interested. He couldn't help but ask, is this blood purification potion for bloodline limit ninjas? What is the effect? Purify bloodline. That's about right. Tianyi nodded and said, in my imagination, the blood purification potion can purify and replenish the bloodline limit. Even for those who don't have a bloodline limit, it can also strengthen their bloodline constitution. If we continue to improve generation after generation, it is possible for even ordinary people to produce excellent bloodline limits. In addition, ninja beasts can also use this blood purification potion. Of course, all of this is still just a concept. It's just a framework. It will probably take quite some time to complete it. Especially in terms of bloodline materials, we are lacking. There is nothing we can do about this. Therefore, Tianyi is preparing to conduct preliminary research on blood purification potions, and the national system research is expected to be put off until World War II, or after World War II. By then, he would definitely be able to obtain enough bloodline limit samples and materials. In recent years, you can focus on studying medical talismans, ninjutsu talismans, and storage talismans. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded, and said, then this thing is really important. If it can really be accomplished, the strength of all bloodline limit ninja clans will probably undergo a qualitative change, even the upper limit of ordinary ninjas will be raised a lot. I'm afraid this thing will have to be regulated by then and can't be sold at will. This kind of thing that can affect the structure of the ninja world cannot be aided by the enemy. Maybe. It's too far to think about it now. Tianyi nodded without comment, then turned to look at Uzumaki Mito and said, by the way, Grandma Mito, do you want to participate in the research on medical talismans, ninjutsu talismans, and storage talismans? After all of this involves the sealing technique, which is the core key. The teacher's level in this area is a little insufficient. If you can get involved, we will surely be able to. The faster the research, the better the results. As he spoke, he also explained to Uzumaki Mito his ideas about medical talismans, ninjutsu talismans, and storage talismans. Hey! Uzumaki Mito was amazed when he heard this, you really dare to think and do it. With the emergence of these 3 talismans, the structure of the ninja world will change again. With the healing talisman, the survival of the person who recognizes it will be greatly improved. In battle, bringing a few more medical charms might just mean a few more lives. Ninjutsu talismans can even change the situation of a battle. If a person is rich enough and carries a lot of ninjutsu talismans, even if his own strength is average, he can probably just be careful and not get close to a high-level ninja. Killing the enemy shouldn't be that difficult, right? Ninjas can even gain extra benefits by making ninjutsu talismans. However, this research is very difficult. It is not easy to make the blank ninjutsu talisman compatible with various ninjutsu for long-term sealing. This is a big project. It is best to create and construct blank ninjutsu symbols of different levels according to the different levels of ninjutsu. Hey! Tianyi listened and smiled, I thought so too. As expected, it is more reliable to ask Midonai for this kind of thing. What do you mean? Tsunade, who was standing by, immediately became annoyed when she heard this. She raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hand and pinched Tianyi's cheek and said angrily, "Do you think I'm useless? You are such an ungrateful man. When I was researching the life potion, you called me little sweetie. Now I am Mrs. New." Tianyi was speechless after hearing this and said, "Teacher, what the hell are you talking about? Is this how I taught you to use this talk? What's the problem?" Tsunade glared at Tianyi with a disapproving look on his face. She can use it however she wants. Sure. Why not? Tianyi immediately raised his hands in surrender. He didn't want to be hit by Tsunade's powerful punch. Speaking of which, he has already mastered Tsunade's super powerful punch, and even with his strong understanding and superb control over his body and chakra, he has surpassed his master. His mastery of supernatural powers far exceeds that of Tsunade. Tianyi is the one who can send and receive as his heart desires and use supernatural powers in every part of his body. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 90. Hehe. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but smile knowingly when he saw the two people making a scene. Pretty good, isn't it? She could see that since Tsunade followed Tianyi, she smiled more often, and it was from the heart. Obviously, she is quite satisfied with her current life and the pressure is not so great anymore. Of course, it may also have something to do with the fact that Uzumaki Mito's lifespan has been extended. With her grandmother supporting him, Tsunade naturally felt less pressured. In addition, in the past few months, under their strict education and with Tianyi's help, Noeka has made rapid progress. The future is promising. I agree. Anyway, you have already learned the sealing technique and Kushina and Minato's sealing technique learning has also come to an end for the time being. I have some free time. Helping you study these talismans is also a good way to pass the time. But, at this point, Uzumaki Mito was a little confused and asked, "Is it really necessary for you to study this storage talisman? Isn't there a ready-made storage seal scroll?" "It's different." Tianyi shook his head and said, "In my imagination, storage talismans are divided into two types, one-time and reusable. The former is similar to most of the current low and medium-level storage seal scrolls, but the volume is smaller. It is best to be compressed into a palm-sized talisman paper. Ming also, the space inside cannot be too small, and the production cost must be minimized to ensure that it can be easily mass-produced by the corresponding sealing machine or manually. At the same time, it has to be easy to use. The latter can be similar in size and internal space to the former, but needs to be reusable at least 10 times. This is not my ultimate goal yet. The ultimate goal is to create a permanent storage ring, a fifth-day bracelet, or something like that. This kind of permanent space ninja tool must have a large space inside. Those are what I want." The storage seal scrolls currently available on the market are not only large in size and cumbersome to use, but also ridiculously expensive. They simply cannot meet my requirements. Obviously, the ninja world already has storage technology, but they don't think about improving it, making the storage equipment cheaper, lighter, more convenient, and cheaper. Isn't that a pity? Hey! Uzumaki Mito was also surprised when he heard what Tianyi said. If your idea really succeeds, it will be very convenient to carry supplies when traveling in the future. No one has really studied this seriously before. You are so smart and have so many ideas. Now that you mention it, I am also interested in this. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you research storage talismans and permanent storage ninja tools. She also looks forward to having this kind of permanent storage tool someday. In addition, once the cheap storage talisman is successfully researched, one can imagine how huge and profitable the market will be. Of course, the same goes for medical talismans and ninjutsu talismans. That's great. Welcome to join us. Tianyi was delighted when he heard this. Don't worry, when the time comes, you will definitely get a share of the patent revenue corresponding to your contribution. He is not a man who likes to take advantage. Of course, even with Uzumaki Mito, Tianyi is confident that he can make the majority of the contribution in the research of these talismans. There is no way, he is too quick to comprehend, and can get enlightenment at any time. Who can compare with him? I don't care about that. It doesn't matter whether it exists or not. You decide for yourself. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand without much concern. She and Senju owed Tianyi more and more, and she felt embarrassed to talk about it. So, I have nothing to do with talisman research. Tsunade said with a confused look on her face. Of course not. Tianyi rolled his eyes and said, Teacher, what are you thinking about? You are the main force in the research of medical talismans, and you can also participate deeply in the research of ninjutsu talismans. It doesn't make much sense for you to participate in just the storage talisman, you can leave it to me and Grandma Mito. As for the first two, especially the medical talisman, you have to put a lot of effort in it. Don't try to be lazy. You know, if the medical talisman really works, then the profits from this technology alone will be enough for you to become one of the richest people in the ninja world. Even if you lose a lot of money in the future, you don't have to worry about running out of money. Real. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard that. You know, her current monthly technical share of several kinds of elixirs is no less than 10 million taels, but she can't afford to lose it. Of course, she had seldom gone to lose money in the past 6 months because she had to research various potions, especially life potions. But after the success of the life potion research, she felt that she could breathe a sigh of relief and satisfy her desire to do it. She couldn't hold back any longer. Fake. When Tianyi saw her excited look, his face suddenly darkened and he said speechlessly, if you really want to lose endlessly, even if you make 1 billion every day, it probably won't be enough for you to lose. You can lose if you want. How about waiting for me and Grandma Mito to open a place in Konoha, and you can go to this store to lose in the future. Don't worry, the projects there will definitely be interesting and novel enough, and there will definitely be many that you have never seen before. Ha! Tsunade's face immediately turned black when he heard this. What do you mean? It's fine if you don't think highly of me. Are you trying to make money from me? Tianyi heard this and curled his lips in disdain and said, you'd rather lose to me and Grandma Mito than to Danzo or the nobles. We can also recover a large portion of the funds and use them for the proper development of our two families. Which family can stand your bullying? It is a misfortune for Senju to have Tsunade. I heard that Senju Hashirama was also a loser in the past, but his luck was much better than Tsunade, otherwise, he would also be a disaster. Tsunade's face turned pale when she heard this. This is too much. I can't keep this apprentice anymore. Hehe. Uzumaki Mito said cheerfully, I think Xiao Tianyi's suggestion is very good. Xiao Gang, how about you just follow it? With Xiao Tianyi's talent, since he said there will be many things you haven't seen or played before, and there will be many interesting ways to play, then there will definitely be. You won't lose out. You actually like the process, don't you? You can't win anyway, so it doesn't matter who helps Grandma and Tianyi with the household expenses. Otherwise, all the hard-earned money would be wasted like this, not to mention Tianyi, Uzumaki Mito would also feel bad. Only those who manage a household know how expensive daily necessities are. If you want to revive Senju, you will need a lot of money and resources. Tsunade was a little upset after hearing this, but she couldn't help but look at Tianyi curiously and asked, Tianyi, are you sure you can create many interesting ways to play that I haven't played or seen before? She was still attracted. Tianyi smiled knowingly and nodded affirmatively, of course. He immediately mentioned 1 or 2 ways of playing in his previous life. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she wanted to pull Tianyi to give it a try. But Uzumaki Mito ruthlessly suppressed it. Are you trying to corrupt the children? I was wrong. The suppressed Tsunade admitted his mistake with a guilty look on his face. I felt really regretful. Why was I so impulsive and wanted to commit suicide in front of my grandma? Be careful next time. By the way, teacher. Can you introduce Orochimaru to me? Tenuka watched the show for a while, and after Uzumaki Mito let go of Tsunade, he asked Tsunade. Tsunade frowned slightly when she heard this. Orochimaru? What are you looking for this guy for? Listen to me, stay away from this guy from now on, he is very dangerous. Especially in the past few years, I feel that I can't see through him anymore, and he feels more and more strange and dangerous to me. He is even secretly in contact with Danzo and is even cooperating with him. This is not a good sign. Although Orochimaru has been her teammate for many years, Motojuku is her only disciple. As Tianyi is a disciple who has done a great favor to her and her family, she would never allow him to be negatively influenced or even harmed by Orochimaru. Don't worry. Tianyi saw Tsunade's nervous and serious look, and felt a little warm in his heart. He waved his hand and said, I know this guy is getting more and more dangerous, but I think I can control him. He has something in his hands that can attract and control Orochimaru. Of course, he was unwilling to give most of them to Orochimaru. At least, not before Orochimaru signed a contract with him and worked for him wholeheartedly. Don't underestimate him, kid. This guy is not that easy to deal with. After hearing this, Tsunade became even more worried and couldn't help asking, besides, what do you want to do with him? Let's collaborate on research together. Tianyi spread his hands and said. What research? Tsunade asked with some surprise and curiosity, isn't it enough for me and Grandma? Not enough. Tianyi shook his head, from what I know, Orochimaru is a scientific research genius. I want to work with him on electrical appliances, chakra appliances, electrical and chakra machinery, etc. If we can do this well, not only will Orochimaru and I be able to make a fortune, but we will also be able to completely change the production and living structure of the ninja world and completely change the world. And these are obviously not what you and Grandma Mito are good at. Of course, that's not entirely true. When it comes to the use of sealing techniques, Grandma Mito can participate. But mechanical structures and electrical systems are beyond your ability to handle. Orochimaru can provide me with enough help in this regard. Of course he could do his own research. After all, he has the support of many technological techniques in his past life memories, and he has strong understanding now, and he can even gain enlightenment through cheating. But this is an extremely large scientific research and industrial system, which involves almost the entire science and technology industrial system. He can't produce much even if he works himself to death. It would be better to bring in a few qualified top workers to help. He doesn't think it's a big deal even if he has to share some of the profits. He paid more attention to the forces and people's hearts that were won over in the process, as well as the influence on the ninja world. Especially the last one, which involves his luck in the ninja world and the upgrade of his wish talent. He wanted to become stronger as quickly as possible, so upgrading his wish talents as much as possible was the right choice. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Of course, daily practice cannot be neglected. Home appliances? Chakra home appliances? Chakra machinery? You're actually planning to research this. There are already some people in the ninja world who are researching and producing these, right? Especially the Land of Thunder. Is it still necessary? Tsunade asked with some confusion. Of course it's necessary. Tianyi shook his head and said, the development of the ninja world is still too slow. Many products I am not satisfied with the functional performance. Besides, this is obviously a huge blue ocean industry chain that can make money. If others can do it, why can't we? Are we going to hand over this entire money-making industry system to someone else? Isn't it stupid not to make money? Is that so? Tsunade listened, nodded, and said, okay. Since you think so highly of this thing, it's not impossible for me to help you contact Orochimaru. But you must be careful when you come into contact with him. You can cooperate, but don't get too involved or you'll be influenced by his thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame me for cleaning up the mess. Humph. Of course, I will also warn the human smugglers not to mess around. Hearing Tsunade's caring words, Tianyi smiled knowingly and nodded, no problem. Don't worry. He can't influence my thoughts. On the contrary, you should worry more about him being influenced by me. It makes me think. Orochimaru wanted to influence and brainwash him? I can only say that I think too much. Having lived 2 lives, Tianyi's thoughts and values have long been firm. Orochimaru, a mere man, cannot influence him. Oh. Tsunade laughed when she heard this and said, if you can really influence him, I'll be happy. It would be great if we could pull him back from the abyss. 0. Looking at how he has changed over the past few years, if I don't give him a hand, I'm worried that he will be irreversible and turn into a monster I don't recognize. In recent years, Orochimaru's humanity has become increasingly weak. He still retains a certain degree of humanity and conscience, but if this continues, his future will be uncertain. Haha. I won't let you down. Tianyi heard it and smiled kide. He knew very well what Orochimaru wanted, so he naturally had an idea of how to bring him back. Not urgent. Not urgent. That's it. I'll contact him later and make an appointment with him. I'll let you know then. Tsunade nodded noncommittally. She would definitely go with them to listen to what Tianyi and the others were going to discuss, only then would she feel a little more at ease. Come to think of it, if you really win over Orochimaru, the old man and Danzo will probably be very angry, right? Tsunade thought with some gloating. You know, 3rd generation and the group both take Ren Shimura very seriously. The former regards Orochimaru as his son to a certain extent, while the latter regards Orochimaru as an important partner and scientific research tool. They probably won't sit idly by and watch Tianyi win Orochimaru over to their side, right? It doesn't matter. Tianyi smiled and shook his head, saying, the real decision is made by Orochimaru and me. Even if the third generation has any ideas, it will be useless by then. Of course, I think they might hope to influence me through Orochimaru and gain enough benefits from me. Unfortunately, there is no way I can really succeed with them. Want to take advantage of him? Unless he wants to, no way. As long as you have confidence. Tsunade nodded calmly, and suddenly remembered Jiraiya, the idiot, and couldn't help but remind Tianyi, by the way. If you come into contact with Jiraiya, the idiot, remember stay away from him. Don't be influenced by him. Otherwise don't blame me for cleaning up the mess. She couldn't imagine what her mentality would be if Tianyi became a shameless pervert like Jiraiya. I guess he would want to kill Jiraiya, right? Don't worry. Tianyi said calmly, is the emperor's uncle a little master? I know that. He can't influence me. Of course, Tianyi does not deny that he also likes beautiful women. Currently, he has two of them, Kushina and Mikoto, in his fish pond, so they are considered to be the reserved ones. Even Tsunade is not without ideas. But let's forget about making him look like Jiraiya. People still need some bottom line and sense of shame. Jiraiya and third generation are undoubtedly shameless in this regard. From 158. When Tsunade heard Tenika's description of Jiraiya, she was speechless and didn't want to talk about this guy anymore, so she ended the topic directly. After chatting here for a while, Tianyi said goodbye and left. When I got home, I found that my parents were there. Uchiha Nobuhiko is reconciling accounts with the Great Elder. Tianyi is back? Why are you back so early today? How is the research on the life potion going? Seeing Tianyi coming back, the three of them nodded to him, and Uchiha Nobuhiko couldn't help but ask. Tianyi did not hide the matter of the life potion from Xinyan and his wife. The Great Elder often came here and had heard some of it. The main thing is that they are all under contract, and they are Uchiha, so it doesn't matter if they know. P.S. Please have self-control. Chapter 91. It has been successful. Even Grandma Mito has taken it, and her lost vitality has been restored. Even if there is no breakthrough in my cultivation, it won't be a problem for me to live another 30 or 40 years. Tianyi smiled and replied, then he flipped his hand and took out 3 bottles of life potion from his sealed treasure house and handed one to each of them, saying, here, this is it. You can drink it and try it, it just so happens that you have all lost a certain amount of vitality in the past, which will have a significant impact on your subsequent martial arts training and breakthroughs. It's better to make up for it as soon as possible so as not to hinder your martial arts training. Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. They took the life potion one after another and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Soon, they felt a stream of warmth flowing from their stomachs to their entire bodies, and their damaged vitality quickly began to recover. Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kakamai suddenly looked several years younger. The whole person feels more energetic. The Great Elder has changed greatly. He was already in his 60s, a few years older than Uzumaki Mito. After taking the life potion, the whole person feels more than 10 years younger. 1/3 of the pale hair turned black again. The wrinkles on the face were also half smoothed out. Most of the deathly aura in his body has been swept away, and it seems that he can live for at least another 20 or 30 years. If he works hard in the next 10 years and improves his martial arts skills to above Danjin level, his lifespan can be extended significantly. Improving the chakra movement technique can also extend his lifespan to a certain extent. Hey, it's been a long time since I felt this way. The elder waited until the drug had fully taken effect before he heaved a long sigh, clenched his fists, and moved his body slightly. Ten looked at the last 10 with surprise and thanked him, thank you, last 10. This 60 time I got a great deal. This is a miracle drug. I feel like I am more than 20 years younger, how can I redeem this potion later? If possible, he would like to drink a few more bottles. The older I get, the more I fear death. Especially now that Uchiha is getting better and better under the leadership of Nobuhiko and his son, the Great Elder doesn't want to die even more. He also wants to see Uchiha become a Hokage, stand at the top of the ninja world, and become the strongest ninja clan. Tianyi listened, shook his head with a smile and said, I know what you are thinking, Great Elder. Although the production of this life potion will be extremely limited every month due to the limitation of raw materials, the amount allocated to our Uchiha each month is not much, but I will still include it in the exchange list of the Merit Pavilion. But if you want to increase your lifespan by drinking a few more bottles, forget it. After all, this thing is just to make up for the vitality that was overdrawn in the past, and to restore a certain amount of life in disguise, but it is not a real life-extending potion. So, with the vitality you lost in the past, that bottle just now has completely restored it and even overflowed. If you continue to take it, it won't have this effect. At most, it will make you feel better for a while, but the effect will basically be wasted. Of course, when he develops a life-extending potion in the future, that will be another matter. As for whether it can be researched, this has never been a problem for Tianyi, who can cheat. Hey! The Great Elder was stunned when he heard this, and said with disappointment, "Is that so? This is such a pity. Is there no potion that can really prolong life? With your intelligence, Tianyi, you can definitely figure it out, right?" Seeing the expectant look of the Great Elder, Tianyi shook his head with a smile and said, "It is indeed possible to research it, but it will take many years. The most important thing is, the next research I'm going to do at the Pharmacy Research Institute is to make a blood purification potion. The hope of this potion is to purify the ninja's bloodline, that is, the bloodline limit, perfect the bloodline limit, and enhance the potential of the ninja, especially the ninja who has the bloodline limit. This is very important to Uchiha and the entire ninja world. If it can be successfully developed, then as long as there is a sufficient supply of blood purification potions, everyone in Uchiha will be a super genius who can open the Mangekyō Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Can you imagine how fishy Chen's Haiha will be on that day? Def. When the Great Elder, Uchiha Nobuhiko, and the others heard this, a scene suddenly emerged in their minds where all Uchiha members would open their eternal eyes in the future, and the average combat power of Uchiha Madara would be the same. The scene made them gasp. Can this medicine really be successfully researched? Also, you need to activate the eternal eye drops to fuse your loved one's Mangekyō Sharingan, right? The Great Elder couldn't help but ask in surprise and doubt. If this kind of future can really be realized one day, it will indeed be something to look forward to and yearn for. But is it possible? If the problem of the eternal eye needing to fuse with the Mangekyō Sharingan of a loved one cannot be solved, then this high-potential song will bring the greatest civil strife disaster to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Nobuhiko also thought of this, and he looked at Tianyi with a pale face. Don't worry. Tianyi naturally knew what they were thinking at the moment, and calmly waved his hand and said, based on my current research and understanding of Sharingan, the reason why Mangekyō Sharingan needs to merge with the Mangekyō Sharingan of a loved one to advance to the eternal eye is that it is caused by insufficient foundation and insufficient origin. As far as I know, the Sage of Six Paths and even his eldest son Indra did not need this step and opened the eternal eye directly from the three-tomo Sharingan. From this, it can be seen that fusing the Mangekyō Sharingan of a loved one is not a necessary condition for opening the eternal eye. It is the lack of foundation that is the condition. But whether it is the Sharingan eye-opening method I created or the three-tomo Sharingan cultivation method, they can make up for this lack of foundation, allowing the tribesmen to lay a good foundation from the beginning, constantly accumulate and strengthen their Sharingan foundation, and prosper their origin. Then, once the three-tomo Sharingan is fully cultivated and the essence is accumulated sufficiently, in my imagination, I can directly reach the goal in one step, skip the imperfect Mangekyō Sharingan stage, and directly open the eternal eye. Do you understand? He never intended to open a Mangekyō Sharingan among future clan members to make a transition. This step itself will reduce the potential of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Look at other people's Byakugan. In fact, it is also done in one step, directly from the pure Byakugan, after 3 fetal movements, to the Tenseigan, which is comparable to the Rinnegan. Even if we omit the Mangekyō Sharingan stage, compared to the Byakugan evolving into the Tenseigan, the Sharingan evolving into the Rinnegan has the added bonus of the eternal eye. Hey? Is this one of the fundamental reasons why you created the eye-opening method and the three-tomo Sharingan training method? They actually have this effect? They can actually allow the tribesmen to open the eternal eye directly from the 3 Megatama in one step? What are the chances? The Great Elder and Uchiha Nobuhiko couldn't help but ask in surprise. Looking at my own blood talent at the moment, if my innate blood is not complete and pure enough, it will be difficult to achieve. That's why I want to create a blood purification potion. With this, in the future, every member of our Uchiha clan will be able to obtain the potential of the Eternal Eye through this blood purification potion. Once we have practiced the eye-opening method and the 3 Tomo Sharingan training method to perfection, we will have a very high probability of opening the Eternal Eye. Tianyi explained with a chuckle. Of course, if you want to open the Eternal Eye at that time, you must wait for Tianyi to create the Eternal Eye cultivation method. Only by switching to the Eternal Eye opening method can you greatly increase the chance of opening your eyes. Otherwise, even if one has a perfect 3 Tomo Sharingan, sufficient origin and potential at the level of the Eternal Eye, it still requires a certain amount of luck to open the eye. Tianyi doesn't like to rely on luck. He hopes to find the rules and fix them in the form of practice, so as to greatly increase the chance of opening his eyes. I see. Uchiha Nobuhiko and the Great Elder nodded in understanding after hearing this. Then, he got excited again. 0147050009 Philo 1033903060. It seems that the blood purification potion is indeed very important to us Uchiha. It is better to research it as soon as possible. As long as I can see more Eternal Eyes born in my lifetime, I will die without regrets. The Great Elder said excitedly. Then, he looked at Tianyi and asked, Tianyi, how many years do you think it will take to figure this out? Maybe within 1 to 3 years. It also depends on luck. Tianyi pondered for a moment and said. He didn't say anything too firm, for fear of pushing the others too hard. If he wants it, he can use the wishing enlightenment a few more times and it will probably be done in a month. But this is bound to consume a lot of wishes and is not cost-effective. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to use this thing at the moment, so he can extend the research time. Anyway, the war will not really break out in the next few years, so he still has time to take out a shadow clone every day to study. Of course, insufficient strength is also a factor. The blood purification potion is of such great importance that once it is released, all the ninja clans and even ninjas will probably go crazy for it. The interests involved are too great. Without sufficient strength, one will not be able to ensure one's own safety and interests when the time comes. Therefore, it is necessary to slow down appropriately and extend the research time. When he breaks through to the senior cage level or even the super shadow, he won't have to worry about this anymore. Oh! The elder's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is much shorter than I expected. It seems that in my lifetime, I may still see a new member of the tribe successfully open the Eternal Eye. Become a powerful being like Uchiha Madara. Haha. Indeed. Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled knowingly when he heard this, but he still reminded Tianyi with concern, but, Tianyi, don't put too much pressure on yourself, don't push yourself too hard, just follow the steps and take it slow. At present, everything in Uchiha is going in a good direction with your help. There is no urgent need for this potion. Yes, yes. The elder nodded and agreed, your father is right. Your health and healthy growth are the most important. Only if you continue to be good, can the family continue to develop in a good direction. We are all old now. The future of Uchiha still depends on you, Tianyi, to lead it. Oh. Tianyi is Uchiha's treasure now, he can't get too tired when he returns. Haha. I understand. I'll pay attention. Tianyi smiled and nodded, then he talked about the herbs needed for the life potion, and said to Uchiha Zinyan and the elder, so, next time, you should pay more attention to these herbs and collect as many as possible. Of course, we can't exhaust all resources, we need sustainable harvests. There are still many people in the family who need life potions to restore their lost vitality. This will extend their lifespans and allow them to continue their subsequent practice of Chinese martial arts smoothly. We get it. Leave it to us. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko and the Great Elder nodded seriously and agreed directly. That's right. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko thought of something and couldn't help but say, since this life potion is so effective, and Master Mito has recovered. Then the 3rd generation will soon know all this, they won't be desperate, will they? After all, the reason they have been so quiet over the past 6 months is that they have only made some small moves in secret and continued to infiltrate the public security brigade, so there have been no radical moves. Even when we formed an alliance with more Senju and Uzumaki and established good relations with more ninja clans, they didn't make much progress. This is all because they think that Mito-sama will die soon. Now Master Mito still has at least 30 to 40 years to live. He might even outlive the 3rd generation. Can they still sit still? The Great Elder nodded in agreement and said solemnly, it seems that we need to prepare for a head-on conflict next. This is not needed for the time being. Tianyi waved his hand calmly and said, don't worry, the third generation won't know about it in a short time. Teacher Tsunade and I have kept the matter of the life potion secret. After taking the potion, Mito's grandmother also sealed her own vitality. This concealed it, so the third generation couldn't see it in a short period of time. It's estimated that only after a few years, when they find that Grandma Mito can't die, will they really realize that there is something wrong. Of course, you also need to remember to strictly control the information about life potions and the qualifications for redemption. Although, except for those stubborn members who were sent out, everyone else in the clan has been contracted by me, and it is impossible for them to leak the information of the life potion, but if a large number of the older generation of the tribe take this potion, it will still be easy for the third generation to notice something. So, before being exposed, any tribe member who wants to exchange for life potion to take, especially the older generation, must let me carve the vitality seal at the same time. The same goes for you, Great Elder. It's always better to be careful. 3.6 is not afraid of the third generation, but it can develop steadily for a few more years, so that its strength and foundation can be more complete, and the transition to power in the future will be smoother. There is no need to make it so embarrassing, right? That's true. Then start with me. Plant this vitality seal for me. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others will find out. The Great Elder thought it made sense and immediately took the initiative to propose it. Me too. Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kakamai also spoke up. Dad and Mom, you don't need them anymore. Tianyi listened and shook his head with a smile, saying, you two are still young, and the loss of vitality in the past is not that much, and the changes after taking the life potion are not very obvious. You don't need to plant the life breath seal and the third generation won't suspect you. The Great Elder does need it. He is too young. As he spoke, Tianyi, with the cooperation of the Great Elder, planted a life breath seal on him. As soon as the seal was completed, the breath of life emitted by the Great Elder returned to the feeling it had before taking the life potion. At the same time, the much younger appearance also returned. Wow! The Great Elder sensed and checked the changes in himself, and said in amazement, this seal is really magical and powerful. My appearance and aura have indeed returned to normal, but my inner self has not. If you hadn't used chakra and mental power to carefully investigate, you wouldn't have noticed this. This is really foolproof. Tianyi. You are amazing. You even know this kind of sealing technique. Tianyi smiled faintly and said, this is nothing, it was Grandma Mito who created it first. The level of this sealing technique is actually not that high. You'd think so. The Great Elder laughed and shook his head. For most ninjas, this is already a very advanced seal. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 92. The next morning, in a private room at Sahai restaurant, Tianyi arrived here as promised, and as soon as he came in, he saw Orochimaru and Tsunade were already waiting here. Finally you're here. I've arranged an appointment for you. It's up to you to convince Orochimaru. I can't give you any guarantees. Besides, this is your territory. Order the food quickly then, we can talk while we eat, is that okay? Tsunade waited for Tianyi to come in and spoke directly. No problem. Tianyi smiled and nodded, then waved his hand to set up a 5-element isolation barrier in the box. After doing all this, he looked at Orochimaru in curiosity and surprise and said, welcome to the appointment, Master Orochimaru. I won't say any more unnecessary nonsense to avoid wasting each other's time. This is the research industry plan I want to cooperate with you. You can take a look at it first. As he said that, Tianyi directly flipped his hand and sent a scientific research project and industrial plan for home appliances, chakra appliances, machinery, etc. that he had prepared yesterday from home, and handed it to Orochimaru. Oh! Orochimaru looked at Tianyi with some surprise, took the document and said, Tianyi is more decisive than I thought. As expected, he is the one who can create so many good things, change the status quo of the Uchiha and even the Senju clans, and change the pattern of konoha. Then I'll take a look first. Having said that, Orochimaru put down the document in his hand and got up to look it up. During this time, all the meals that Tsunade had ordered in advance were delivered by Nara Anza herself. More than 10 minutes later, call. Orochimaru had just finished reading this thick book on mechanical and home appliance industry research, and he took a long breath, looking at Tiandeo with amazement and complexity. I thought I had already thought highly of you, but I didn't expect that I and everyone in the ninja world still underestimated you. You are not just trying to change the Uchiha and Senju, or even just trying to change the structure of konoha. I want to change the entire ninja world and bring about industrial and social changes throughout the ninja world. Let the ninja world enter a new era. If all the technological industries you are planning can be built and promoted, the future ninja world will be completely different from what it is now. I even have a feeling that relying on this technological industry chain alone, it is possible to bring about earth-shaking changes in the lives of all people in the ninja world, making them much richer than they are now. I really don't know what's wrong with your brain. You can even think of something like this and build a complete system out of it. In the past, there have indeed been many technological sprouts and even scattered technological products, inventions, applications, etc. But none of them are as detailed, organized, and clear-cut as the plan provided by Tianyi. So, what's your answer, Master Orochimaru? Do you want to get involved and try to change the landscape of the ninja world with your own hands through the technology industry? Create a future that you and I both want. Of course, in this process, you and I will both make a fortune and become one of the richest people in the ninja world. By then, no matter what research you do, you will no longer lack funds. Any research will become much easier once funding is resolved. After all, there aren't many things in this world that money can't buy, right? Tianyi looked at Orochimaru with a smile and encouraged him. In his technology industry plan, in addition to a part of the technology industry system from his previous life that he selected from his mind, he also incorporated some of his own ideas and plans for chakra technology. Absolutely grand. It is definitely not something that can be accomplished by just Tianyi or Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru has been recruited, in the future we will certainly continue to attract more scientific research and even commercial capital to join us, and together we will improve and expand this industry and promote it. The interests involved are too great and the workload is too large, so Tianyi doesn't mind sharing enough of the profits. Otherwise, how to attract the zone? Although Orochimaru seems to be good at biological research, he also has a good talent for research in technological machinery. Originally in the future, he had developed a mechanical Naruto. Tisk tisk. After hearing this, Orochimaru licked his long tongue and looked at Tianyi with a smile on his face. It's really a huge temptation. You're right, most things in the ninja world can actually be solved with money. I do need a lot of money to support some of my research. Since Tianyi-jun is so sincere, I think I have no reason to refuse. However, if you want me to join, I would like to put forward a small condition. Is that acceptable? Tianyi looked at Orochimaru with some surprise after hearing this and asked, what are the conditions? Orochimaru directly cried, the pills and potions you and Tsunade have researched are very useful, especially those high-level elixirs, they are very effective even for me. They can greatly improve my training and research results. But it's too difficult to buy these high-level elixirs. Most of the shares seem to have been divided up by your internal agitators and the big ninja clans. When it comes to individuals like me, there are not many left, not enough for daily use. So, I hope to get a certain amount of high-level elixir purchase quota from you every month. It doesn't have to be too much. We need to guarantee more than 30 pills of each type per month. Of these, we can have more advanced soul-restoring pills, advanced nutrition pills, and body-strengthening pills. How about 60 pills per month? Advanced nutritional pills can meet his daily high cultivation requirements and daily needs. The advanced rejuvenating spirit pill could effectively restore his mental strength and support his more intensive training and research work. High-level bodybuilding pills can speed up the improvement of his physique, allowing him to break through to the true cage level faster. Each of these 3 kinds of elixirs is what he urgently needs. Unfortunately, the monthly output of these high-level elixirs is limited, and the high-level ninjas needed are numerous in Konoha alone. There won't be much left after each person gets it. He is indeed a disciple of the 3rd generation and is considered a high-ranking figure in Konoha. But after all, he is just an orphan. If he didn't have some supporters behind him, he wouldn't even be able to buy many high-level elixirs. Every ninja clan and force in Konoha would like to get some high-level elixirs every month. Whether it is for their own use by their tribesmen to improve their strength, or to accumulate some as a foundation, they are all flocking to it. Is that so? Tianyi raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this and said, I didn't expect that someone like you, Lord Orochimaru, would agree to this. No problem. I agree to your terms. I can give you 60 advanced nutrition pills and bodybuilding pills to purchase every month, but the production of high-level Fu Shandan is relatively small. I can only give you 30 pills per month. This is already the limit. These can only be sold at market prices, is that okay? After all, he is just one of the shareholders and cannot set the price at will. Can. After hearing this, Orochimaru nodded happily and agreed. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Tianyi's proficiency in making the Fu Shen pill, he also knew that what Tianyi said was true. The output of ordinary Fu Shen pills was much less than that of nutrition pills, let alone the advanced Fu Shen pills. There seems to be some rare material involved. Yes, all the medicinal materials related to mental recovery. Which one is not rare? Thank you very much, Tianyi-kun. We can discuss the specific matters of cooperation next. Which product research do you think we should start with? Orochimaru thanked him first, then let go of the plan and asked. Tianyi immediately considered Kaide. How about the research on upgrading the thermal power plant technology and ordinary refrigerators, washing machines, electric fans, electric water heaters? Let's not talk about thermal power plants. Electricity is a necessity for popularizing home appliances and expanding sales, but the current thermal power technology in the ninja world is far from meeting the requirements for the promotion of our home appliance industry. Therefore, it is necessary to study and design this technology first. Once the research is completed, we can also bid for the shares of Konoha's ninja clan, or even the nobles and chambers of commerce of the Land of Fire. Of course, the industries of Kunyi and Daimyo must be brought in. Then, it's the research on those home appliances. I can provide some necessary basic technical theories and even relatively complete technical theories. At the same time, I will also send a shadow clone to work with you on daily research and development. Of course, before that, we have to set up a technology research institute. Just like the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, it is dedicated to researching technology and licensing technology to other companies. What do you think? With the thermal power and home appliance technologies he had mastered from his previous life, he could actually recruit all of his family members in a branch house to join him. But as I said before, this industry chain is too big to be managed by just one person, one family, or a few families. Eating too much will only make you die of bloating. In addition, if you want to promote these things as quickly as possible, open up sales channels, and attract more forces to join. The most important thing is, there is no good ending if you try to eat alone. In addition, although he has a lot of skills ready-made, some of them are not applicable to the ninja world. If you want to use the technology to verify and replicate it one by one and complete the construction and design of the production line, it will take a lot of time and energy. If he relies on himself, won't he be exhausted to death? Therefore, it would be most appropriate to bring in Orochimaru or even more scientific researchers to conduct research together. Thermal power and ordinary household appliances. Orochimaru listened and nodded in understanding. These are indeed the most appropriate entry points. Here they are. I have no problem setting up a research institute. But where are you going to choose to set up? Do you have a goal? He knew how tense the relationship was between Tianyi, Uchiha, Qianyang and his teacher third generation. This research institute is very important and it would not be appropriate to put it in many other places. Not to mention Tianyi, Orochimaru himself was also worried. When it comes to his own interests, Yin Shezi feels that his teacher is also not trustworthy. Or how about the Senjou land? Tianyi considered Kaide for a moment, and looked at Tsunade. Teacher Tsunade, you or Senjou can also invest in the research institute, okay? It would not be appropriate to put it in Uchiha. Not to mention that it is inappropriate and unsafe to allow Orochimaru, a pervert scientist, to go in and out of the Uchiha territory every day. Uchiha now has many secrets that are not suitable for outsiders to know. In addition, Shimaru may not agree to set up the research institute in the Uchiha tribe's territory. It's not that he doesn't want to, but the third generation and even Danzo behind him may not agree. Orochimaru can of course not listen to them, but they also have many research collaborations going on with Orochimaru. If Orochimaru is put in a difficult position, he may not choose Tianyi's side, but will side with the third generation and Danzo. Falling out. Financial gain alone was not enough for Orochimaru to abandon the third generation and Danzo. Unless Tianyi is willing to teach Orochimaru the traditional Chinese martial arts or even the chakra movement technique. But that's impossible. At least, not in the short term, not until Orochimaru signs a contract with him and is willing to pay a greater price. That's fine with me. Tsunade was slightly stunned and said, but let me make it clear first, I don't understand your research project, nor am I interested in it. The Senjou clan is now dwindling in numbers, and there is no one suitable to truly participate in the research. Are you sure you want to give away shares in the institute? You have to know that these are not shares in a production and sales company. At this time, Orochimaru smiled and said, I think it's okay. Not to mention that we chose the Senju tribe's territory, where we can get the protection of the Senju and Mito-sama, so that our research will not be easily disturbed, and the research results will not be easily stolen, not to mention that Senju provides an excellent venue. Mito-sama may not be able to participate in ordinary scientific research, nor is he interested in participating, but the future of chakra technology will be completely different. There are so many places here that need to be designed and applied to the sealing technique. It can even be said that the core foundation of chakra technology itself is inseparable from the sealing technique, so, this Mito-sama is able to be highly involved. In fact, the Manwo clan is the most suitable one to participate. So, at this point, Orochimaru looked at Tianyi and said, I think we can also directly bring the Uzumaki clan into the research institute. We can conduct research on both ordinary electrical technology and chakra technology at the same time. What do you think of developing ordinary home appliances and chakra versions of them, Tianyi-kun? This seems useless and unnecessary. Actually, it is not. Ordinary household appliances consume a lot of electricity every day, which accumulates to a considerable expense. But if you switch to chakra appliances, you can save a lot of energy costs for ninjas every day. Every day, you only need to input a small amount of chakra into the appliances needed for this game to meet the operation needs of these appliances, and chakra is not used every day itself cannot accumulate. It means there is no cost. In addition, chakra appliances have a huge advantage that ordinary electrical appliances do not have, that is, there is no need to build energy networks such as wires, which greatly saves infrastructure costs and is very important to the ninja village. In other words, it is more cost-effective and applicable. Oh! Tianyi raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and soon realized the benefits of doing so. He nodded and said, Okay. Very good suggestion. Then I will contact Chief Liu Ming and discuss this matter with him. He will definitely not refuse such a good thing. However, if we want to study chakra technology, then the first thing we need to do is to study chakra storage devices. If there is no such thing, then the chakra appliance can only be operated by temporarily inputting a certain amount of chakra each time. This is not only very inconvenient, but also very difficult to use when you need to save chakra for combat. It will be more troublesome and inapplicable when it is used. At this time, a long-term chakra energy storage device is very necessary. With this, ninjas can store chakras that they don't need on a daily basis in the chakra storage device in advance, so they don't have to temporarily input them when they need them. The chakra in the body. Even from this, we can deduce the industry chain of chakra sales. At this point, Tien paused, his eyes sparkling as he said, if we can further purify chakra, can we use the stored chakra as a way to replenish our own chakra? How about using the consumed battery to greatly increase the ninja's endurance? If it is possible, not only will low-level ordinary ninjas have an additional way to benefit, but ninjas who go on missions can also greatly enhance their endurance and increase their strength. Strength and survivability. Def. Orochimaru and Tsunade couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. You are such a daredevil, you want to make chakra into a product that can be sold or acquired. Develop a chakra battery that can quickly replenish a person's chakra? Is there anything else you can't think of? Tsunade stared at Tendo with wide eyes. She seemed to be able to imagine what kind of drastic changes would happen in the ninja world if the future really became like this. It will definitely be disruptive. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 93. As expected of Tianyi-kun. He has a really big imagination. But this is very feasible. It's amazing. Orochimaru also looked at Tianyi with shining eyes, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in praise. He thinks such a future will be very interesting. Similarly, the chakra storage technology, purification technology, and chakra battery technology are all very useful. Research into one's own immortality might also prove to be of unexpected use. Just do as you say. Now that I think about it, I'm actually more interested in chakra technology. If these technologies are truly realized, the history of the ninja world will be completely rewritten, and the future will be very different. Perhaps, by then, ninjas won't have to carry out dangerous missions anymore, and they can survive just by selling their chakra every day. Orochimaru said, interest showing in his eyes. I can't imagine such a future. Tsunade couldn't help but fantasize. Since you all think it's feasible, then it's settled. I'll make an appointment with Chief Liu Ming first and finalize it with them first. Tianyi said, and then looked at Tsunade and said, Teacher Tsunade, you can also find a suitable yard next to the Pharmacy Research Institute for us to build a scientific research institute. Is that okay? No problem. Tsunade made an okay gesture, leave it to me. Right now Senju has nothing but a lot of empty houses. Thank you so much. Come. Let's eat. The chefs here are making more and more money. Don't be polite to me. Having said that, Tianyi invited the two to start eating. After the meal, Tianyi did not delay and ran directly to the Suanwo tribe's territory to find Suanwo Luming, explained his purpose, and showed him the relevant plan. Then, he asked, this industry is definitely very promising. What do you think, Chief Lu Ming? Do you want to get involved? Certainly. Uzumaki Luming put down the plan in his hand, nodded with great certainty and said, even if this plan doesn't work, just to repay your kindness, I am willing to bring the Uzumaki clan to participate. Not to mention, this plan is indeed very feasible. Now, my Uzumaki clan will owe you even more favors. Oh. I don't know how to repay you. I really owe more and more. He was not stupid and immediately saw the huge potential of this technological system. This is something that can truly change the entire landscape and future direction of the ninja world. If the Uzumaki clan can participate in it, they will surely be able to ride the wave of changing times in the future, reap huge benefits in the process, and rise directly. No way. Tianyi listened, smiled and waved his hand, saying, with the relationship between our two tribes, there is no need to talk about this. If you really feel bad, then the two tribes should intermarry more often in the future. In my opinion, this is definitely a win-win situation for both our tribes. Suanwo Luming raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and asked in confusion, marriage? How can it be a win-win situation? Tianyi had mentioned this matter once before, but it had never been confirmed. The main reason was that not enough people from the Uzumaki clan had been contracted by Tianyi before. But more than half a year has passed, and now the number of Uzumaki clan members who have been contracted by Tianyi has exceeded 200. Motoshi feels that a marriage alliance can be launched. Hearing Uzumaki Roaming's question, Tianyi immediately told Uzumaki Roaming the history of the ninja world, especially the fundamental relationship between the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. Then, he said, it can be seen that the best bloodline and evolutionary foundation is to possess both the sage body of the Sage of Six Paths and the Immortal Eyes. Uchiha is missing the sage body and Uzumaki and Senju are also missing the sage eyes. If we can marry each other, will it be possible to solve this problem? By then, all three of our tribes will possess the sage body and the Immortal Eye. Wouldn't the future be even brighter and the heights that our tribesmen can reach in the future be even higher? DB. Uzumaki Luming was slightly stunned after hearing this, then frowned and said, that's true. But the Uchiha should be the tribe members who opened the Sharingan and left, right? If we carry out the marriage as you said, it is impossible that all the people from the three tribes who have opened the Sharingan will belong to you, Uchiha, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it be that we, Uzumaki and Senju, would get no benefit at all, and on the contrary, we would suffer the consequences? Even though Tianyi was the benefactor of the Uzumaki clan, he could not agree to such a loss-making business. Because, if this pattern continues, in the future both the Uzumaki and Senju tribes might be annexed by the Uchiha and merged into one tribe. No, no. That's not the case. Tianyi understood what Suanwo Luming was worried about after hearing this, and immediately shook his head and said, in my opinion, after the marriage, no matter whether the child has awakened the Sharingan or not, he will belong to the man's family. Similarly, regardless of whether the sage body is awakened or not, the child born belongs to the man. As for the resulting loss of Sharingan to your two clans, I don't think it's unacceptable. Of course, I haven't been able to convince my family members about this yet. So, I just suddenly thought of this, so I'm telling you first so you can be mentally prepared and think about it carefully. When the time is right, we can start planning the marriage. However, if this plan continues, the three tribes may merge into three branches of one tribe in the future. But when the time comes, it won't really matter. After all, the ancestors of the three tribes were all from the same tribe. Is that so? Then there's no need for you to say it now. It's too early. After hearing this, Suanwo Luming breathed a sigh of relief but was also speechless. No. It's not too early. Tianyi shook his head after hearing this and said, The reason why I bring this up now is because I am going to start developing blood purification medicine at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute next. Once this research is successful, all ninjas will benefit, but the biggest beneficiaries are the major bloodline limit ninja clans, such as the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. With this potion, the purity and completeness of the bloodline of our three tribes will be continuously improved and refined in the future. Awakening each of your bloodline abilities will also greatly enhance your abilities. The upper limit will be greatly raised as a result. But if you want to truly surpass the upper limit of your respective bloodlines, it becomes very important to possess the other party's bloodline limit ability. If the Uchiha without a sage body, even if they have a blood purification potion, their upper limit will basically be nailed to the level of the eternal eye above cage. Then the Senju and Uzumaki tribes, without the sage eye, will have an upper limit of at most weaker than the first generation level. It's basically impossible to open the Rinnegan further and achieve the 6 paths level. Therefore, for the future of our three tribes, intermarriage will become extremely important. What do you think? Because he had signed a contract and obtained some magical skills from Tianyi, Uzumaki Looming naturally knew a lot of secret history of the ninja world. Such as Ashura and Indra, such as the Eternal Eye and the Rinnegan. Therefore, Suinwo Looming could naturally understand Tianyi's words. Yes. If you say so, it's true. Suinwo Looming took a breath of cold air. In that case, marriage is really necessary. However, are you confident enough in your research on the blood purification potion? He admitted that he was tempted. Nature. Tianyi nodded confidently. I will definitely be able to figure it out within 3 years. So, in the next 3 years, you can think about this and prepare for it carefully. Once the medicine comes out, it would be best if we could finalize this matter once and for all. I will definitely be able to handle Uchiha's opinions by then. His overall strength has now reached between elite Jainin and cage level. The amount of chakra and the means of attack are sufficient, but the quality of chakra has not yet completed the transformation. After 3 years, he would at least have the combat power of a senior cage level. By then, his prestige within the clan will be further enhanced, and it will be easy to arrange the marriage. Okay. I will prepare well for this matter, and I will definitely be able to confirm it when the medicine comes out. But, at this point, Suinwo Looming said with some distress, according to what you said, our generation, even those who have been born in the 2 tribes so far, and even those who will not intermarry in the future, will not have the possibility of exceeding the bloodline limit, right? Although Chaoying feels very far away from me, but what if? With the magical skills taught by Tianyi, if I work hard and cultivate them to the highest level, my lifespan will definitely be greatly extended, and it is not impossible to reach the super cage level Kong Wangdao level. Will I be stuck at that level by then? This was definitely not what he wanted to see. No one wants their road ahead to be blocked, right? That's not the case. Tianyi smiled and shook his head after hearing this, saying, what I said before was just the basic situation. In the future, I will definitely push Chinese martial arts and chakra movement techniques to a higher level. By then, even if the bloodline reaches a limit, by practicing these techniques, you can break through the limit through another path and reach or even surpass the 6 paths level. It is not impossible to achieve immortality. It's just that this will be much more difficult than having both a sage body and a sage eye at the same time. Also, it is not impossible for me to directly research a bloodline potion that can give people the corresponding bloodline limit in the future. However, we have no clue yet. Even if we can really figure it out, it will probably take many years. Don't think about it for now. How could he limit himself by his bloodline limit? I will definitely think of other ways to complete the bloodline. Anyway, since he can cheat, there is nothing he can't research. If so, it must be that he hasn't made enough wishes. Just accumulate more wishes. Hey? Bloodline potion. Suinwo Looming was very surprised when he heard this and asked, can such a thing really be researched? Also, can Chinese martial arts and chakra Jotian moving method really be deduced to a higher level? I feel like the fact that you were able to deduce and create these 2 techniques is already very heaven-defying. I still remember how I was so shocked when I first signed a contract with Tianyi and was gifted with several magical skills. I couldn't believe it at all. That's for sure. There's no end to the truth. I think both systems still have huge potential to be tapped. Where are we now? As long as you live long enough, you will definitely see it in the future. Tianyi said with a faint smile. Yes, I am so confident. Haha. Suinwo Looming heard this and laughed out loud, then I will wait and see. Next, after some consultation, the two of them finally settled the matter of the research institute. Then, Tianyi simply took him and Orochimaru to meet Uzumaki Mito to finalize the matter. In the end, Tianyi of the research institute owned 50% of the shares, Orochimaru owned 20%, the Uzumaki clan owned 20%, and Uzumaki Mito or Senju owned 10%, which determined the shareholding of the research institute. Then, with the help of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju began the construction and renovation of the research institute in full swing. The space required for this research institute is 10 times larger than that of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Even if both of our tribes work together, it will take at least 3 months to complete everything. So, it will take 3 months for the research institute to officially open and start research. Uzumaki Looming, as the general person in charge of the research institute construction, said to Tianyi and Orochimaru. 3 months? Although it's a bit long, but considering the venue requirements, it's no problem for me. I can study blood purification potions and medical talismans first. Tianyi listened and nodded in understanding. I have no problem with that either. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said, I have other research to do right now. Let's get together again in 3 months. Become. Suinwo Looming and Tianyi listened and nodded. Then, Tianyi thought of something, raised his hand, and directly sent 3 storage seal scrolls from his own seal treasure house, and handed them to Orochimaru, Uzumaki Mito, and Uzumaki Ashi. Ming and the other 2 advised, these are some low-level books on science and technology. You can study them first or ask the people who will join the research institute to study them later. 11. Understand what technology is and master basic technological knowledge, so that you can really help later. Don't let me down. This task is not easy. After hearing this, Orochimaru and the other 2 took the storage seal scroll in astonishment, and all showed helpless expressions. It seems that this matter is much more troublesome than we thought. However, they had already accepted the job and signed the contract, Wang Li's, so there was no way for them to go back on their word. I had no choice but to learn it later. Suinwo Looming was thinking in his heart, it seems that I should let a few more tribesmen who like to research and innovate join in and learn these things this way. If he finds it troublesome or tiring, he can always withdraw, right? Yes. That's it. Immediately, Suinwo Looming made up his mind. Such a big commotion at the research institute naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of third generation, Danzo, and others. They knew about it at the first moment. In fact, from the first time Orochimaru met Tenuki, the third generation and Danzo were paying close attention. What on earth is Orochimaru doing? How did he get involved with Uchiha Tenuki and the Uzumaki clan? Third generation muttered while smoking his pipe with a sad face. Oh. At this time, Danzo, who also came because of Orochimaru's unusual behavior, snorted coldly, you should tell me what Uchiha Tianyi is doing. It's clear that Uchiha Tianyi is behind this matter again. That research institute sounds like something similar to the Institute of Pharmacy, it must involve extremely important secrets and huge interests. Hiruzen, ask the person who called Orokai to rescue you. We can't just do this. Last time we were not prepared and did not anticipate it, so we were not able to intervene in the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. This research institute started construction right under our noses. What are you talking about this time? We have to intervene directly to ensure that all research is under our control. We can't continue like the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Let's see how many powerful medicinal products the Pharmacy Research Institute has produced in the past 6 months. Each one is very important and can be considered a strategic material. But they can't make any profit from it. How could this not make Danzo and third generation jealous and dissatisfied? P.S. Please customize. Chapter 94. You have a point. The third generation listened and nodded seriously, we really can't let them exclude us this time. We have to intervene. At present, the monthly net income of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute is estimated to be no less than tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of taels. With such huge benefits, third generation wanted to swallow them all. But let alone the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, he can't even get involved in the pharmaceutical production and sales company, and can't get any profit. At most, you will have a small share in purchasing high-level elixirs. He's the Hokage, shabby, so damn shabby. Unfortunately, because of the involvement of Uzumaki Mito, the daimyo, and other ninja clans such as Senju, Uzumaki, and Inoshika Ch, he was helpless. He hated Uchiha Tianyi very much at this moment, the little devil was too cunning. He probably anticipated everything from the beginning, so he not only won over Uzumaki Mito, but also won over the Fire Country daimyo to invest, and also won over a number of medicinal material suppliers. It is impossible for the third generation to suppress pharmaceutical production and sales companies and pharmaceutical research institutes in all aspects. Immediately, the third generation sent the Anbu ninja to call Orochimaru over. After a while, at the Senju Tribe Research Institute construction site, an Anbu came to Orochimaru and said to him, "Orochimaru, Hokage wants to see you." Orochimaru, Tianyi, and others raised their eyebrows and looked at the Anbu after hearing this. Tianyi, Uzumaki Mito, and others looked at each other, and they all understood something. He guessed that the third generation must have become restless after seeing him trying to win over Orochimaru to set up the research institute. "Okay. Lead the way." Orochimaru nodded in understanding, said goodbye to Tianyi and the others, and used the instant body trap to leave. It seems that the third generation wants to get involved. What do you think? Uzumaki Mito saw this, smiled and looked at Tianyi and joked. "What can I say?" Tianyi shrugged and sent a voice message to Kaide. The research institute will definitely not allow them to participate in the investment. Otherwise, nothing can be kept secret. As for the subsequent thermal power plants and home appliance stores, we can let them acquire shares through bidding, but it is only in the name of Konoha, not their personal name or the ninja clan behind them. After all, these things cannot be avoided by the third generation in the village. Especially for thermal power plants, the required sites, raw materials, and supporting infrastructure and projects are too numerous to mention, and it is impossible to build them without involving the villages. Similarly, if 970 wants to promote these in the Fire Country and even the ninja world, these factories will also need to attract the Fire Country daimyos and even some of the Fire Country nobles to join. Otherwise, who would be willing to help you promote something that has no benefit? If we don't let them join, they will definitely try to stop us and even snipe at us. Therefore, the division of interests is very important. Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows and said with a gloating tone, "Your trick is a bit tricky. I guess the monkeys never thought that you had a plan for the fourth generation and the fifth generation to take over. Are you just waiting to see them ousted after World War II? By then, all the industries that the village has invested in will have nothing to do with Monkey and his friends. By then, they won't be able to earn a penny, and will be completely excluded from the core circle. From now on, they and the ninja clan behind them will be in trouble." It can only be that Tianyi was planning ahead and had made clear arrangements for the third generation from the very beginning. They deserved it, didn't they? Tianyi curled his lips and sent a voice message to Kaide. "If they hadn't committed so many evil things and were so greedy, why would I scheme against them like this? Besides, it would be the best if we just exclude them from the core circle in the future. I don't rule out further attacks against them and the ninja clan behind them in the future, especially third generation and Danzo. Don't expect to have an easy life in the future. Death is definitely the cheapest punishment, but it will never be the end of their punishment. He is very vindictive. Want to die in vain? Dream on." Deaf. Uzumaki Mito heard the chill in Tianyi's voice transmission, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He looked at Tianyi in horror and said, "You are so cruel. It seems that I can't offend you in the future, otherwise, life and death will be unpredictable." However, she felt that it was good to have a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment and to take revenge for every slight. "At least you won't suffer any loss in this cruel ninja world, right? Hehe. I repay kindness with kindness and I avenge hatred with revenge. I'm always very direct." Tianyi smiled knowingly and sent a voice message to Kaide. Over here in the Hokage's office, it only took Orochimaru a moment to get here. He walked into the office and saw Danzo there. He raised his eyebrows slightly and understood something. Then, he looked at the third generation and said, "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Third generation nodded affirmatively and asked seriously, "I heard that you have been in contact with Uchiha, Tianyi recently, and even cooperated with him to open a technology research FF. What do you think? You should be aware of how tense the relationship between him and the forces behind him is with your master, right? He is very unhappy. Tsunade is fine. She is from the Senju clan, and the person behind her is Uzumaki Mito. In addition, he killed many elite Senju members in the early years, and recently he killed a wave of Uzumaki clan members. Tianyi is Tsunade's disciple. It is normal for her to dislike him as a teacher and choose to stand on Tianyi's side. But Orochimaru has always been treated as his own son by the third generation, and even had the idea of training him to be the successor. Of course, this idea is just a little bit. It is a choice that is only made as a last resort. This idea had long since changed as his heart was gradually corrupted by power. Normally, the best heir for the third generation would definitely be his own son, but at the moment, it seems that his eldest son's talent may not be enough, and it may be difficult for him to break through to the movie level. The second option is to train a genius with no background or foundation and from a commoner background to become the fourth generation. In this way, he can still firmly grasp most of the power of Hokage after abdication. As for Orochimaru, he felt that if he became the fourth generation, he would not be able to control himself and would eventually lose the position of Hokage. Therefore, he gave up the idea of training Orochimaru to be his successor. This is also the reason why the third generation chose to allow Orochimaru to contact and cooperate with Danzo in the past 2 years, and even sent him to join the route to monitor Danzo. Because he knew very well that once Orochimaru got too deeply into the roots, it would inevitably leave a big stain and he would inevitably drift away from the position of Hokage. So far, his idea is correct. But no matter what, he always thought that Orochimaru was his best friend. What's going on now that Orochimaru is mixed up with Uchiha Tenkei and the others? He felt betrayed. Of course, if Orochimaru could agree to Tianyi's agreement to let him invest in the research institute, he would not be unable to forgive Orochimaru's little backstab. Everything is for a profit. Since this was something that Uchiha Tenkei wanted to do, and he even specifically asked Orochimaru, Uzumaki Romi, and Lord Mito to join in, then this must be another pharmaceutical research institute. However, how could Orochimaru not know the third generation's personalities and thoughts? As soon as he saw his posture and heard his words, he knew what third generation was going to do. Tisk. Orochimaru couldn't help smacking his lips, licking his long tongue, looking at his teacher and said, "Teacher, what you said is serious. It's just that we are collaborating on some research and making some money to supplement the funds for my research. It's not an important study, so what does it matter? Aren't we all from the same ninja village? What do you mean by your side and his side? Uchiha and Tenkei never said anything about betraying the village. From what you say, are you going to create 2 opposing camps in Konoha? Are you trying to actively cause division? Is this definitely something the Hokage should do? Are you sure this isn't a betrayal to the first generation and the second Hokage? Isn't it just a big mouth? He doesn't know how to do it. Do you want to use this to accuse him, then control him and force flesh out of him? Orochimaru can only be a third generation overthinking. If I respect you, you are my teacher. If I don't respect you, you are just a selfish old man who likes to cheat others. With his brain, can't he see clearly the fundamental purpose of third generation choosing him to join the route to monitor Danzo? The only possibility is that, as a teacher, he has become increasingly corrupted by the poison of power over the years. He was becoming less and less like the kind and amiable teacher he used to regard as a father. He felt that if a teacher like this continued to go against the monster Uchiha Tianyi, there would be no good ending. Orochimaru was very interested in Tianyi before he met him. After the contact, he realized how evil this kid was. In fact, the more I interact with him, the more I feel that the little ghost is unfathomable. Ha! The third generation and even Danzo were stunned when they heard Orochimaru's counterattack. The third generation had never expected that Orochimaru would refute him like this. Danzo, on the other hand, had his gloomy look temporarily disappear, replaced by an unstoppable playful smile. He thought to himself, "Hiruzen, you have finally come to this day. You were actually rebuked by your own disciple, and this disciple is Orochimaru, your most satisfied disciple. I'm sure you must be very surprised and upset right now, right? Ha ha ha. Kr. The third generation came to their senses, stared at Orochimaru with a gloomy face, and wanted to say something, but found that they really couldn't refute Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru won't take it if you just scold him. On the contrary, you may continue to be criticized. Thinking of this, the third generation took a few deep breaths, forced themselves to calm down the anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts, looked at Orochimaru and said, "Okay. Then let's not talk about Uchiha Tianyi and the opposition. Indeed, as a Hokage you cannot create internal divisions. But in the same way, whether it is the Pharmaceutical Research Institute or the Research Institute you are setting up now, they are definitely very important to the village. Do you think it's appropriate to exclude the village from such an important organization? Is it reasonable? Isn't this dividing the village? Since you're talking to me about division, can I just use division in return? He was very skilled in this method of turning the tables. Oh! After hearing this, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at his teacher with some surprise. Apparently, he did not expect third generation to react so quickly and quote his words to attack him. But it didn't do him any good. Because he has never been in control of the research institute. You should ask Tianyi or Master Mito directly about this kind of question. I am just one of the researchers invited to join. The leadership is not in our hands. I'm here. Even if I agree with your point of view, it's useless. Orochimaru immediately shook his head. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for third generation to acquire shares in the research institute. Why did Tianyi and his team choose to locate the research institute in the Senjou land near the Uzumaki Mito courtyard? Isn't it to prevent the third generation from stealing the research results? From this we can see that I failed miserably in blocking the Hokage. No one could trust him at all. Vr. The third generation was speechless after hearing what Orochimaru said. He took a deep breath again and said, "You really can't let me invest in this research institute and intervene. You can divide it from your share. I can give you enough compensation to redeem it. It's useless." Orochimaru heard this and shook his head. They have been on guard against you since the beginning. They don't allow any outsiders to interfere with the secrets of the research institute. I just don't trust you guys. So, even if I agree to sell you a share, it's useless. We have already signed a peace agreement. Once I do this, this share will be automatically invalidated, and you will still not be able to intervene in the research institute. Of course, if you dare to force your way in, Master Mito, that's your own business, I certainly can't stop you. But you will have to bear the consequences yourself. My advice, teachers, you should stop thinking about the research institute. After all, this is just a technical research institute, similar to a pharmaceutical research institute, and it will not be responsible for subsequent production and promotion. Instead of thinking about how to get involved in the research institute, you might as well think about how to convince Mito-sama and the others to let you invest in the factory and company behind it. That's where the real money is. Of course, based on Orochimaru's understanding of Tianyi, even if his teacher and others want to invest in home appliances, thermal power plant companies, etc. in the future, they will be restricted. It is certainly impossible on an individual basis. The third generation said that the two sides were already on opposite sides, but they just didn't go to war for the sake of the village. The third generation wants to get the benefits directly from Tianyi and his group? That's impossible. At most, we could do it like the steel company, allowing the third generation to invest in it in the name of konoha. Even with this move, Orochimaru felt that Tianyi and the others must have subsequent counter-moves waiting for the third generation. Because Tianyi and his friends could not be unaware of the fact that the profits they obtained from investing in the name of the village would inevitably be appropriated by the third generation. How come there is no possibility at all? After hearing this, third generation and Danzo frowned and their faces turned ugly. Third generation asked, "Can you tell me what kind of technology this research institute is going to study?" "That's fine, because there aren't any special restrictions at first glance." Orochimaru listened, nodded affirmatively and said, "Even if Cloud Shinobi and the Land of Lightning are already developing thermal power generation, household appliances, computers, research equipment, and so on. In addition, we need to add a chakra version of electrical appliances, research equipment, etc. If the technology is improved and the business is well managed, we will definitely be able to make a lot of money. But it's not really that important." Well, Orochimaru is only the one who has the future plans and visions for the technology industry, especially the chakra technology industry, chakra batteries, chakra purification technology, etc. No word was mentioned. It's not because these are not important, but because they are too important. He knew clearly that once he told this to his teachers, they would never give up and would definitely continue to pester him to find ways to get a stake. Even if that doesn't work, he might even force Orochimaru not to join the research institute, and then he and Danzo would set up another research institute and let Orochimaru give it to him. We work. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 95. The key point is that by then Orochimaru won't be able to gain much benefit except being exploited. Compared with Tianyi, it is completely incomparable. In addition, although he was confident in his scientific research ability, he did not think that without the help from Tianyi, he would be able to master the key technologies of science and technology and chakra technology in a short period of time. This is a huge project, he can't finish it even if he dies of exhaustion. Not to mention, these studies are just a tool for him to make money, his fundamental goal is still the research of immortality. He won't waste too much time. Even if he could develop some common home appliance technology by cooperating with third generation, he didn't think he could grab the market faster than Tianyi and certainly not as fast as Moshi. They are very good at winning over powerful forces when it comes to setting up companies. How to beat it? Household appliances? Thermal power generation. Third generation and Danzo frowned slightly after hearing this. This was somewhat beyond their expectations. Among these research projects, they also study things like machinery. Especially it has some effect on Danzo. As for the rest, it seems that they are just there to make money. Of course, that's enough. So, there is really no need to force the research institute to acquire shares? All we need to do is to negotiate with Mito-sama and the others in advance about whether we can take over the factory company in the future? Are you sure there's nothing else? The third generation asked with some concern. There is none left. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. At most there will be a home appliance that uses chakra instead of electricity. Well, what he said is true. As for the third generation who know the truth in the future and accuse him, he will be able to fight back. In that case, let's forget about it this time. But can you give me a copy of the research materials from the research institute? I need to know the situation over there in real time. This is very important to the village. Everything is for Konoha. Third generation said again with a hypocritical look on his face. I'm afraid not. Orochimaru sneered in his heart, but said expressionlessly, I have already signed a peace treaty with Lady Mito and the others. My interests are involved in this, so what will happen if I give you a copy of all the information? Teacher, don't think too much. What a joke, if I give you a copy of the information, doesn't that mean I'll also give you a copy of the technology? If that happens, will their company still be able to operate? Wouldn't this money be earned by third generation? He didn't know if his teacher was confused to say such stupid things. And what about all this is for Konoha? It's ridiculous. Kr. When the third generation heard that Orochimaru had rejected them without any reservation, they immediately felt humiliated. They stared at Orochimaru with a gloomy face and wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to start. Saying that Orochimaru doesn't respect his teacher? It's totally meaningless. After all, he was not in the right in this matter. The reason why I said that just now was actually because I wanted to use the relationship between master and disciple to kidnap Orochimaru and try to gain benefits from him. But the prerequisite for all this to succeed is that Orochimaru is willing to be kidnapped. Obviously, Orochimaru is not willing to do that now. Orochimaru. Are you so selfish? Don't you know how important this is to Konoha? Danzo couldn't stand it anymore, glared at Orochimaru and said, if you are right, then I will consider whether to relieve you of your position in the route and terminate your research cooperation. Ha! Orochimaru couldn't help but sneer when he heard Danzo's weak threat. He looked at Danzo with a playful expression and said, are you sure? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Did you appoint me to the position in the route? It was appointed by my teacher, the third Hokage. It's so that I can monitor you and prevent you from doing anything wrong. You don't really think I enjoy being in your dark roots. As for cooperating with my research, that's even more of a joke. You took the initiative to ask me to cooperate. It's you who needs me to help you research those things, not me begging you. Don't get the demand relationship wrong. In his opinion, today's Danzo and third generation were both below par. What are you talking about? Don't you think about it? Kr. Danzo's face turned red and he was speechless. Because what Orochimaru said was true. But he didn't want to accept this fact. What about the funds? You'll need them, right? Aren't you afraid that I'll cut off your funding supply? Danzo said hatefully. He knew very well that the reason why Orochimaru chose to cooperate with him in recent years was all for his immortality experiment. He didn't believe that Orochimaru could give up what he considered to be a false fantasy. Oh! However, when Orochimaru heard this, he couldn't help but sneer and said, I do need funds, so, am I not already cooperating with Uchiha Tianyi on high-tech research? As long as the research is successful and a factory company is established, I only need to wait for dividends. Do I still need to worry about funding? If all you guys came to say to me today is this nonsense, then I can only say that you succeeded in making me laugh. My time is also very precious. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. These two old guys are totally clueless. They don't give him any benefits at all, but just want him to be kidnapped by moral emotions, and want him to risk his life for them, and even sell out his own interests. Isn't this ridiculous? He could tolerate this before because he had no choice. Now, with better options, he feels that his attitude towards third generation and Danzo should also change. Third generation and Danzo were speechless. But Orochimaru was no longer interested in talking nonsense with them, so he just turned around and left. Hiruzen, look at the kind of apprentices you've taught. They treat you like this. First it was Tsunade, now Orochimaru, will we have to add Jiraiya in the future? Danzo complained to third generation with an unhappy look on his face. What he didn't know was that his words had come true. Jiraiya had signed a novel contract with the news magazine secretly opened by Uchiha more than half a year ago. During the past 6 months, he had submitted many articles to the magazine and had made a lot of money. Of course, Jiraiya didn't know that this magazine was opened by Uchiha. But one day it will be exposed. By then, the third generation's expressions will probably be very interesting. After hearing what Danzo said, the third generation took a few puffs of their pipe in silence before sighing, alas. My disciple has grown up and his heart has become wild. What can I do? Perhaps, we shouldn't have asked Orochimaru for information in the first place. I guess he's being watched by Mito-sama and the others. Let's not count on the information. Let's go to Master Mito to discuss the investment share of the factory company that will follow up on the research institute. Let's finalize this matter in advance. We can't be left out this time. This is all money. The profits that the steel company alone brings him every month are considerable. This time, Day said she didn't want to miss anything. Hey? I'm going with you to see Master Mito? Are you kidding me? Danzo's face darkened upon hearing this, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he looked a little frightened as he asked, have you forgotten that I took the blame for you and harmed the Senju elite? If I follow him, what difference would that make me walk into a trap? What if Lord Mito couldn't hold back and killed me directly? Wouldn't I have died in vain? If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't go. Just kidding, he would rather go to Uchiha Teniki or Uchiha Nobuhiko to negotiate than face Uzumaki Mito. Otherwise, death would be in vain. Dr. The third generation was also stunned when he heard this. He really had forgotten this. Seeing Danzo's guilty and fearful look, he couldn't help but said, okay. I didn't think it through. You can choose not to go, but don't expect me to fight for your share. No. Why? Danzo was immediately annoyed when he heard this. How can I be left out of this business when I know I can make a lot of money? It was the same with the steel company before. I didn't get much from the political reform department. Hiruzen, you can't eat alone like this. Although he doesn't have to worry about the family, and even keeps taking resources from the family to subsidize his roots, the roots need more resources. No. Why am I eating alone? The third generation was not happy after hearing this. Although you didn't get any shares in the steel company before, I don't get any shares either. That all belongs to the village, I'm just holding it on behalf of the village. Besides, don't I give you 3% of the steel company's profits every month? What else do you want? Don't be too greedy, Danzo. At most, I can give you 3% of the profits from the follow-up company of the research institute. You only have one route to take care of, and I have to consider the village, the Sarutobi clan, and even Koharu and Yan. I won't get much. In short, it would be impossible for Danzo to get too much money from him. He also felt that the route had expanded too fast in recent years, and wanted to restrict the development of the route in terms of funds and talents to prevent it from expanding so fast. After all, Danzo has never given up on the position of Hokage, and has been secretly thinking about how to overthrow him, the third Hokage, and take the position of Hokage from him. Can he aid the enemy? If Danzo wasn't needed to handle the dirty work that can't be seen in public, if Danzo wasn't needed to charge into battle and attract hatred to suppress the Uchiha and other ninja clans, he would have dealt with Danzo and the root long ago. He's not really a soft-hearted person. For their own benefit and the benefit of the Sarutobi clan, the third generation believes that nothing is unsacrificable. Vr. Danzo was furious and said angrily, what is 3% enough for? Hiruzen, don't go too far. Oh, please give me flowers. Zero, don't think he doesn't know that more than 70% of the steel company's profits were secretly transferred by the third generation to the Sarutobi clan. Not to mention leaving F3 for them, there wasn't much left for the village. After all, the village had managed to survive even without the steel company's revenue. Even a considerable portion of the funding that the daimyo gave to the village and the commission deducted by the mission department were embezzled by the third generation and given to the Sarutobi clan. Otherwise, how could the Sarutobi clan have developed so rapidly over the years? There are more than 1 or 2,000 ninjas. Then you can come with me. Whatever shares you can get are yours. I won't compete with you. Okay. Third generation glanced at Danzo and retorted. Want the benefits but don't want to take the risk? What are you thinking about? He has always been the one exploiting Danzo, when will it be Danzo's turn to exploit him? It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang. I am so special. Forget it. 3% is 3%. I don't think the headquarters is good. You better hurry up. I'm busy too. With that, Danzo turned around and left angrily. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he would be tempted to punch Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. However, he won't let it go like this. He will definitely find a way to get more benefits from it. Otherwise, how can the roots grow and develop? How to increase the power in your hands to surpass the third generation? Without enough power, it would be a dream to want to take back the position of Vice Admiral Hokage from the third generation. 0. The third generation looked at Danzo going away, shook their heads helplessly, and thought, how ungrateful. It's good enough to give you 3%. If it weren't for the current situation of Uchiha and even Senju, the vortex puts too much pressure on me. I will not give you additional funds to further develop and expand your roots. In the eyes of third generation, Danzo is just a tool for him to contain and suppress his opponents. When all of his opponents and enemies are gone, that is when Danzo and the root will disappear. Hey! It's time to go meet Master Mito. With a sigh, the third generation stood up and walked slowly towards the Senju tribe. If possible, he really doesn't want to face Uzumaki Mito. Especially when he still needs help from Uzumaki Mito. Things are different now than they were in the past. He regretted why he had argued with Uzumaki Mito and even turned against him because of the matter between Uchiha Tenuki and Kushina. That was the worst move ever. If it weren't for that incident, his relationship with Uzumaki Mito wouldn't have been so strained. The relationship with Uchiha Tenuki will not be so stiff either. So what if Uchiha Tianyi is a double-faced person? As long as they maintain a friendly relationship on the surface, Uchiha Tenuki must acknowledge him as his master, for the favor of helping him successfully become Tsunade's apprentice. In this way, wouldn't it be easy for me to get involved in pharmaceutical research institutes, scientific research institutes and related companies and gain more benefits? Now, all of these were ruined by his impulsiveness. As for Orochimaru, after leaving the Hokage building, he quickly returned to the Senju clan territory, the research institute construction site. You're back? Did the third generation come to you to get involved in the research institute through you? Seeing Orochimaru coming back, Tianyi couldn't help but asked with a smile. It seems you had anticipated this. Hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Tianyi helplessly and nodded, that's true. Even after I refused, he wanted me to provide him with the information in the research institute in real time. Research data. Really, I'm going crazy thinking about it. I, as a teacher, have been corrupted by power and have become completely different from what I used to be. Tianyi-kun, Lord Mito, don't worry, I won't sell out our common interests. He didn't want to cause misunderstanding among Tianyi and the others and get kicked out. He is now really interested in the scientific research system, especially the Chakra scientific research system. In his opinion, if his own path to immortality is not feasible, the Chakra scientific research system may become another path to immortality. After all, Chakra is closely related to life. If one abandons the physical body and has a constant supply of pure Chakra, one may be able to achieve another kind of immortality. This can be seen from the existence of the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts have existed for more than 1,000 years and have never shown any signs of aging. In fact, it's getting bigger and bigger. Even if they die, they will be resurrected within a certain period of time. Isn't this a kind of existing path to eternal life? The tailed beasts are all pure Chakra aggregates. It's just that the nature of the tailed beast's Chakra is much higher than that of the ninja's Chakra and is completely on a different dimension. They can even easily transform into pure Chakra energy form, or a Chakra can derive a body of bones and flesh. It's simply the perfect immortal life form. P.S. Please customize the towel. Chapter 96. We believe this. Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito smiled knowingly after hearing this. After all, I signed a spiritual seal contract with you. Even if you want to reveal the secrets about me and the research institute, it is impossible without my permission. That's right, Yunyi had already signed a mind-sealing contract with Orochimaru yesterday. But he has not yet taught Orochimaru the techniques he created himself. It was just a contract simply for the sake of confidentiality. There was no way, Orochimaru's favorability towards him was only 30 points, not to mention his loyalty. Currently, Orochimaru's loyalty to him is 0. But it is understandable that it is difficult for someone like Orochimaru to be loyal to one person. Such an Orochimaru was naturally not unqualified to receive his gifts and teachings. However, when Orochimaru's favor and even loyalty to him increases, and his contribution and value to him increase, it is not impossible to consider passing on some of his magical skills to him. But even then, it couldn't be given all at once. Otherwise, Orochimaru is easily distracted. That's right. After hearing this, Orochimaru looked unnatural. In fact, when he signed the contract, he did not take it too seriously. He thought that if he really wanted to crack it, it should not be too difficult. After all, he was a genius. Unexpectedly, he felt the mysterious contract rune that 057 responded to this matter and fell steadily in the center of his sea of consciousness, as well as the sealing and confidentiality technique that was hidden and covered his entire brain, and he felt very regretful. I regret that I was too arrogant and confident. As a result, the car flipped over, right? This thing is too mysterious and he can't decipher it at all. Fortunately, this thing is not without any benefits. At least it makes his sea of consciousness and soul more solid, and greatly increases his resistance to young arts. You don't have to worry about anyone exploring the secrets in your brain. I don't know if my Yaki technique and living corpse reincarnation technique are completed. Can I get rid of this contract seal with these two forbidden techniques? Orochimaru couldn't help but think to himself. But he estimated that it might be a little risky. After all, since this thing can consolidate his soul, it means that it has been closely integrated with his soul, and it is probably difficult to get rid of it with just these two forbidden techniques. It seems that I need to study more about sealing techniques in the future. Orochimaru thought to himself. There was no way he would just give in like that. He will definitely break this contract in the future. From now on, you must never make a contract with anyone casually. It's too deceptive. Orochimaru thought regretfully. We can't start work here for the time being. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and get busy. Orochimaru immediately changed the subject. He estimated that his teacher would come to see Uzumaki Mito and the others later, so he would not stay here anymore. This is to prevent his teacher from pulling him in and using him to get benefits from Uzumaki Mito and others. Okay. Remember to spend more time learning the scientific knowledge I give you in the next few months, so that you can enter the research state as soon as possible and produce results as quickly as possible. Tianyi had no objection and nodded and gave instructions. Of course. I'll take my leave now. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. Even if Tianyi didn't say it, he would know how to do it. After all, he also saw the possibility of immortality on the road of Chukka technology, so he naturally took it very seriously. Orochimaru hadn't been gone for 10 minutes. The third generation arrived here at a leisurely pace. Tenaki. Lord Mito. You are all here. This is the research institute, right? It looks like a big project. After the third generation came over, they nodded to Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito, then looked at the construction site not far in front of them and couldn't help but sigh. Uzumaki Mito and Tianyi looked at each other and smiled silently. Then, Uzumaki Mito came straight to the point and said, just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. I'm too lazy. Yes, yes. After hearing this, the third generation was very upset, but on the surface they still had to pretend to be respectful and nodded repeatedly, and said directly, well, does the research institute still need investment? If not, when the research institute sets up the company factory later, can you give some shares to the village and the Sarutobi clan in advance? As you know, the village is under great financial pressure. The outside world is becoming increasingly unstable. You never know when a new ninja world war will break out. Konoha needs more resources to train more outstanding ninjas. Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito sneered in their hearts when they heard this. What do you mean by for Konoha or Konoha lacks funds? In fact, it means that your Sarutobi clan lacks more funds to grow and develop, right? It's said in such a high-sounding way that it makes people feel disgusted. But the subsequent technological industrial system is indeed inseparable from konoha. Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito had already discussed this. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito was too lazy to argue with the third generation and directly said to Kide, "Don't tell me these nonsense. The research institute will definitely not accept your investment or anything like that. Don't even think about it. But when the research institute produces results, the factories and companies that are opened can allow the village to invest in them. It's 20%. No more. But correspondingly, the village will not only have to provide a certain amount of funds, but also provide policy support and even land support. Is that okay? After all, if one wants to promote electricity in Konoha, build power plants, land and electrical wire networks, they all need cooperation from there. Otherwise, it simply won't work. Chakra appliances do not have this requirement. But this will definitely have to wait until the regular version of the electric car comes out and becomes popular to a certain extent before it can be released. This is about natural beauty. As long as it is good for the village, I will fully support it unconditionally." The third generation was immediately delighted when they heard this and made repeated assurances. "I don't trust your promises. Let's sign a contract first and write down all the relevant terms and requirements. Before you regret it and do something weird again. Any questions?" Uzumaki Mito struck while the iron was hot and continued. She just wanted to solve the problem once and for all. Even if the third generation wanted to rebel later, it would be too late. There is a contract in place, so if he dares to go back on his word later, Uzumaki Mito will be able to deal with him openly. By then, even if the third generation is not driven out of office directly, some of its power will be reduced. That's no problem. Although third generation felt that there seemed to be some problems here, Uzumaki Mito seemed a little too eager to finalize these things in advance. But for the sake of profit, he could not care less. He was afraid of missing this opportunity and being left behind again, so he could only agree in a hurry. "Very good. Tianyi, please let our Hokage sign the contract." Uzumaki Mito smiled with satisfaction and winked at Tianyi beside him. "Good." Tianyi also smiled and raised his hand. He directly handed the contract that had been prepared long ago from his home to the third generation and said, "Hokage. Please." When the third generation saw Tianyi's teleportation, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they couldn't help asking, "Have you developed your Flying Thunder God technique to this extent? Can you even teleport and pick up objects?" Tianyi shrugged and said, "Since we can teleport in groups, it won't be difficult to do this if we make some changes. Speaking of which, Master Hokage exchanged my upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique from me. Did you figure out anything? Has anyone learned it? If there are, I would really like to communicate with them. After all, in my opinion, ninjutsu can only be improved through more communication." After hearing this, the third generation's eyes twitched slightly and they wanted to curse. He felt that Uchiha Tianyi was deliberately mocking him. He clearly knew how difficult it was to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but he still said this. If this isn't sarcasm, what is it? But he couldn't show his dissatisfaction. He just took the contract and smiled at Kide. "To be honest, no one here can learn the Nidame version of Flying Thunder God technique, let alone your advanced version. High-level spatial talents are too rare, and there are very few ninjas with strong comprehension. If you have time, can you explain to me the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God technique? Aren't you good at teaching? I see that your good classmates are all taught very well by you. Maybe if you explain it to me, I will learn it." "Haha. Isn't that a hermaphrodite? He is also very good at it." "Oh." Tianyi raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the third generation's counterattack, and waved his hand to refuse. "Forget it. I am not qualified to teach you. You are the Hokage. If you tell others, people will gossip and say that I don't respect you and that you are arrogant. As for me teaching my classmates, they were just little fights between kids, not worth mentioning. Since no one in your area has learned it, then look for more. There will definitely be a genius with extraordinary spatial talent and comprehension. Konoha is the cradle of geniuses. It is impossible to teach the third generation, never in this lifetime. Don't say that the third generation doesn't have this talent. Even if he had it, he wouldn't teach. Don't do anything that aids the enemy." "Well, that's a shame." The third generation listened with a look of regret. In fact, he really hoped that Tianyi would agree. Maybe, after Tianyi's explanation, I really learned it. Then his ability to survive and his fighting ability will be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, Tianyi disagrees. He wasn't just talking before, he really recognized Tianyi's teaching ability. This generation's Pig 5.6 Shikacha Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and others should all have good talents. But under Tianyi's guidance, their speed of growth and improvement far exceeded the speed that their talents should have allowed. If this wasn't the result of Uchiha Tianyi's teachings, the third generation would say they wouldn't believe anything. If he hadn't fallen out with Tianyi, he would even want Tianyi to help him teach his son and see if his son had any chance of breaking through the cage level. If so, then I don't have to think so much. I can start training my son to make achievements in renting and buying, and then let him take over and become the fourth Hokage. In this way, it will be much easier for me to turn Konoha Shinobi Village into a real Sarutobi village later. What a pity. Okay. Then I'll wait for your good news on the results. Third generation quickly signed the contract and handed both contracts to Tianyi. Tianyi took it, looked at it, and returned one of the copies to third generation. 2 copies, keep this one. When we open the company, I'll notify you in advance to discuss the details. That's great. Then let's go. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Third generation took the contract with satisfaction, nodded to Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito, and turned around and left quickly when Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito nodded. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 97. Tisk tisk. This old guy is really dreaming. He actually wants me to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if I am willing to teach, do you have the talent? You can't learn the Flying Thunder God technique by force. Tianyi looked at the third generation's receding backs, waved his hand and set up an isolation barrier around himself and Uzumaki Mito, and couldn't help but complain. If I were in your shoes, I would also want to learn it. Unfortunately, this really depends on talent. No means no. It cannot be mastered through instruction and time. Uzumaki Mito heard this and smiled. That may not be the case. Tianyi listened, stroked his chin and pondered, maybe, in the future I can research a potion that can give people spatial talent? No one knows what will happen in the future. Oh? Really? Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up when he heard this and he asked. If this is really possible, she would like to reserve one. Let's wait and see. It's definitely impossible in a short period of time, and there's no time for that. Let's talk about it later. Tianyi smiled mysteriously. There is a wish hanging there. As long as he wants and has enough wishes, this thing can actually be researched at any time. But it depends on whether he is willing or not. Okay then. Grandma, I'll be waiting for your good news. Haha. Uzumaki Mito also nodded with a smile. She has confidence in Tianyi. 3 months passed in a flash. Phew. It's finally finished. You can inspect it now. See if there are any problems. After Uzumaki Looming watched a batch of equipment and instruments being moved in and installed, he called Tianyi, Orochimaru and Uzumaki Mito to carry out the final acceptance. $7.89. Tien nodded, and immediately used his spiritual perception to scan the entire research institute, then nodded and said, it's already very good. That's it. As long as we set up some more sealing barriers to ensure its defense and anti-spying capabilities, we can officially start work tomorrow. Are you all ready? As he said that, Tianyi looked at Orochimaru and the others. I've been ready for a long time. Orochimaru licked his tongue and smiled, I have not been idle in the past few months. I have spent a lot of time studying the scientific and technological information you gave me. I am confident that I have gained sufficient knowledge about a lot of technologies and have a rough idea of how to optimize thermal power plant technology. As long as we can prove the technology, we can start a company and make money. I've been very poor lately. Because of the research institute, things have become a bit awkward between me, my teacher, and Danzo. Although we're not directly hostile, they've cut my research budget, which has made my life a bit difficult. There's nothing we can do about it. After how I argued with them last time, it was impossible for them not to take any action. Oh. Tianyi raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this and said, Third generation is willing to target you? Hasn't he always valued you? Also, Danzo seems to be relying on you to research something, right? Hey. After hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Tianyi in surprise, you know all this? It seems that everyone has underestimated you, Tianjun. Your intelligence capabilities amaze me. No matter how much the teacher thinks of me, when I don't listen to him, he will naturally take drastic measures. As for Danzo, he does need something from me, but I dare not ask for anything too much. But I still dare to threaten and restrict you. Don't underestimate this old guy's courage. Even if he cooperates with Danzo, he has to be careful to avoid being tricked by this pervert lunatic. I see. Tianyi nodded in understanding and said, let's go. Go in and take a look. If we are sure there is no problem, we will officially start construction tomorrow. Immediately, several people entered the research institute and took a good look around. During this process, Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito also set up ceiling barriers inside and outside the research institute. With 3 layers inside and outside, the research institute was soon turned into an iron barrel, difficult to invade, let alone spy on. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd generation saw all of this through the telescope technique. At first he could still see what was happening inside the research institute, but after the barrier was set up, he could not see anything. His face also turned grim. I didn't expect that this kid's attainment in sealing techniques would reach this level so quickly. Uchiha has really shown up a monster this time. The 3rd generation sighed, but was helpless. There is no good way to deal with Tianyi for the time being. I can only suppress this thought temporarily and take it step by step. The next morning, the research institute opened for business in a low-key manner. Tianyi and others came in person on the first day and started researching thermal power technology and several common household appliances. After the first day, they no longer sent their real bodies, but only sent shadow clone. Of course, these are just a few of their leaders. Dozens of researchers arranged from the Uzumaki clan do not have this freedom, and their real bodies come to help. Moreover, these people were all those who had already been contracted by Tianyi. There is no contract because they don't dare to let it in. To prevent the 3rd generation from finding loopholes and taking advantage of them. In this way, in addition to daily cultivation, Tianyi also sent multiple clones to work and conduct research at the Pharmacy Research Institute and the Scientific Research Institute. At the same time, several shadow clones were assigned to conduct in-depth research and practice of various ninjutsu. The Raise-Nan series and Chidori series of ninjutsu, which would be created in the future, were created successively, and they were optimized, upgraded and expanded, making these ninjutsu more systematic, more complete, and with more types. He hasn't sent Shadow Clone to the hospital very often recently because he has already learned everything he needs to learn. There's no point staying there, at most I can just help Tsunade share some of the surgeries. At the same time, the blood purification potion at the Pharmacy Research Institute has also made some progress. Cloud Shinobi Village, in a secret base, damn it. Failed again. What happened? Seeing the death of Jinkriki again, a Cloud Shinobi researcher yelled in anger. Calm down. Another person at the side advised, it shouldn't be a problem with the sealing technique. The armor seal is already quite complete. If it was a seal problem, then the tailed beasts should have escaped directly from the seal, not the Jinkriki's vitality rapidly draining away. I guess the problem lies in Jinkriki's physique. Perhaps, Uzumaki Mito was able to successfully seal the tailed beast into her body not only because of her superb sealing skills, but also because of her strong enough strength, physique, and vitality. The other person frowned and said, from what you said, are we going to let the strong men in the village become experimental Jinkriki? This is absolutely not possible. Those are the village's important fighting forces. Even the Raikage might not agree to something like this, right? Why not? We can give it a try. If it succeeds, not only will the strength of the experimental subjects increase dramatically, but our ninja village will also successfully master the power of the tailed beasts. We will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What does this little sacrifice count for? At worst, I'll come in person. A curly-haired researcher said with a determined and crazy look on his face. No. Chi Mu, you are a very important researcher in the village, you cannot afford to fail. Xi heard this and shook his head in denial, don't argue about this matter. I will report to the Raikage and see how he arranges it. After hearing this, the researchers stopped making noise and nodded. I think this is a good idea. Just leave everything to Raikage-sama to decide. However, I suggest that we try both methods at the same time. Aren't there still so many members of the Uzumaki clan who have been taken to Konoha? Just find a way to kidnap a few of them for experiments. I always feel that if we want to make the tailed beasts truly useful to us, it would be best to use children as human pillars because children are generally more innocent, it is easier for them to get along well with the tailed beasts, at the same time, after becoming a Jinkraki, there is more room for growth. What do you think? At this time, another researcher made a suggestion. Indeed. Good idea. I have no objection. After hearing this, a group of researchers nodded in agreement. Okay. I'll also tell the Reikage-sama about this, it shouldn't be a problem. Xi nodded affirmatively. Anyway, they have done too many kidnappings in Cloud Shinobi village. In order to strengthen the strength of their own village, they have secretly sent people to kidnap bloodline limit owners from other ninja villages and clans over the past few years. The Uzumaki clan won't be in trouble this time. What's more, they were fooled by the Uzumaki clan last time. It can be said that they broke through the air but gained little. This time I can take revenge. Let the Uzumaki clan know that even if they escape once, it doesn't mean they will be safe in the future. Let them know that teasing Cloud Shinobi has serious consequences. Immediately, Xi said goodbye to the researchers and returned to the Cloud Shinobi village Reikage building to report the entire situation to the third generation movie. Then, he said, Master Reikage, I think we can send someone to Konoha to kidnap a few members of the Uzumaki clan. Especially the one that Konoha had chosen long ago, Uzumaki Kushina. I heard that she is not only extremely talented, but was also taught the sealing technique by Mito for a long time. The talents of the Uzumaki clan and the many sealing techniques they have mastered are very important to us. With her as an excellent experimental subject and the many advanced sealing techniques in her mind, our Jinkraki experiment will definitely be smoother and more successful. What do you think? If possible, he still doesn't want to rely on the strong men in the village to carry out the experiment directly. If something goes wrong, it could result in the death of a village elite. Talent is not wasted like this. Can. The third Reikage listened, nodded in agreement and said, then go and arrange it. Let the village's spies in Konoha grasp the whereabouts and activity patterns of Uzumaki Kushina. Also, send 2 more elite Jainin teams to kidnap our countrymen. You are personally responsible for personnel selection. Make sure to bring Kushina back. If you have the spare capacity, you can also take a few more Uzumaki children. In case it fails this time, we can always have a replacement test subject. Also. At this point, the third Reikage paused, looked at Nozomi and asked, if I remember correctly, the intelligence sent back by the village's spies in Konoha said that Uchiha Tenuki and Uzumaki Kushina often stayed together and went to a remote forest outside Konoha to practice, right? If possible, bring back U-687's Hypo Tianyi to me as well. He ranks second in importance to me. No. It's the first priority. Even if this means we cannot catch Kushina Uzumaki, you must bring him back alive. After all, it is said that Konoha's nutritional pills, bodybuilding pills, and spirit-restoring pills were all created by him and Princess Tsunade. Even the Uchiha Steel Company was his creation. We Cloud Shinobi really need this kind of talent. If Cloud Shinobi could master the various elixir formulas in Uchiha Tianyi's hands, he would not have to spend a lot of money every month to go to Konoha to buy elixirs. In fact, the pills purchased in this way are only low to medium grade inferior products. They simply can't buy the high-end ones. How could this third generation Leiyin tolerate this? As long as they can kidnap Uchiha Tianyi back, not only will they be self-sufficient in elixirs, but they can also sell them to the outside world and earn a lot of money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If we can completely subdue Uchiha Tianyi and make him work for us, then maybe with his brain we can create more valuable things. Speaking of which, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team were still trying to suppress or even completely control such a top talent, which made the relationship very tense. The third Reikage scoffed at this. In his opinion, it was amazing. Not a qualified Hokage at all. If he is qualified, he should not engage in internal strife, suppress and exclude dissidents, but should be dedicated to the public, help such talents grow, and let them contribute to the development of the village. DB. Xi was stunned when he heard this, and said hesitantly, isn't this a bad idea? Uchiha Tianyi is the son of the chief of the Uchiha clan. He is very favored. Intelligence shows that he is also a disciple of Princess Tsunade and has a close relationship with Uzumaki Mito. If we bring him back, the Uchiha, Senju and even Konoha will never give up. I'm afraid they will choose to fight us to the death. This is not just any character. This is the same reason as other ninja villages kidnapping their third Reikage's son AI. Haha. Let's start the war. How can I be afraid of them? It's not my style, nor is it Cloud Shinobi's style, to be timid. Just do it. As long as we can succeed, then let's go to war. We can afford it. The current konoha, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, is no longer the konoha of the past. He third generation Rain Haki said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Then I'll arrange it right away. After hearing this, Xi did not hesitate any longer and nodded in agreement immediately, and went to make the arrangements. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 98. 10 days later, that afternoon, Tianyi's original body took Kushina, Mikoto, Minato, and Inoshika Ch to practice in an open space in a dense forest near the Minami Kaga River as usual. Suddenly, Tianyi sensed that several warning barriers he had set up 1 kilometer outside the secret training base were triggered, and his expression suddenly froze. I thought, who accidentally came from this direction? Or was it an animal that accidentally touched it? While thinking this, Tianyi immediately used his spiritual perception to lock the direction and sensed it. He immediately sensed that 8 ninjas were rushing towards them at a high speed. Moreover, judging from his appearance and dress, he is obviously not a yen ninja. At the same time, their strength is also quite strong, with 2 elite Jonin and 6 elite Chunin. 2 elite teams. This black skin has physical strength, Cloud Shinobi's people? How could they appear here? Looking at this posture, it's clearly coming towards us. Tianyi quickly determined through their aura, appearance, and physical strength that these 2 ninjas from the elite Jonin team were from Cloud Shinobi and their target was definitely on their side. Could it be that Cloud Shinobi kidnapped Kushina ahead of time? This thought flashed through Tianyi's mind quickly, and then he immediately stopped practicing, ascended to the center of the base and shouted loudly, "Come here quickly! 2 Jonin teams of Cloud Shinobi are attacking." It was because Tianyi relied on the 5 elements isolation barrier he had set up here that he shouted so loudly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so stupid. What? After hearing this, Shikaku and the others all changed their expressions. They stopped practicing and rushed to Tianyi as fast as they could and asked, "Tianyi, are you sure? 2 Cloud Shinobi Jonin teams? Although we are outside the village, we are still within the coverage of the village barrier, right? How could a Cloud Shinobi sneak in? How should I know that?" Tianyi heard this and helplessly spread his hands and said, "The person has already appeared and will be here soon. Now is not the time to think about these things. Leave those 8 people, including the elite Jonin, to me. The remaining 6 are all elite Chunin. Each of you will deal with 1. Just treat it as an early killing test. Any problem?" Tianyi actually doubted how Cloud Shinobi could have allowed an elite team to enter Konoha's barrier so quietly. This is unreasonable. This was especially true after the barrier class and Konoha's barrier management and maintenance were handed over to the Uzumaki clan. According to what he learned from Uzumaki Akihime, Konoha's barrier had been adjusted and improved by the Uzumaki clan over the past few months, and its defense strength should be even greater. How could it be so easy to be exploited? Unless there is a ghost. Oh my god, I immediately thought of Danzo. This BD seems to have not done anything in the past few months, it's like he disappeared. This is not normal. He suspected that Danzo had discovered that Cloud Shinobi was about to kidnap someone, and deliberately leaked some of the loopholes in the barrier to Cloud Shinobi's spies in a reasonable way, which led to the current scene. Thinking of this, Tianyi directly expanded the range of his spiritual perception, wanting to see if he could find any traces of root ninjas nearby. As he expected, he soon saw 2 elite teams of root ninjas lurking and observing them somewhere about 800 meters from the base into the village. Tianyi frowned slightly when he saw this. Before he could say anything, Kushina and the others all nodded and said, "We are fine." "But are you okay, Tianyi? That's an elite Jonin. Don't worry. Leave it to me." Tianyi waved his hand calmly, then the god looked to the south and said in a low voice, "Here it comes." Kill, X2. The next moment, 2 members of the Cloud Shinobi elite team suddenly rushed out from the woods over there, rushed into the isolation barrier, and split into 2 groups. 2 elite Jonin rushed towards Tianyi and Kushina respectively, while the remaining 6 elite Chunin rushed towards Shikaku and others. They were extremely aggressive and attempted to end the battle quickly, capture the people and evacuate as quickly as possible. Shit! Am I a target too? When Tianyi saw this scene, didn't he know that he was also being watched? I was speechless immediately. But his reaction was not slow at all. While thinking about these things, he also shouted kill at the same time. Swish! The next moment, he disappeared from where he was and instantly appeared behind the elite Jonin who pounced on Kushina. Wind style raise Nan. He didn't know when a wind-style raise nan had condensed in his right hand, and before the Cloud Shinobi Elite Jainin could react, he suddenly pressed the wind-style raise nan in his right hand heavily on the back of the Cloud Shinobi Elite Jainin's head. Ah! Fit! The next moment, the Elite Jainin only had time to let out a scream before his entire body, head first, slammed to the ground. But by this time, Tianyi was no longer behind him, but instantly teleported behind another Cloud Shinobi Elite Jainin. At this time, this Cloud Shinobi Elite Jainin had been alarmed by the situation of another Elite Jainin who was killed by Tianyi. While looking over there, he also vaguely sensed the strange movement of the air behind him and the sharp sizzling sound of lightning. Sensing mortal danger, he wanted to resist. Unfortunately, it's too late. Tianyi's reaction speed and spellcasting speed were so fast that the interval between the two teleportations, including the killing, was no more than 1 second. How did he react? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Tianyi used his left hand to pierce the lightning-style chakra coat on the body of the Cloud Shinobi Elite Jainin with the rakery that had condensed at some point. It tore through the lightning-style chakra coat with incredible smoothness and instantly pierced the man's heart. Horrible lightning raged through his body, turning all his internal organs into charcoal. Kr. The Elite Jainin just happened to turn his head and look to the side, and saw Tianyi out of the corner of his eye. He was horrified and opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. The next moment, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and completely lost consciousness. All this happened in just 2 seconds. Team leader. The remaining 6 Cloud Shinobi who witnessed this scene screamed with their eyes wide open, and those who had not yet reacted were still preparing to rescue their captain. But this flaw was immediately caught by the extremely experienced Captain Liu and others. Shadow binding technique. Strangling. Partial expansion jutsu. Dai. Raise nan. Sharingan. Genjutsu, fire style. Hayoryu fire technique. Adamantine sealing chains. The next moment, Kushina and others used their killing moves and strangled the 6 distracted elite chunins in an instant. Wow! That's all right. Clean and neat, well done. It seems that you all have the ability to use elite chunin. Keep up the hard work and strive to make sure everyone is an elite Jainin or even a cage-level player by the time we graduate. Tianyi dodged again to check on the first Cloud Shinobi Elite Jainin he attacked. After confirming that he was also dead, he gave Kushina and the others a thumbs up and praised them with a smile. Hey! That's it! Don't you see who we are? After hearing this, Kushina put his hands on his hips and raised his chin proudly. It's all thanks to the skills you taught us, Tianyi, and your tireless teaching and guidance over the past year. You also often fight with us, allowing us to accumulate rich fighting experience. Plus, the opponent was caught off guard by us, and was distracted by your fighting. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for each of us to deal with our own opponents. Shikaku analyzed with a smile. Of course, although they were being modest, in fact, both Liu and the others were very happy at that moment. This is a solid proof of their improved strength. How could they have imagined that they could kill an elite ninja head-on when they were only 6 years old? It's unimaginable. For a moment, several people became more grateful to Tianyi. All of this is given by God. They were very glad that they chose to make friends with Tianyi and chose to keep up with Tianyi's pace. Otherwise, there would be no achievements today. By the way, Tianyi, I noticed before that these 2 removal teams seem to be coming for you and Kushina, right? Do you know why? Also, they were able to enter the konoha barrier so easily. There must be something wrong. I'm afraid there's a traitor in the village behind this. Let's tell Uncle Nobuhiko and Mito Amanto about this. Shikaku suddenly looked at Kushina with a serious face, and then said to Tianyi. Are you coming for me and brother Tianyi? Why? Kushina listened and looked puzzled. Tianyi piled up the bodies of the 8 Cloud Shinobi and sealed them temporarily with a space-sealing scroll, while Kaidai noticed it too. It's indeed coming for Kushina and me. As for Kushina, I guess Cloud Shinobi is still not convinced by the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique or even the Uzumaki clan's physical condition, and wants to tie Kushina up and carry out Jinkriki experiments. As for me, it's probably because of the elixir and the steel company. As for the village's internal traitor. At this point, Tianyi paused and said, it should be Danzo. Because I just sensed that there are 2 elite root members lurking about 800 meters to the northwest looking at us 3. Obviously, they knew Cloud Shinobi would invade at this time. I guess Danzo deliberately leaked the information and the flaws of the barrier to Cloud Shinobi's people, letting them attack us. Then, they can wait for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and get rid of me or even Kushina. After all, Danzo has been targeting Uchiha and coveting me for a long time. It's been a long time since I wanted to control Kushina, the Jinchuriki candidate. He probably wouldn't dare to attack directly, but he would dare to use Cloud Shinobi's hand to gain the upper hand and then pass the blame to Cloud Shinobi. At this point, Tenika temporarily ignored Shikaku, Minato and the others who were lost in thought, and said to Kushina, "Kushina, use Kagura's mind's eye to sense the direction from which Cloud Shinobi is coming, especially outside the village, to see if there are any rude people lurking." Danzo is not such a rough person. He suspected that Danzo had arranged a backup plan outside the village, waiting for Cloud Shinobi's people to successfully kidnap people, and then he would kill them halfway. Good. Kushina was stunned at first, then immediately opened the Kagura mind eye to sense the direction Cloud Shinobi had just come from. Ma Zhao, soon she discovered that in that direction, more than 10 kilometers away from the village, there were dozens of ninjas lurking. It really is. Kushina immediately informed Tianyi of the situation. Really? Tianyi nodded in understanding, narrowing his eyes and said, "I was wondering why Danzo has been so quiet lately. It seems like he wants to give me a big one." Good. Very good. Then don't blame me for taking a little profit first. Rest. He already had the intention to kill these root ninjas. If Danzo is not taught a bloody lesson this time, he will never know the pain. I'll take you back to my home first. Then, I'll go outside the village to deal with those root ninjas. Tianyi immediately said to Luju and others. No. Let's go together. We agreed to advance and retreat together. Shikaku and the others immediately refused. Don't make trouble for me. Tianyi also forcefully refused. You are not strong enough now. Those root ninjas are different from Cloud Shinobi. They are much easier to deal with. Besides, if one or two escape, I'll be in trouble too. So, I'm going to take my father with me to deal with them later. You guys should come back with me. Put your hands out. Time waits for no one. After hearing this, Luju and the others were silent for a moment, then they reluctantly reached out their hands one after another. Brush. The next moment, Tianyi teleported away from here with them and appeared directly in his own home. Just stay here for now, I'll be back soon. Then, Yukio said this and teleported away again. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 99. The next moment, Tianyi appeared directly in the office of the Chief of Security Department and met his father Uchiha Nobuhiko. Tianyi, you came here like this? Is there something wrong? Uchiha Nobuhiko was stunned when he saw Tianyi suddenly appear. Then he sniffed and looked at Tianyi's sleeves. He frowned and stood up nervously and asked, "Hey? No. Why are there blood stains and blood smell on you?" Cloud Shinobis. Tianyi quickly told his father what had happened before and his own speculations. Good. Very good. Cloud Shinobi. Danzo, you deserve to die. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko gnashed his teeth in anger. At this moment, he wished he could tear the two parties into pieces. At the same time, he was also surprised at Tianyi's growth in strength. Both elite Jainin were killed instantly by Tianyi, so horrible. Even he couldn't do it more cleanly and neatly than Tianyi, right? Oh, right. You just said there are more than a dozen roots lying in ambush outside the village. Uchiha Nobuhiko asked again. Yes. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. So, you want me to go with you to do these things, Dad? Uchiha Nobuhiko asked again eagerly. Dad is smart. This is it, shall we go? Tianyi gave Uchiha Zinyan a thumbs up, Kide. Of course we have to go. Hurry up. Otherwise, the person will run away. Uchiha Nobuhiko immediately ran to Tianyi's side, put his hand on Tianyi's shoulder and said. Brush. The next moment, Tianyi and Uchiha Zinyan teleported away from the office. He appeared on a big tree in a dense forest somewhere in the south of Konoha, overlooking somewhere hundreds of meters away. Uchiha Tianyi sent a message to his father, Dad. They are 720 meters ahead on the left, there are 16 people in total. 8 of them are Jainin, and the rest are elite Chunin. Leave the Jainin to me later, and you can deal with the Chunin, how about that? Try not to let any of them escape. Although it is a bit difficult to kill all 8 people instantly, after all, they are the elites among the root elites and have their own unique skills, but Tianyi is still confident. If one strike doesn't work, then 2 strikes. Are you sure you have the confidence? If not, your father will use Susanoo. Or perform Mangekyō pupil technique. Uchiha Nobuhiko was a little hesitant kid. It's better not to use Mangekyō and Susanoo. Firstly, it makes too much noise, and secondly, you are still in the process of restoring your pupil power and making up for your deficiencies. If you can avoid using the Mangekyō Sharingan, then don't use it. Otherwise, if you damage your eyeball and eye meridians, you will have to spend a lot of time to repair them later, which is not worth it. Believe me. Tianyi shook his head and made the sound kid. Okay. Then let's do as you say. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko did not force it anymore and nodded in agreement. Let's go. Brush. The next moment, Tianyi took out a flying thunder god dagger that was made of a lot of chakra conductive metal and a super strong alloy he created. Then, he teleported with Uchiha Nobuhiko and suddenly appeared behind the 2 root ninjas. The flying thunder god dagger in Tianyi's hand was directly covered with sharp wind attribute chakra, emitting a high degree of nature transformation of wind attribute chakra that made people feel tingling. Puff. With a wave of his hand, he easily pierced through the root genin in front of him. Then, Uchiha Nobuhiko burst out with terrifying fighting power and killed those genin. Tianyi turned into a blue lightning, and in a few breaths, the 8 root genin lurking nearby flashed by. //// 17. Secret Technique, Insect. After the first genin was killed instantly by Tianyi, these elite genin at the root sensed the chakra fluctuations and realized something was wrong. They wanted to shout to remind others to fight back while also trying to fight back. But all these were in vain under Tianyi's terrifying teleportation speed and terrifying wind-style chakra blade. Without even being able to perform a single ninjutsu, all of these root genin were killed instantly by Tianyi and their heads were cut off. Then, without any pause, Tianyi teleported several times in a few breaths and slaughtered all the remaining elite yali. Depend on. At this moment, Uchiha Nobuhiko, who had just killed the first root elite chunin, withdrew his hand that was about to continue to form a seal with a speechless look on his face, and couldn't help but swear. He turned to look at Tianyi with a long face and complained, "Since you are so powerful, what else did you call? Want to see you put on a big show. Also, are you using this flying thunder god too powerful? And the wind style's nature transformation too? Even the elite genin who have Grandmaster wind style's temperament changes, such as Danzo, are not as good as you in controlling the wind style's nature transformation, right? It's just that Tianyi's wind style chakra blade is too sharp. Those genin are at least the elite among the elite of the root. It was cultivated through the method of raising gu. Not parallel imports. Some people also have strong defenses. But Tianyi's wind style chakra blade easily chopped off his head. When he thought of this, Uchiha Nobuhiko felt his scalp tingling. I still underestimated my son. Although Tianyi always complained that he was too young and his body did not allow him to improve his martial arts level too quickly, he could not practice chakra too many times a day. But his strength had actually been improved without him noticing. If Tianyi's chakra hadn't undergone a qualitative change, he would have been a cage-level warrior. Even now, he has reached cage-level combat power. Hey. Sorry. When Tianyi heard this, he rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, I didn't expect them to be so resistant to being beaten. Isn't this just for insurance purposes? After all, they are 3 elite teams from the root. I can only say that I never thought that my wind-style chakra blade combined with the flying thunder god technique would have such a sharp effect. In the past year, in addition to various studies and training, he has not relaxed his research on the morphology and nature transformation of Shankla. Because these two are not only related to the proficiency and power of his ninjutsu, but also to Tianyi's future research and fusion of attribute bloodline limits and mastery of the bloodline network. The most important thing is to pay attention to it early. Well, speaking of chakra attributes, I am still missing the 2 chakra attributes of earth and water. I'd better wait to add them to myself. Tianyi suddenly thought to himself. Of course, now is not the time to think about this. He looked at the messy battlefield, took out a few space sealing scrolls, threw them to his father and said, Dad. While Danzo and the village haven't reacted yet, let's clean up the battlefield and seal the bodies for me. Maybe I can use it in my future research. Quick! Use Shadow Clone. As he spoke, Tianyi also divided himself into several Shadow Clone, and received the space sealing scroll from his original body, and quickly sealed the bodies of the dead root ninjas. Uchiha Nobuhiko naturally did not delay and also helped. In just over 3 minutes, the two of them managed to accomplish everything with the cooperation of Shadow Clone. Then, Fire Style, Great Fireball Combo. Tianyi took Uchiha Nobuhiko more than 10 meters away from the battlefield. Order the Shadow Clones over there to use the Super Great Fireball technique together. Suddenly, thousands of huge great fireballs covered the battlefield. The flames shot up into the sky, and in an instant the battlefield was turned into a scorched earth. Nothing was left except a charred deep pit. Then, Tianyi dismissed those Shadow Clones and teleported away with Uchiha Nobuhiko. Daddy! A few minutes passed, Anbu's patrol arrived here first. What on earth happened here? Someone fought here. But all traces are destroyed. What a powerful fire style. This temperature can only be produced by an elite Jainin of the Grandmaster fire style. This look and aura look like Uchiha's great fireball technique. The Anbu couldn't help but mutter as they checked. Hey! Don't talk nonsense. It's not just our Uchiha's great fireball that can cause this situation. The Sarutobi clan's great fire can also work. Don't blame everything on us Uchiha. At this time, a pair of Uchiha elite guards also hurriedly arrived here. They just happened to hear this and couldn't help but refute it. Maybe. Captain Anbu listened and nodded without comment. After checking all the situations and recording them, the group led people away from the village. The Uchiha elite security team was in a similar situation. After collecting information, they patrolled the area and found no other abnormalities before leaving. Ah Jeff, it had been a while since they left. An elite team from the Yigan division hurried here. When they saw the tragic scene here, they all frowned. The leading owl asked another person beside him, Shan. Lin, Yehu, and the others ambushed us here before, right? It should be. Shan nodded affirmatively and said solemnly, I'm afraid something has happened to them. Who do you think did it? Xiao frowned and asked back with a gloomy face. Uchiha. Kite of Yamashita's consciousness. Only they could kill 3 elite teams of root ninjas so quickly and clean up the battlefield. As for the cloud shinobi they used this time? They are not good at fire style, and this fire style doesn't look like something they can do. After hearing this, Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid it was really them. The cloud shinobi who attacked Uchiha Tianyi and his men before have all disappeared. There aren't even many traces of fighting left there. I'm afraid they've failed and are all dead. I'm afraid we have greatly underestimated Uchiha Tianyi and his group. This should be their revenge on us. Let's go. We have to report back to Master Danzo immediately. Having said that, Xiao quickly left here with the root ninjas under his command. A few minutes later, Danzo, who was waiting for good news at the root headquarters, received the bad news brought back by Owl. What? You said that all the members of the 3 elite teams, Lin, Yehu, and Ming, disappeared. The people who invaded Cloud Shinobi also disappeared? How is that possible? Danzo's face changed drastically after hearing this, and he immediately formed a seal, hoping to sense their situation through the seal of rooting out the tongue trouble that he had left on Lin and the others. The result was naturally a complete failure. He immediately put down his hand with a sullen look on his face and said angrily, It is indeed I'm dead, good. Very good. Uchiha Tenuki, it seems I have underestimated you. Didn't I expect you to have such terrifying strength? As expected, I've been letting you grow up. Of course he knew that the root ninja who killed his 3 elite teams who were ambushed outside the village was not killed by Uchiha Tianyi alone. It is very likely that after suffering a surprise attack from Cloud Shinobi, he ran back to Uchiha for help, and led Uchiha's elite team to search for and fight back, and found and attacked. But those 2 elite Cloud Shinobi teams were actually killed by Uchiha Tenuki and his little devil friends. From the fact that there were not many traces of battle left on the training ground after Xiao and the others checked, it could be seen that they had killed the 2 elite Cloud Shinobi teams in a crushing manner. From this, it can be seen that Uchiha Tianyi and even the little ghosts around him are already very strong. How can this be? Danzo, who couldn't sit still, waved his hand to let Xiao and the others leave, and he stood up and rushed to the Hokage building. He needs to discuss this situation with the 3rd generation and discuss how to kill Uchiha Tianyi. We can't continue to let it grow. Otherwise, Danzo was worried that he would be liquidated by Uchiha Tianyi with his absolute strength in the future. At the same time, inside the Hokage's office, an Anbu team leader was also thinking about reporting to the 3rd generation what they had discovered previously. Oh? Such a fierce and short battle took place so close to the village. All traces were destroyed by the ninjutsu that looks like the great fireball. I can't see anything. Did Uchiha do something? Or Danzo? Thinking of this, third generation immediately thought of Uchiha and Danzo. I suspect they have done something behind my back. Didn't you arrange for someone to continue checking around afterwards? Third generation suddenly changed the question. Some. The Anbu team leader nodded and said, our first and third teams have already gone to further explore the surrounding areas. Our team came back specifically to report the situation to you. The third generation nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Well done. You should continue to investigate. You must find out the situation clearly. Also, someone get Danzo here right away. I need to talk to him about something. Since Anbu can't figure out the situation for the time being, it is very likely that the root of the problem has been touched. It's better to ask Danzo directly. Yes. Immediately, an Anbu hiding next to the Hokage's office and the Anbu captain who came to report quickly left. But less than 3 minutes later, the Anbu who went to inform Danzo came back with Danzo. Hey? Why so fast? The third generation was also stunned when they saw it and asked in confusion. Hokage-sama, I saw Danzo-sama on the way. He seems to have something urgent to ask you too. That Anbu was Kide. Well. You go down first. The third generation waved his hand, and waited for the Anbu to leave before he formed a seal to create an isolation barrier that covered the entire office, isolating everyone except himself. Then he looked at Danzo seriously and asked, Danzo. Did you have anything to do with the battle site outside the village? What did you do without telling me? Danzo listened, but did not answer the third generation's question. Instead, he said to the third generation with a gloomy face, Hiruzen. We have greatly underestimated the growth rate of Uchiha Tianyi Speed Demon. You absolutely cannot stay. We have to find a way to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we give him a few more years, we might not be able to deal with him anymore. Third generation. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Tuan, Zhang. The third generation took a deep breath, stared at Danzo and asked again, answer my question first. What did you do? Did you let the people of the root attack Uchiha? Sun has taken action. Looking at the situation, you guys still failed. So, Uchiha also knows about this, right? You are so brave. He was almost pd off by Danzo. Is this the time to take direct action against Uchiha Tenkei? Don't you, Danzo, know how many people are involved behind this kid and how to gain benefits? Once he is touched, if the Uchiha attacks, he, the Hokage, may not be able to withstand it. He wondered if he had indulged Danzo too much, which was why he was so unruly. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 100. Hiruzen. It doesn't matter. This brat has been against us time and again. We are already enemies. What's wrong with taking action against him when we have the chance? Danzo was being unreasonable. He doesn't think there is anything wrong with what he did. He only hated that his action had failed. I underestimated Uchiha Tianyi. You know what I mean. After hearing this, the third generation's face darkened and they said in a deep voice, do you know the consequences of touching him? Or do you dare to face the blazing fire of Shoyu Tianren? Danzo was startled when he heard this, and he came to his senses a little. He began to feel scared and didn't know how to answer. Let him face Mito Uzumaki? What a joke. It can kill people. Uzumaki Mito can temporarily not touch the third generation for the sake of the overall situation, but he has no scruples about killing Danzo. This is also the fundamental reason why Danzo has been avoiding Uzumaki Mito. Snort. When the third generation saw Danzo's cowardly look, they snorted coldly, you're still afraid. What did you do so early? Tell me what you did immediately. I want to know everything. Otherwise, even I may not be able to protect you. Danzo heard this and knew he couldn't continue to avoid the subject, so he immediately told Cloud Shinobi that he was planning to move to Uzumaki Kushina. He had secretly leaked some of the information about Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Ten to Cloud Shinobi's spies. He also leaked a loophole in Konoha's barrier to Cloud Shinobi's spy, and then told the third generation about the root ninja's intention to be the Oriole. Are you sure that the two Cloud Shinobi from the elite team disappeared after entering the barrier of Uchiha Tianyi's training base? There were only slight traces of battle. After listening to this, third generation asked with a serious face. Obviously, he didn't expect that Tianyi and the others' strength had grown to this level. It is absolutely true. Danzo was delighted to see the third generation like this, and nodded quickly. So, Yuzan, you understand why I was so eager to kill the Uchiha genius before, right? This kid is growing too fast. It has been less than a year since he started practicing, and his strength has already improved to such a terrifying level. If we give him a few more years, who knows how much he will grow into. With the talent he has shown so far, it is not impossible for him to reach or even surpass the first generation in Uchiha Madara in the future. If that day really comes, do you think he will show mercy to us and the families behind us? I'm afraid not. The third generation shook his head seriously. Putting himself in his shoes, he felt that if he were in Uchiha Tianyi's position and had enough strength in the future, he would not let him go. That's it. Danzo was delighted to see that the third generation also agreed with his point of view, and he struck while the iron was hot. That's why I chose to take action at this time. Anyway, Cloud Shinobi is behind this. Even if there's a problem with Uchiha Tenkei, it'll be Cloud Shinobi's business. I just didn't expect that he would actually be aware of the 3 elite root teams I had stationed outside the village, and they brutally and arrogantly killed them. Obviously, he doesn't take you or me seriously at all. He obviously doesn't mind taking action against us if he gets the chance. He suspected that Uchiha Tianyi was also a powerful perception-type ninja, otherwise how could he discover the root ninja outside the village so quickly? After hearing this, the third generation frowned and shook their heads, saying, "What you said does make sense. But it's also too careless. And too careless at the same time. Since you have chosen to take action, you should not fail. Now that we have failed, and he has discovered that the root is behind this, Uchiha and even Mito-sama will soon know about it. This matter is definitely not over yet. You have to be mentally prepared." At the same time, third generation was also unhappy with Danzo for hiding this little trick from them. "Can't you discuss this with me first? Now that he has failed, not only has he wasted this great opportunity, but he has also offended Uchiha and Uzumaki Mito again, leaving him with a huge trouble. Just thinking about it gives third generation a headache. Besides, Uzumaki Kushina was the Jinchuriki reserve he had already chosen. Even though he was very unhappy with Uzumaki Kushina now, this was no reason for Danzo to sell out the interests of the village and allow Cloud Shinobi's men to enter the village and kidnap people. If Uzumaki Kushina was really kidnapped. Although Konoha can still select a Jinchuriki reserve from the Uzumaki clan, training takes time. God knows if Uzumaki Mito can last that long? Anyway, according to the information he had found out, Uzumaki Mito was getting older day by day, and the deathly aura on his body was getting stronger day by day. As for the matter of Uchiha Tianyi, we can wait a little longer. It would be best to wait until Uzumaki Mito dies before taking action. Besides, if Cloud Shinobi really gets hold of Kushina, who has mastered a large number of sealing techniques and possesses the Uzumaki bloodline, wouldn't that mean they would soon be able to create their own perfect Jinchuriki? By then, Cloud Shinobi will definitely not be content with being alone and will definitely take action against Konoha or other ninja villages. This led to the outbreak of a new ninja world war. This is not what third generation wants to see. He would rather everyone be harmonious and a new ninja world war never break out. In this way, he won't be hated and complained by the villagers because of the loss of manpower, and his position will become more and more stable. As for suppressing the ninja clan in the village, he felt that with his current authority and means, it was enough to suppress it through peaceful means. "Hiruzen, you're not going to give up, are you?" When Danzo heard what third generation said and saw his expression, he panicked a little and asked back. If the third generation didn't help him withstand the pressure from Uzumaki Mito, he would probably be finished. The only way out is to defect. Of course not. After hearing this, the third generation rolled their eyes at Danzo in annoyance. He also needs Danzo to handle many things that are inconvenient for him to do, to help him continue to consolidate his rights and interests, and to suppress the ninja clans in the village. How could he cut off his own arm like that? Danzo was delighted when he heard this. It turns out that I was not mistaken about third generation. But, however, before he could be happy for too long, the third generation said again, "I think that Master Mito and Uchiha Nobuhiko will come to us soon to ask for an explanation for this matter. In order to temporarily calm their anger and get this matter out of the way, I'm afraid I'll have to temporarily remove you from your position as Hokage and publicly announce the disbanding of the root." "Hiruzen, you can't do this, you." Danzo became anxious when he heard this. This is absolutely not possible. Hokage Kagesawa didn't want to give up, and the disbandment of the root was even more unacceptable to him. If he accepts it, he might as well be killed directly. Look, you're in a hurry again. Can't you just listen to me? The third generation pressed his hand on Danzo, comforted him, and then said, Hokage Kagesawa must be withdrawn this time, and the root must be disbanded openly. Only in this way can I appease Lord Mito and Uchiha, so that they can't take advantage of the situation and make bigger troubles. However, the root was originally established under the name of the Anbu Training Brigade. It can also be considered part of Anbu. We can say openly that the root has been disbanded. But secretly everything can remain the same. But, for the next year or so, your roots must remain hidden as much as possible and not show up in the open. Don't give them an excuse to attack, understand? He still needed to use the root, so he was naturally reluctant to discard such a useful knife. Of course, taking the opportunity to remove Danzo Hokage Kagesawa and openly disbanding the root will also have other benefits for the third generation. That is to suppress Danzo's arrogance and reputation and make him go completely underground. Limit the roots. In this way, there is no chance for him to seize the position of Hokage in the future. A secretive person without a high position and a good reputation can never become Hokage. This is really killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, third generation suddenly felt that Danzo's recklessness this time was not a bad thing. In addition to helping him suppress and control Danzo, it also helped him see the true strength of Uchiha Tianyi. The third generation was naturally worried about Uchiha Tianyi's terrifying growth rate in strength. 0, please give me flowers 0. But he was worried now and there was no better solution. If you want to take action, you have to wait until Mito dies before you can really do anything. Otherwise, failure is very likely. Is that so? Danzo thought it made sense, but knowing the third generation well, he also keenly sensed that the third generation was taking the opportunity to suppress him and control him. But there seems to be no better way than this. This makes him feel frustrated. The third generation suppressed and punished him, stripped him of his job title, and suppressed him to the root of the problem. He should be grateful to him. It's just. I can agree to this. But this time, my root lost 4 elite teams, and our vitality was severely damaged. The situation in the ninja world is unstable now, and the Uchiha and Senju are aggressive. You must secretly increase the budget and power to select more talents for the root. It would be best if you could give me another squadron's base organization. That should be no problem, right? Danzo bargained. Since he is bound to suffer a loss this time, he can't just suffer the loss, he still has to get some benefits. As long as the base itself is overstaffed, why should we ask for more staffing? That is naturally to expand the root authority in the open, so that he can do some open things in the future and expand his influence. Otherwise, some people won't recognize it. 0. Expanding the organization is impossible. The third generation rejected the offer directly, saying, we can give you some additional funding and talent selection, but you can't go too far. Do you understand? Are you kidding? He originally wanted to suppress and restrict Danzo and bring him back from being out of control. How could he allow him to continue to be in the open? Then he didn't do it in vain? Is this a punishment or a reward for Danzo? Okay. After hearing this, Danzo wanted to get angry, but he held back in the end. It would be enough if there is financial and talent support. If I really want to get more staff, third generation will not agree. What a pity. However, Danzo still did not give up on the matter of Uchiha Teniki, and immediately suggested to the third generation, Hiruzen. I know you want to wait until Master Mito dies before you settle accounts with and strangle Uchiha Teniki. But the speed at which he grows is really terrifying. We don't know how many years it will take for Master Mito to die. If we have to wait another 3 to 5 years, then I think Uchiha Tianyi will have grown to a point where you and I can't handle him. So, if possible, we still have to create opportunities and kill him as soon as possible. This kid can not only help himself grow rapidly, but also help the people around him and even his family grow rapidly. This threat is too great. That's right. After hearing this, third generation frowned. Isn't he clear about this? But the key is how to avoid getting into trouble. You seem to have a new idea. Tell me about it. If it's feasible, I may agree. The third generation wanted Uchiha Tenika dead, but they didn't want to take the blame. I don't want Danzo to take the blame. Otherwise, Danzo will die and he will be implicated. After all, everyone knew Danzo was his dog. Danzo has to take certain responsibilities for everything he has done, and there is no point in evading it. Let him graduate early. He can easily kill several Cloud Shinobi Jainin and even my root ninjas. It's a bit unreasonable for him to stay in school, isn't it? Danzo smiled at Kide sinisterly. As long as we can let this kid graduate from school early and become a regular ninja, he will definitely go out of the village to do missions under our arrangement. When we leave Konoha, we will have many more ways to deal with him. You know, there's a bounty of 800 million on the black market right now. The people in other ninja villages probably want him dead more than we do. As long as we guide and plan well and let him die at the hands of other ninja villages, even if Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha still suspect that we may have secretly intervened, they will not be able to take action against us openly, right? P.S. Please order 3. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.